What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect Podcast. I'm your gaming and news source, diving deep into both industries with data-driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. Now, before we get into this particular episode, which is titled PlayStation Dominates the Game Awards 2024. Now, of course, this is episode 144, but before we get into that, pun intended. Hey, that's me. All right. Anyways, so if you didn't know, if you're not viewing on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, you should definitely be doing that, as now we have added the video element, as you can see. And off of that, we have a new segment for the intro that I'm gonna start implementing into the future episodes, because this, I think, pun intended, the masses are gonna like it, because it literally involves y'all feedback and reactions to what I post. So anyways, life update. It's December. As far as family gatherings, as far as just being overall cheerful and being in a giving mood, not to mention the decoration, as far as putting lights on the Christmas tree, putting lights on the house, especially with your family, with your significant other, or whoever your guardian is, right? I believe that Christmas is definitely one of the best times of the year, because as far as people having a more joyful approach to life, I don't know what it is about the overall sentiments of Christmas, but it definitely brings out the best in everybody, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, of course. So can't forget the ultimate objective for a lot of kids out there, which is to receive gifts from people who can afford them, right? Which brings me to my next point. In this life of podcasting, I think people have started to realize the lucrative nature of it. Of course, I started in 2018 as far as content creation, but as far as the recent success of the podcast, people just think you made money, right? Which, I probably, with this chain, it probably doesn't help too much, which is basically just this QR code right here. If you didn't know, this chain is basically just this QR code. It's like a custom pendant. But anyways, not to say my fault. I ain't mean to, I ain't mean to do that on you. No diddy, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, so yeah, people just think you made money, but for the people that matter most to me, they're always going to be taken care of. So that's no problem. It's just, like Drake said, people asking for handouts and I only have two. You know what I mean? So the reason why I say that is because it's December. In Christmas season, I've been shopping, putting together a lot of different, lists as far as checking it twice, making sure they was naughty or nice. You know what I mean? All right, let me chill. Basically, I got presents for my family, and a couple number 2 pencils, erasers. Just in case they're listening. I don't want them to think I got them anything special. I got a couple paper clips, that they could look forward to. So yeah, I do have presents coming, but it's definitely like, a couple. It's like notebook accessories, right? Obviously, I'm joking, but I'm not gonna say what I got them, just in case they're listening, which they usually do. My mom even texted me. Fun fact: it was my mom and my dad's birthday's actually coming up, but my mom's birthday passed like a week or two ago. Of course, celebrating that is always just one of the biggest joys in life. So, and when my dad's birthday coming up, especially in the month of December, I could just get it all out the way. You know what I mean? All the shopping, get it out the way. I got birthday, Christmas, all in one month. What? For both parents? I don't think y'all understand. That makes things extremely easy to keep track of. So yes, I am going to be Santa when I go back to visit family, and I think they're going to enjoy what I got them, because of course with this content creation, I've been blessed to have such a very fulfilling job, not even in this, but then my other field, as far as helping people on the financial side of things. It's a very great life. don't know how else to say it. I ain't even trying to come off any type of way. It's just, just grateful. You know what I mean? Thanksgiving passed, but every day is Thanksgiving for me. So anyways, enough of me being corny. My fault. I'm just, just trying to let y'all know that I'm enjoying life. So speaking of enjoying life, let's get into the engagement factor that helps me enjoy this type of life, right? And basically, what I'm going to title this is going to be called Analytic Interactions. So this is a new segment based off the video portion of this podcast, because now you can see my face and all my facial reactions, 24 going on 80, you know what I'm saying? So with that being said, we're going to get into a lot of different interactions, because at the end of the day, all of this is just a numbers game. Analytics at the end of the day is what drives the overall price. You know how Fat Joe said yesterday's price isn't today's price? Was simply for the type of engagement that you build time over time to the point where now you're undeniable. So as far as as far as the segment titled Analytic Interactions, these are just very much needed gaming and music conversations, and there's nothing more than that. So as far as a content creator, another tidbit before I get into this segment, you responding to comments is okay. I know it's a unwritten rule out there where they don't want you to read any of the comments, but I believe responding to comments is good, and which is why brands literally designate people to respond to comments. But what I will say, if you're the majority owner of a brand and the pusher of content, majority lies on your performance, I would not read every comment, which is why this segment exists, because we're going to make content out of me reacting to these type of comments. So at the end of the day, this is also just showcasing the masses and just their support, and whether they're hating or they loving you, at the end of the day, it all transfers into dollars, right? So with that being said, I am going to switch my screen right quick, and then we are going to find what platform do we want to do first. So I'm thinking we can do Instagram, TikTok, and then let's do YouTube. Let's do Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Let's see, which one do we want to? All right, yeah, let's go to this one. Okay, well, I cannot switch. Okay, that's why I clicked last time. But anyways, it's okay. Hey, that's me. All right, anyways. All right, here we go. We're gonna start with TikTok, because that's the biggest, most viral moment in this month, really. But Instagram has been consistently with the engagement, so we're gonna get to that in a second. But first, let's get to TikTok, right? As you can see, make sure y'all can see this right quick. All right. Okay, y'all should be able to see it now. So follow my TikTok, Analytic Dreamz, right here, or just click my link tree in my bio. All my links to these socials are in my link tree. So of course, you see right here that 14K mark. Not gonna lie, y'all did y'all thing with that one. But now, making content out of responding to comments is something that I think will be definitely pivotal, as far as letting y'all know that I do want y'all to keep hating. I do love the hate. Well, no, I do appreciate the love. But like the GOAT Aubrey once said, I think I needed the hate to push towards things that I prayed for. I'm saying, food for thought. But anyways, so let's dive into the comment section. We're about to get into analytic interactions, right? So basically, this was just a segment of me. I'm only going to play this once, and then for the rest of them, it's going to be the same clip that we're going off of. But for PlayStation's dominance, a wake-up call for Xbox, this is basically what I had to say. PlayStation keeps having Game of the year after year after year, and it's exclusively on PlayStation. We'll have to have a real conversation on how to help out Xbox. Okay, so I'm gonna cut it there, because obviously I'm the one who said it, so I'm gonna break it down. So basically, we'll have to have a real conversation because PlayStation is outselling Xbox 4-1. And at some point, it's going to get to a breaking point where PlayStation has a stranglehold over the console player base. And then what's stopping them from marking up the consoles, the future prices for exclusives, simply for the fact that it's been publicly known that PlayStation has the bigger fan base as far as consoles, and it's not even close. So what's stopping them from marking up the prices, right? So that's my central argument, because I believe competitive natures in the marketplace definitely helps the consumer, because now you have to practice consumer friendly strategies to one up the competition. But if you already have a stranglehold over the entire industry, which is what Live Nation is basically going through right now with all of their monopoly lawsuits in the music industry, right? As far as the gaming industry, if PlayStation gets a stranglehold over the console player base, what's stopping them from basically skyrocketing the prices, right? So anyways, let's get into some of the comments. So I do want to start with the ones that's liked the most. Let's start with the one that's like 19 times, and this is from Moitul. I think that's how you say it. I don't know. Moitul says, I have both Xbox and PlayStation. Xbox system just runs better and menus feel better. Well, feels better and are less clunky. PlayStation is still around because exclusives. And this response had 8 replies. So now we're going to go into it. Extreme one. Oh, extreme. My fault. I can't read. I mean, actually, I can't read. He put 2 E's. I'm pretty sure that's not how you spell extreme. Anyways, extreme one says, Xbox One and Series X has the same menu. And then Moito comes back and says, why change what isn't broken? And then Paul jumps into the mix. He says, I've used Xboxes for the last couple generations. I always found the Xbox menus pretty janky. Moito says, feels great to me. The Shadow says they aren't janky at all on the Series X. And then Tattoo pops in out of the cut and says, who lied to you? 2 question marks. This man came out the cut with violence. He only saw red when he was writing this comment. This man put 3 laughing emojis and said, who lied to you? 2 question marks. So you trying to tell me after all these years and Xbox keeps taking L after, literally, he's writing this in all caps. I know y'all can't, hold up. Let me take me off the screen so y'all can see this right quick. Because this man is irate. This man is flabbergasted right now. Which one am I on? Okay, here we go. Yeah, I should be able to see now. Yeah, I should be able to see it. Okay. 3 laughing emojis. Who lied to you? 2 question marks. So you trying to tell me after all these years and Xbox keeps taking L after L after L? This is a PG podcast, so we're just going to say he put an expletive that says DAM, right? You going to sit here and say Xbox is better? WTF? PlayStation has been shifting. Oh no, not shifting. Another expletive. PlayStation has been pooping on everything Xbox for years. From games to menus and whatever else you want to mention. Just get over it. Xbox is garbage. This man was passionate. I respect it. So then, there's 2 more replies. Somebody replied and said, grown man, by the way. I don't know if that was for me or for him. And then somebody else says Game Pass with 2 skull emojis. So as you can see, people just having a grandiose time in this comment section, which is ultimately what you want as a content creator. I just would definitely forewarn my future content creators out there. If you get a lot of comments and there's a lot of hate, I would only address the love. But then if you do address the hate, what I would say a great tactic is just to troll them back. Like one person said he must be smoking hard or whatever. And I came back and said, you know what? Smoking is actually pretty easy. You just got to look up some turkey leg recipes, right? You just got to troll them back. It's really not even that serious. So I really had a grandiose time going throughout this. I'm glad I could make this a segment, as now we're going to hop into the YouTube, right? And this is not going to be long. This is going to be, it's not too much longer. I just want to showcase and highlight the people who engage with my content. All right, so now transition into Analytic Dreamz TV. Basically the same video. Hold up. So basically the same video as you can see right here. PlayStation Astrobot dominates Game of the Year. And then we have 14 comments, right? So let's just go to the top one. Someone says, when you think you have a higher IQ than you actually do. And this one actually had 1 like. So to that person, it was probably validating, hopefully in his life, he has a higher IQ, because obviously the stuff I was saying was pretty pivotal as far as overall market share in the gaming industry. But if you don't understand, people just come with these generic comments. So that's why I don't respond to them, because at the end of the day, it's just all jokes. None of this is serious. Hoodie Slayer 5188 said, the issue is Microsoft doesn't want to help themselves. They are making the money on Game Pass and not bothering with consoles anymore. I too am a PlayStation player, but the lack of competition in the space is worrying me. The legacy of gaming as a media is in trouble. Right now, due to it being split essentially into 4 monopolies, Microsoft pretty much have taken over the subscription model with no competition. Sony, on the other hand, have a monopoly over the consoles. Nintendo runs almost a monopoly over handhelds, and Meta runs the VR space. The age of the console wars is over, and we, the consumers, lost. So I replied. I basically said, this is fantastic. Like, I love this take. So I basically just replied and said, I agree. People just won't understand until it's too late. You know, whenever somebody says a poignant perspective or gives a poignant perspective, I love to shout that out, because, you know, it's too much focus on hate. Usually I only use the hate comments to fuel me as far as like what I want in life. And obviously the engagement helps me get those and attain those things. So I enjoy the when you think you have a higher IQ than you actually do comments as much as I enjoy these in-depth comments about the actual topic that we're talking about. So both is fantastic. So that's the YouTube TV channel, right? You should definitely follow that. Click my link tree in my bio, or just go on YouTube and type in Analytic Dreamz TV. Last one. Instagram. Cannot leave Instagram out of the equation because they have been going insane. So basically, we have 19 comments, 16 comments, and then we have 17 comments on this, and then the other ones, yeah, they don't have it. So let's go into Drake. Let's get some music takes in here, right? Basically, this was me talking about Drake's career being over, which, you know, ironically, I clipped myself. So obviously I took myself out of comments. I took myself out of context to get more engagement, right? Because if they listen to the full thing, they will understand I'm talking about Drake's peak is over as far as him breaking records and things of that nature, because he's literally suing the people who helped him get on top of that mountain. So now that you're going to eventually split ties from UMG, there's no more top of the mountain. We've basically seen the greatest Drake in 2016 as far as analytical perspective, right? So that's what I was saying by mentioning Drake's career is over. But of course, the clip right here, a lot of people just reacting to this. And then somebody at the top said, and one of the top comments says, LMAO, crazy. Because I remember before the beef, he said something about being retired. No? Question mark, right? And then I responded, of course, because we had a little back and forth, because this was one of the few times I did engage in negative comments. I basically responded, said, he's lied about a lot of things at this point, laughing emoji. See, I'm thinking we just having a kumbaya, right? He thought different. He said, LMAO, when one retires, they can unretire. That's not considered a lie. Cut it out. I was like, hold up. I thought we was bonding. So anyways, so I came back. I was like, show me when he retired. Because Drake said he was going to retire, right? And he didn't retire. He's basically saying when you retire, you can come out of retirement, which means you did retire. But Drake never retired. Hopefully y'all following me. So basically I'm like, show me when he retired. Okay, LOL. He did lie. I'm petty, ain't I? And then the other person came back. He was like, after he dropped For All the Dogs, he mentioned stepping away from music / retiring to take care of his health. My man released the House album, for crying out loud. And then he put 2 laughing emojis. So I responded. So he kept working. LOL, let me know when he retires. Still standing on my point because people love to move the goalposts when they literally have nothing to retort, right? So he comes back and says, the House album came out before All the Dogs. But okay. Whole time I'm thinking to myself, this man has not even responded to my initial response. I'm like, my brother, you are stalling. Let me know when he retires. And then he came with is this Desus from Desus and Mero? I don't know if this is Mero or Desus. I think this is Desus. Anyways, he's confused because, of course, people in the comment section, even though I do, respect the back and forth, he came with no valid points. So it's unfortunate that I had to do him the way that I did. So, and this is the comment I was talking about with he's smoking hard. I basically said, actually, smoking is pretty easy. Just gotta look up turkey leg recipes. I'm petty, ain't I? So anyways, that is essentially the comments I wanted to go over for the segment. Wait, hold on, where am I at? Those are the comments I wanted to go over for the segment, Analytic Interactions, because at the end of the day, this is all just for numbers. This is all just for engagement. It helps me at the end of the day. So I don't care about hate comments. I don't care about love comments. I signed up for this, and you have to take what comes with it, right? At the end of the day, we're just talking about gaming and music. So, getting a response out of people that ultimately helps you in the long run. Because I would never want somebody to consume my content, and just come away with, that was all right. I want you to be either angry, irate, or be like, you know what? That man is spitting. I'm going to expound upon this point. I'm going to respond to him. And ultimately, we can start conversing in a formal matter. But as far as the other side, as far as the hate comments, things of that nature, they all help with engagement, which is why this segment was titled Analytic Interactions. So anyways, that's basically it. I really enjoyed that segment. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it, because I ain't gonna lie, y'all was going crazy with the comments this week and this past week. So I really enjoy everybody who engages with my content. With that being said, let's get into episode 144 in the roundup for this particular episode, which is titled PlayStation Dominates the Game Awards 2024. So as far as the Game Awards being dominated by PlayStation, obviously I'm referring to Astrobot, right? So as far as Astrobot, we're going to get into that and the whole Game Awards. Actually, it's already recorded, so you'll hear this after I've already recorded the Game Awards take, but it will still be implemented into this episode, just in case you missed it. But as far as the overview rundown of the episode, we're going to get into Kendrick and SZA. We're going to get into Af from RDC World. Shout out to RDC. We're definitely going to get into his rapping career and his track Walk It Down, excuse me. Then we're going to get into Jermaine, unfortunately, and talk about his podcast, because he did have some great takes on his podcast. I ain't gonna lie, I was like, hey, is he copying me? No, it's funny. So anyways, he has a podcast, and also he put like multiple mixtapes out as far as his classic mixtapes. That was, Dat Piff, Spinrilla. Now he has it out officially on all DSPs, and we're gonna get more to that. We're gonna get more into that when that comes up, because I'm not gonna look at it right now, but basically I'll be interested to see what labels those mixtapes are under. So anyways, then of course the left side, which is of course Aubrey Drake Graham, the GOAT. I don't know if you can see that right here. So basically, he won top rap artist, top rap male artist, and top rap album for Billboards. Because, objectively speaking, you can't add any type of subjective opinion into the analytical facts. And isn't it funny how everybody was killing Drake, but Drake ended up becoming the top rapper, top rap male artist, and having the top rap album as far as numbers in 2024. Like I keep saying, people will condemn certain people, but when it comes to the actual numbers, just like we've seen in other fields, I ain't gonna get too deep on y'all, but people openly condemn a certain person. but just coincidentally, he ends up winning most of the time as far as majority numbers, right? Compared to others. I wonder what other field we can compare that to. Anyways, and then we're going to pivot from the Billboard's 2024 Music Award Show into Marvel Rivals, as that game is completely taking over the conversation as far as game of the year for next year, right? Marvel Rivals, if it ends up sustaining this run for the next 6 months, and I know that's short compared to Overwatch's dominance, but remember, Overwatch did win Game of the Year when they originally came out at the Game Awards show, right? So for Marvel Rivals, if they continue to have this success for at least 6 months, I think we'll really have to take into consideration Marvel Rivals winning Game of the Year, because people are calling it an Overwatch ripoff, which is definitely fair. I ain't gonna lie. As a Marvel fan, that's the only reason I'm playing the game. But we have to have a real conversation on if it should receive Game of the Year. Then we're gonna get into the Game Awards 2024, of course. And I already recorded that, so that'll drop in this episode. But it'll be up to date because I basically recorded it after the Game Awards show. So with that being said, we're gonna get into Path of Exile 2, one of the more premier games on just every platform, really. And then we're gonna transition into Super Mario Party Jamboree, because you already know that Nintendo has a Mario game up its sleeve every single turn, and they always deliver. Every single time it's Nintendo's turn, they give a Mario game, and then they knock it out of the park. So apparently Mario Jamboree is a pretty solid game. And then we're going to get into one of the more controversial nominations for Game of the Year, which is Balatro. Because if you don't know, card games is an actual game, like as far as video, right? So you can put card games on video, and now what? And now guess what? It's a video game. So a lot of people was upset that a card game was nominated for Game of the Year, but we're going to get into why it was and the positive reception it received, right? Then we're going to get into Pokemon Go. Basically, my word of covering more mobile games is going to be upheld. And the second game I'm going to get into as far as the mobile review of things is going to be Pokemon Go. So we're going to get into Pokemon Go, just the mammoth if it's been in the mobile gaming universe. I mean, everybody listening to this podcast has heard of Pokemon Go at some point, right? So we're going to get into that. And then also TikTok versus the U.S. government. We're going to get into, this is just the beef portion of the podcast. And the reason why I have this in here is because people really enjoy drama. It ain't that ironic, right? Just like we went through with my new segment, Analytic Interactions. People love drama. People love to just have negative discourse. And this is no different. So what we're going to get into is basically U.S. government versus TikTok. So this is the beef portion of the podcast. We're going to get into TikTok versus the U.S. government. We're going to transition from that into X-Defiant being shut down. And we're going to title that basically X-Defiant versus Call of Duty, because of course that's what they was boasting about, being a Call of Duty killer, right? And then Black Ops 6 came with a whole new Omni movement and shut all that stuff down, right? So anyways, then we're going to get into Jay-Z versus public perception, because I don't know what it is about all of our icons being targeted in 2024. Diddy has actual video evidence of him assaulting Cassie, right? That's not like some hearsay, he say, she say. He has actual evidence. But as far as Drake, as far as Jay-Z, as far as some of these other icons in the hip-hop game being targeted without any proof, I think it's very unfair, and which is why I didn't hop on that story when it originally came out, because now even the accuser has came out and said that she made some huge mistakes in her initial claims, that she had to backtrack, right? Funny how that works when you just wait and let things play out and then cover it, right? So that's why I didn't want to hop on that story as quickly as possible, because in the back of my mind, I was like, I feel like Jay-Z is one of those to where he covers his bases and he's just not that type of individual. I mean, obviously we don't know these humans, but as far as his stature in the black community, I think people would have been having rumors, like, because the Diddy stuff, unbeknownst to y'all, this stuff has always been around and behind the scenes talk, right? Oh, if you've been to a Diddy party, Diddy did this, Diddy did that. The behind the scenes talk about Jay-Z is that he exited the game when he ended up marrying Beyonce. So the stuff that's alleged back in that day is the only time they would have been able to have those type of allegations. For Diddy, we saw the footage of him beating up Cassie, 2 years? 2016. It was recent, right? So that's what I'm saying about the whole attack on our hip hop icons without evidence, excluding Diddy. You know what I mean? They had evidence on him. I'm talking about our icons that they've been targeting. So with that being said, we're gonna get into the last topic to round up the beef segment of the podcast with K-pop versus martial law. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going overseas with this type of news because I do love covering different genres, which is why, if you know my longtime listeners, they definitely noticed, but I switched up the intro to say I am your gaming and music news source, because now I feel like I've covered enough genres for a lengthy period of time, no Diddy, to accurately depict what's going on in these other genres. So that is why for our last segment, we're going to get into K-pop versus martial law. But with that being said, now we're going to get into one of the more favorited segments of the intro, which is basically me getting into the numbers. So now we're going to get into the whole purpose of this podcast, which is literally titled Notorious Mass Effect for this particular reason of me breaking down the industry and telling you what musically is impacting the masses and what gaming is doing as far as impacting the masses and who's on the top of that mountain currently. So this is all current. So anyways, starting with music, of course, let's start at number 5, right? Going from number 5 to number 1. As far as the top 5 albums that's currently impacting the masses, we have Wicked. Okay. Yeah, Wicked soundtrack. Oh, that's a movie. My fault. I was like, where's the artist? I forgot. This is an actual soundtrack. I remember covering this because of Ariana Grande, and she had a track on there. But anyways, this is under UMG. Well, let me just go over the market share first. UMG has a whopping 66%. And the last time I covered it, it was like 70. It was something crazy. So UMG is ultimately the big dogs in the music industry, and there's really nothing anybody else could do about it. And it's because of these type of artists and albums under the label. So anyways, the 5th most played album in the world is the Wicked movie soundtrack. The 4th most played album in the world is Twice by Strategy. That's under UMG as well. The 3rd most played album in the world is by a K-pop musician, which is very, very unique as far as them having this type of hold on the charts. Because basically Rosie is she did put out a self-titled album. So, and that's now currently the 3rd most played album in the world. And of course, the 2nd most played album in the world is the one and only Size 7, Mr. Kung Fu Tank Top. You know what I mean? Nothing too crazy. But yeah, as far as Mr. K Dot, he has GNX as the 2nd most played album in the world. So people are listening to Kendrick's album more than any other album in the world, except for the biggest gangster in the music industry, which I told y'all, every time a big popular musician drops, Taylor has to drop either before them or right after them, just to let them know I'm the captain now. So Taylor Swift has the most popular album in the world with her album, the Tortured Poets Department, and basically just is pooping on all these other numbers. I mean, she sold 238,000. Let me tell y'all when this album came out. You know, I usually don't dive deep into this until after. Let's see if I can find this. Okay, so the Tortured Poets Department, right? This album came out April 19, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost the end of 2024. We are in December, and she is still selling 238,000 as far as units in a week. That is astronomical first week numbers for any other musician. Just to put in perspective how crazy insanely popular Taylor Swift is. She is really the modern day Michael Jackson. And I say that with all due respect because Taylor Swift is putting up those type of numbers. All right. Anyways. So yeah, to round off the top 5, Wicked soundtrack is the 5th most played album in the world. Then you have Twice by Strategy, the 4th most played album in the world. Then you have Rosie by Rosie, a K-pop musician, the 3rd most played album in the world. And then you have Kendrick Lamar's GNX, 2nd most played album in the world. And of course, the biggest gangster in the industry, Mrs. Swift, with The Tortured Poets Department, is the most played album in the world currently. So that being said, let's transition into songs. So as far as tracks, singular tracks being the most popular track in the world, let's get into what's impacting the masses. So basically coming in at number 5, and I don't even think I spoke on my Christmas hat yet, but I mean, obviously y'all know it's December, right? It's Christmas season. I'm being Santa Claus, y'all, my whole spiel. Hopefully y'all was listening. But yeah, I'm Santa Claus, so that's why I have this little hat right here. Hopefully y'all like it. I ain't gonna lie, the reason why I'm moving so slow is because it be falling off like mad times. So hopefully it stays on. But yeah, so the reason why I bring that up is because the top 5 most played tracks in the world is basically all Christmas tracks except for Kendrick. Imagine going from a Christmas track to Hey Now, Say Now, All About My Yin. Like, that's just like, what type of bipolar, but let me chill. Okay, what type of hot and cold type of mood do you have to be in to go from All I Want from Christmas to I Deserve It All? Like that type of track, like Man at the Garden. Like, that is a very pivotal shift in music selection. Let's just put it like that. But anyways, so as far as the 5th most played track in the world, you have Jingle Bell Rock by Bobby Helms, which has been on the charts for about 58 weeks. And it's the 5th most played track in the world. Last week it was 19th, but now it's at number 5 because, of course, Christmas season is upon us and approaching fast as far as Christmas Day. 4th most played track in the world, we have TV Off by Kendrick Lamar featuring Lefty Gunplay. Now I do enjoy TV Off, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Hey Now has grown on me like crazy. Pause. So as far as TV Off is definitely a pivotal anthem, but that entire album from GNX by Kendrick is straight up heat. Like, it's probably one of his more replayable albums of all time. I'm not saying this is his best album of all time. I'm saying as far as replayability and different scenarios you can play this album in, I feel like it checks off a lot of boxes. But anyways, TV Off is still the most successful track off of that album as far as being the 4th most played track in the world currently. Then we have Last Christmas by Wham. No, not Lil Baby. It's actually a Christmas artist, as Last Christmas is a pivotal, iconic Christmas track for anybody who is in the know. So this is currently the 3rd most played track in the world. Then, of course, for the top 2 tracks, I mean, you already know, based on the past Christmas songs that we just covered, you already knew that these would be top of the list, as Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree by Brenda Lee is the 2nd most played track in the world. And, of course, All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey is the most played track currently in the world. So to round off the top 5, obviously a lot of people are in the Christmas spirit, as number 5, or the 5th most played track in the world, is Jingle Bell Rock by Bobby Helms. 4th most played track in the world is TV Off by Kendrick Lamar featuring Lefty Gunplay. 3rd most played track in the world is Last Christmas by Wham. Such a fire name. 2nd most played track in the world is Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree by Brenda Lee. And of course, the most played track in the world is by Mariah Carey, the GOAT, the icon of the Christmas industry, with her ultimate mammoth of a smash hit, All I Want for Christmas Is You. So anyways, that's about it for music. Getting into gaming, starting with the PC platform, we're going to get into the top 5 games on PC as far as Steam, right? So starting at number 5, of course, Marvel Rivals, one of the games that we're going to be covering in this episode, is currently the 5th most played game on Steam with a 24-hour peak of 435,000 concurrent players. And as far as players now, it's around 258,000. So then you have Path of Exile with a whopping 504,000 concurrent players as far as its 24-hour peak, and 360,000 players playing right now. And of course, the third most popular game on Steam is Dota 2 with a 668,000 24-hour peak and 565,000 players playing now. PUBG Battlegrounds, what a coincidence, right? That is currently the second most played game on the Steam platform, as it has a peak of 761,000, but as far as players now, it has 611,000. And of course, I don't think people understand how pivotal this game is. This is like the Counter-Strike 2, to put it in perspective, is like the Taylor Swift of the Steam community. The numbers that Counter-Strike 2 puts up on a consistent basis is beyond insane. I don't understand. Well, actually, I do understand. But as far as overall hype and the consistent longevity of this particular video game topping the charts of Steam time after time after time. I mean, I don't remember the last time it was knocked off the number one spot. Like maybe when Power World came out, but honestly, Counter-Strike 2 just takes a big dump on every other game's numbers on the Steam platform, right? So people listening right now, they probably like, why you had to put it like that? I mean, because I wanted to. No, I shouldn't. All right, so Counter-Strike 2 had a 24-hour peak of 1.6 million players, right? And as far as players right now playing the game, is 1 million. So it's 1,024,000 as far as people concurrently playing the game right now. Well, that's redundant, but y'all get the point. As far as the top 5, right? Top 5 games that's impacting the masses on the Steam platform is Marvel Rivals, Path of Exile 2, Dota 2, PUBG Battlegrounds, and Counter-Strike 2 at number 1. So that's the top 5 games on Steam. Now let's get into Xbox, as Xbox is always one of the more pivotal platforms when it comes to bang for your buck because of the Xbox Game Pass. People think I hate on Xbox because of my previous posts that went viral on TikTok and stuff like that, but I always acknowledge that Xbox is practicing a lot of consumer-friendly values. I wonder why, right? Maybe they're trying to lessen the gap between PlayStation. So now, as a consumer, we're getting a lot more value for $1. Basically what I've been trying to preach the whole time. Somebody dominating the entire market share for a console will never be good for consumers. All right, so anyways, as far as Xbox, let's get into the top games on this particular platform. As for the Xbox platform, the top games currently, let's start at number 5. At number 5, we have EA Sports College Football 25, which, fun fact, did you know this game didn't even make the sports nominee list at all for the Game Awards show? I think that may have been the biggest snub at the Game Awards, because when it first came out, I don't remember anybody saying it was a bad game. I think people were saying it was better than Madden because of the arcadey-like feel and just it switching it up from the monotonous formula of Madden. So as far as it not even being on the nominee list of best sports game, I think that's like completely insane. So anyways, it's the 5th most played game on the Xbox platform. Surprisingly, I don't know if y'all know the recent news, but Rocksteady basically came out and said that they're shutting down Suicide Squad. Why? Because nobody's playing it. That's plain and simple. Nobody's playing the game. So now, how ironic, after they announced they're shutting down the game, it's the 4th most played game on Xbox currently. Isn't that just the darndest of luck? Like, as far as having no luck in the gaming industry, this is one of the more obvious examples of that. You announce you're shutting the game down, and now it cracks the top 5 list as far as top games on the Xbox platform. So anyways, for the 3rd most played game on Xbox, we have Madden NFL 25. Nothing too I mean, more of the same. People love sports games and first-person shooters. And speaking of first-person shooters, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is the second most played game on the Xbox platform, followed up by, surprisingly, Path of Exile 2, which was in the top 5. Actually, it was the 4th most played game on Steam. And right here, it's the most played game on the Xbox platform. So currently, this game is really doing numbers as far as on multiple platforms. So to round that off, as far as the Xbox bestsellers in the top 5, well, to round it off as far as the top 5 games on the Xbox platform that's impacting the masses, we have at number 5 College Football 25. We have number 4 Kill the Justice League Digital Deluxe Edition. At number 3 we have EA Sports Madden NFL 25. At number 2, we have Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Vault Edition upgrade. At number 1, we have Path of Exile Early Access Supporter Packs. So that is phenomenal. Path of Exile definitely is putting up numbers hot and is very hot out the gate. So that being said, let's get over to PlayStation, right? Let's get over to the Sony ponies out here not caring about how PlayStation is about to just dominate the console market, right? So anyways, the top 5 games on PlayStation. Of course, at number 5, you have EA Sports FC 25, which is why I love covering the different platforms, because you didn't see this at all on Xbox top games as far as sellers list, right? So for Marvel Rivals being on here at number 4, it also wasn't on Xbox top 5 list, right? So these top 5 games on Xbox and PlayStation being different is why I love covering these platforms specifically. So anyways, number 3, we have NBA 2K25. NBA 2K25 is the 3rd most played game on PlayStation. And of course, that's no surprise, it's Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is the 2nd most played game on the PlayStation platform. And of course, Fortnite, the grip that it has on Sony ponies is undeniable and unforgiving, as they are relentless and never let up on that top spot as far as being the most played game on the PlayStation platform. So to round off the top 5 for PlayStation, we have EA Sports FC 25. We have Marvel Rivals at number 4. We have NBA 2K25 at number 3. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at number 2. And of course, Fortnite having the most played game on this platform. Transitioning from that into Nintendo. Yes, we are starting to put some respect on Nintendo's name, as I have specific charts for Nintendo as far as the actual platform. So as far as people playing it on Switch and things of that nature, the top 5 games on Nintendo is, of course, Mario and Luigi RPG Brothership, with a total of 111,000 players playing the game currently. And then, it's 11,000, sorry. I don't even think that's players. I think that's just sales. So I'm just going to go over the top 5. I'm not going to talk about the sales. So anyways, number 5 most consumed game currently on Nintendo is Mario and Luigi RPG Brothership. The number 4 most play game on Nintendo is Minecraft. Number 3, as far as the most played game, is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. We're sensing a pattern here. Number 2 is Dragon Quest 3 in the Legend. And then what do y'all think number 1 is? One of the games we'll cover in today's episode, which is Super Mario Party Jamboree. I mean, what can Mario not do? As far as being the LeBron James to the Nintendo's Cavaliers, this man puts this franchise on his back like we've never seen. Master Chief didn't do it. I don't know what Sony's mascot was. Well, I guess Astrobot's the mascot now, right? But previously, they didn't have a mascot to carry them. I mean, what, Spider-Man? PC has Counter-Strike 2. That's basically its carrier as far as the platform. But as far as Nintendo, I mean, it's just really no singular character that's ever carried a franchise like Mario. And to go even further, that's even carried the gaming industry, especially when the Nintendo 3DS was out and games wasn't as advanced. People were playing Mario before games got way more complex to make and things of that nature. And people are still playing Mario even when the games are more complex. So very substantial longevity and just an iconic video game. Probably the most iconic video game character of all time. All right, with that being said, I didn't wrap up the list. Okay, so wrapping up the top 5 games on Nintendo that's impacting the masses currently. Number 5, we have Mario and Luigi RPG Brothership. Number 4, we have Minecraft. Number 3, we have Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Number 2, we have Dragon Quest 3 in the Legend. And then of course at number 1, we have Super Mario Party Jamboree. Now, I told my mobile fan base that I was not going to neglect y'all. So we are back again with the most popular games on mobile as Pokemon Go rounds off the top 5 as far as the most played mobile games. At number 4, we have Dragonair, Silent Gods, and at number 3, this is very interesting. I'm not going to lie to you. Marvel Contest of Champions segment did phenomenal on my podcast. I did not know that there was such a niche audience for mobile like that. When I covered that game, even though it's been out for a while, but basically I was just talking about its resurgence, its origin stories and rise to fame to what it is now as far as being in the top 5 consistently as far as mobile games play. I think having this covered right now is foreshadowing Marvel Rivals. Now, I'm not going to connect all the dots, right? But I do believe having Nebula and Deadpool alongside Spider-Man and Hulk, I believe we could see Nebula and Deadpool come in, not like a package, but could come in the near future, right? Unless they just want to really differentiate Marvel Rivals from Marvel Contest of Champions. But what Marvel Contest of Champions accomplished in the mobile gaming space is what Marvel is trying to accomplish with Marvel Rivals in the console space, because Marvel Contest of Champions is one of the best successful launches as far as a game in the Marvel IP in the past 5 to 8 years, and it's a mobile game. So that should show you how impactful the mobile community can be, especially for a brand like Marvel, right? There's a reason why we're getting these games like Marvel Snap and things of that nature after Marvel Contest of Champions. They're like, we're going to keep feeding y'all because y'all raised the revenue so much when it came to mobile games. So anyways, number 2, as far as the most played mobile game, is Mobile Legends, Bang Bang. And then of course at number 1, we have Squad Busters being the most played game on a mobile platform. So now to round up the top 5 mobile games that's currently impacting the masses, we have Pokemon Go at number 5, Dragonair, Silent Gods at number 4, Marvel Contest of Champions at number 3, Mobile Legends Bang Bang at number 2, and of course Squad Busters as the most played mobile game currently. So that's about it for the wrap up of gaming and music as far as the industry toppers, the chart toppers, as far as the people who are impacting the masses the most, notoriously, to be, pun intended, right? My fault. You can throw your tomatoes. So, with that being said, before we get into episode 144, which is titled PlayStation Dominates the Game Awards 2024, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social media and follow to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And with that being said, let's get into the first topic, which is White Tank Top and SZA announcing their stadium tour. We are here to get into Mr. Size 7, aka White Tank Top, but also known as Kendrick Lamar. Now, all jokes aside, there's a lot to praise when it comes to Kendrick Lamar's moves in the past week or two, because not only did he announce a stadium tour, with the likes of SZA, who, if you don't know, is also on TDE. Kendrick was previously on TDE, but is now under his own label, PG Lang, which he talked about the fruition of that in the Heart Part 6, as far as the whole timeline of him wanting to get his own label. So now that that's a thing, and him and Punch from TDE are cool again, as far as TDE and PG Lang coming together, not only once again in one of the premier stars, SZA, collaborating with him on an entire stadium tour, which is insane. Not only did they announce that, but also Top Dog Entertainment had a Christmas concert, and basically the event was in Los Angeles in Watts. Now, I don't know if y'all paid attention to the beginning of this video, but Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. This, ladies and gentlemen, is ultimately in the hood. Now, that type of setting with these type of premier acts coming out to perform, you would need a lot of equity in the culture to have this type of concert and not have too many issues arise, right? So for Punch from TDE and Kendrick to have this type of free concert and basically have it in the hood for all intents and purposes, and the only way you could get into the concert is if you brought an open gift, because I believe they specifically didn't want wrap gifts. You had to bring a gift that was open so they could see it. You know, imagine you bring a wrap gift and inside is just a bunch of toilet paper that's already used, right? Like, people are crazy out here. I ain't gonna lie to you. So that's probably why it said unwrapped gift. But anyways, I think I had a tidbit as far as the overview of the Christmas concert. Oh, okay, here we go right here. So let's listen to my correspondent from ABC break this down for me. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, all right, so let me play this right quick.
Kendrick Lamar among the stars putting smiles on kids' faces for a Southern California holiday tradition, the TDE Christmas Concert and Toy Drive at Nickerson Gardens in Watts. TDE stands for Top Dog Entertainment, which puts this on every year. Some 20 artists performing, and it's free. People only need to donate toys, clothing, or shoes, which are handed out to thousands of kids.
All right, so as you heard, this is a very, very philanthropic type of move, and just really resonates with a lot of people who already was championing Kendrick as the hip hop savior, right? The way that people look at Kendrick right now, he holds all of the keys to the culture in hip hop. So this type of move is very substantial, not only because it was put on by Top Dog Entertainment, but because he showed up. Because if you don't know, he could have tried to pull a ego move and say, instead of having a Top Dog Entertainment, we're going to call this my label, because I'm that big to where I can make those type of negotiations, right? He could have been like, if I'm going to show up, I know this is an annual thing y'all do every year, but I need this to be called PG Lang Christmas Concert, right? And because of him showing up to support TDE, label that he got off of to start his own PG Lang label, and then ultimately to perform, and for SZA, Doechii, and then of course the guest appearance from Glorilla, for all of them to come to this place and give a free concert, and the only way you could get in is if you brought a gift, an unwrapped gift. It's a great move in society, and definitely showcases how in December it's just one of the better times of every year, because people are just in a given mood and just are overall, as far as a perception, it just looks like a more joyful time in the community, right? And apparently it was estimated that thousands of toys were distributed to families in need. So this, not only did they get gifts, but they also gave it to people in need, which is, you know, goes back to the setting that this was in, because they wanted to give back to people who were less fortunate than them, right? So when it comes to that, let me circle back to the tour. Kendrick Lamar and SZA are going on a stadium tour, which brought up the huge discussion of what rappers can go on a stadium tour. Now, as far as the numbers, there's a short list of hip hop rappers that I believe could consistently sell out stadiums by themselves. As far as that list, I would have Kanye, obviously, Travis Scott, despite all the things that happened with Astroworld and how crazy of an event that was, and now people don't even talk about it. They just try to go to Kendrick Lamar concerts and forget that, or no, they try to go to Travis Scott concerts and forget that Astroworld even happened. But Astroworld is a real event, and I feel like I'm one of the few people to ever bring that up because that was such a significant event that Travis Scott had like an entire history of endangering the public to the point where he was arrested multiple times for inciting a riot, and to the point where the Astro World Festival event happening where a lot of people died, it just ultimately cemented the fact to me that a lot of people honestly don't care. Unless if it gives you a great time, people just do not care what the ramifications are, right? So even though Travis Scott had incidents to lead up to Astroworld, which ended up blowing up in his face, and now he's trying to get out of the Astroworld Festival lawsuit, which is still going on, mind you. Like the judge back in June 25th, 2024, denied Travis Scott's bid to be dismissed from the Astroworld Festival lawsuit, right? So of course it's an ongoing legal battle for an event that happened in 2021. So that's how serious this situation is, and which is why I will always bring this up, because I want people to know that these rappers don't care about your well-being. They just want to put on the best show possible. So anyways, but with that being said, have to be fair, Travis Scott is also somebody who could consistently sell out stadiums. And then of course we have Drake. Now, why did I not say Kendrick? We're about to get into the Billboard Award show for 2024, but as far as the top artists, only Drake was in the top 5 as far as rappers. There's a reason for that. He ultimately appeals to a lot more people in society. Now, as far as Kendrick, he, as a performer, analytically, is number 2, right? I would say, actually, he's not number 2. I would say Drake, Travis, Kanye when he's under a major label. Right now, Kanye's independent, which Drake's about to find out how hard that is to sell and do the same numbers being independent, right? But anyways, those are the top dogs as far as analytically in the hip hop space. Kendrick would be number 4, and I would have Future at number 5. Kendrick and Future is interchangeable. As far as Tyler, the Creator, that's the one interesting tidbit because I would have him in the top 5 as well, but because of this discussion and what currently I've seen in 2024, the consistent nature of them selling out with when they put out a project and putting up monumental numbers, I would have to put them in the top 5, and Tyler, the Creator, would probably have to be number 6. But that's the short list of hip hop rappers. Well, no, that's the short list of hip hop rappers that has impacted the masses in 2024. As far as the stadium tour, there's a reason why Kendrick is going on a stadium tour with SZA. He needs a little bit of help when it comes to other regions not knowing as much about him to sell out that stadium. Drake, Travis, Kendrick. Those are the only hip hop artists that could consistently sell out a stadium. Drake, Kendrick, Travis. That's it. So as far as, did I say Kendrick? I meant Drake, Kanye, Travis. My fault. I think I said Kendrick. Drake, Kanye, Travis are the only artists that could sell out a stadium by themselves in hip hop. So with that being said, Kendrick, going on tour with SZA is great for his image. I'm not gonna lie. She's gonna help out for a lot of tickets in this in certain regions where he's not as played, right? There's a reason why it's a popular joke to say if you go into a party, if you go into certain events, you're not being like, hey, throw that Kendrick on, right? It's not really the vibe most times. I mean, you want to hear him rap about how he was ducking phase when he rap battle in the Nickersons or something like that. I forget what he said, but those type of bars, I'm not gonna lie, nobody try to hear that when they trying to go to a club, right? That's not the type of music they're trying to hear. So with that being said, I do believe that Kendrick and SZA will indeed sell out all of these locations as far as the stadium tour. I mean, they're monumental artists by themselves, but then together, they're just an undeniable concert ticket to not get if it comes to your area. So with that being said, there was something else I was wanting to get into. So that brings me to the GNX point. He put out GNX. He debuted #1 on Billboard 200, right? SZA was featured twice on this album. So basically, this was already in the plans to have a stadium tour with SZA. And I think having her twice on this album just helps out with that. So overall, I do want to say that Kendrick is very meticulous with what he does with his content. And I think that's just something you need to do if you're going to be crowned the savior of hip hop, right? So he's doing a great job at carrying that title. So when it comes to his own album, GNX, having SZA on it twice, it debuted #1. He's set to headline the Super Bowl halftime show February 9th, 2025. SZA just came off her SOS tour last year, and came off her album Saturn, a platinum certified hit, and peaked at #6 on a Billboard Hot 100. With all that being considered, this tour is going to do monumental numbers. Now, this is a thing I wanted to get into. Kendrick Lamar said some tidbits on whacked out murals that a lot of people started to attribute towards a certain comedian. First, I believe they was trying to say Gary Owens, but now I think we've all seen, because of hit dog hollers, that it was Andrew Schultz. So what is the main point of this? Basically, Kendrick said on whacked out murals on GNX, don't let no white comedian talk about no black woman, that's law. Now, he didn't say a name, but of course, Andrew Schultz jumped out the window and was talking about how hypocritical it is for Kendrick to say that, especially in a genre like hip hop, which is a great point. But he went on to say some very, very aggressive things, right? As far as Andrew Schultz and him going to LA, I hope those two things never correlate, because what he said about Kendrick Lamar, as far as what would happen on a one-on-one basis and what he would do to Kendrick Lamar in the black community, and I have to bring race into things because that's basically how people view these type of threats. These type of threats are not handled well in the black community. Let me just tell you that. And as far as him saying that as a white man, I think that is why the backlash is what it is currently, because of the history of slavery, because of the history of buck breaking, which if you don't know that, look it up on your own time. This is a PG podcast. But because of those things being actually what happened to our ancestors, and for like 500 plus years, we are very sensitive to that race saying those type of forceful acts as a threat, which is why we're here now with Andrew Schultz, basically doubling down to the point where he says, I'm just a comedian, right? I said what I said about forcing some things upon Kendrick, even if he doesn't like it, but I'm a comedian, right? I think it was out of pocket. I think when he talked about him receiving death threats, so that's even out of pocket. So, he was like an eye for an eye or something like that. Like he's just matching aggression with aggression. I think it's ultimately a scapegoat, because what you said as far as what you would do to Kendrick is taken differently because of your race. And me personally, I do believe Andrew Schultz was coming from a comedic perspective. Only thing is, if you're white, talking about a black man, and you're saying you're going to force actions that he could consent or not consent to, it's going to happen regardless, those sentiments have a lot of history to back it up. Those sentiments have labels, buck breaking, in the past that has been done, has been executed to take away masculinity from black men. That is the only reason why I'm even covering it, because I do believe this added a lot of hype to Kendrick's album, because Hit Dog Hollers, right? Andrew came out the cut and basically doubled down to the point where he said something even more egregious. Not only is he disrespecting black women, but now he's saying something that in our past, us as black people, black men, as far as buck breaking, has been happening time and time again, as far as in the past, right? So currently, you have to be receptive to the fact that black males are very, very sensitive on you threatening those type of acts towards us, because it's actually happened in the past for like 500 plus years, right? So yeah, that's the whole Kendrick Lamar versus Andrew Schultz perspective. As far as Charlemagne, I know Kendrick said something about like forget the ones who are close to him, and I guess Andrew was saying like he was threatening my friends, which, you know, it's like, come on, man, don't try to play victim after you've said what you said, because if you don't know, the Charlemagne, the brilliant idiots segment basically happened before Flagrant. So whenever he was talking about these things on Flagrant, he already kind of said those sentiments, just not as in detail on Brilliant Idiots, because that podcast happened before Flagrant happened, which is why he has the same exact outfit on both platforms, right? So when the Brilliant Idiots episode happened and he said the stuff about Kendrick and him receiving death threats from Kendrick Lamar fans following his comments, people thought he was talking about what he said on Flagrant. But what people were really commenting on was the reaction to Whacked Out Murals. That's what he was commenting on, the fan reaction to Whacked Out Murals. So the recording, so I do like media, right? So if you record something, it doesn't mean that it's going to come out before something else that you may record in a future date. Like so something you record before a future date episode could be put out. That's not the best way to describe it. If I record something today and I record something tomorrow, and I put out what I recorded tomorrow that following day, but then I put out what I recorded initially after that, people will get confused on the timeline, because they're going to listen to it and they're going to be like, well, you said this on this episode, but then you said this on that episode. But what they don't realize is that when you record does not always match the timeline of when you release it. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so as far as Kendrick Lamar versus Andrew Schultz, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm praying for Andrew Schultz. Like, I hope he doesn't have any shows in LA. LA is already a dangerous place. I mean, if you know, you know. Those type of claims towards hip hop savior, when you already know that race is going to be brought into it specifically because of what you said and what could be tied to buck breaking, as far as what we've experienced as black men, as far as black males in the past, you know, it's I just hope they never find you. I'm just being like blatantly honest. Like, I don't know how else to put it, because it's not going to be good. It's definitely crash out season if they ever see you. So anyways, as far as Kendrick Lamar, currently, as far as singular tracks, TV Off is the most successful track off of GNX, right? It's the fourth most played track off of the album. Then you have Luther being the sixth most played track off of GNX. Then you have Squabble Up being the seventh most played track. No, not off of, my fault. Okay, so TV Off is the most played track on GNX. It's the fourth most played track in the world. Luther is the sixth most played track in the world. Squabble Up is the seventh most played track in the world. But as far as on GNX, obviously that would mean that TV Off, Luther, and Squabble Up is the most successful tracks off of that album. So with that being considered, those are the only tracks. Actually, no, what's the full thing? Okay, I don't have the full thing pulled up. Those are the top three tracks off of GNX, but he has a total of 13 tracks on the charts. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Goodness, 11, 12. Okay, he currently has, I think these are all the tracks from GNX on the charts, which is insane because the track that's not doing the best is ironically this self-titled track from the album. GNX is not doing the best when it comes to like the ranking, but obviously being the 67th most played track in the world currently is still a monumental accomplishment. And he has all his tracks off of GNX on the Billboard Hot 100. So as far as in order, you have TV Off, which is the 4th most played track in the world. You have Luther, which is the 6th most played track in the world. Squabble Up, which is the 7th most played track in the world. Whacked Out Murals, which is the 29th most played track in the world. Hey Now, which is the 32nd most played track in the world. Not Like Us, the pedophile anthem. I always have to give that disclaimer as a Drake stan. Is the 35th most played track in the world. Dodger Blue is the 41st most played track in the world. Reincarnated is the 46th most played track in the world. Peekaboo is the 48th most played track. I mean, goodness, this man is racking them up. Then he has Man at the Garden, which honestly is one of my personal favorite tracks from that album. Like the way that he went into self-reflection to talk about how he deserves it all because of the things that he's doing. I think that was a very introspective track and just top tier quality from a lyricist perspective. I don't know why Man at the Garden doesn't get as many flowers. Like people talk about Reincarnated in the Hard Part 6. Man at the Garden lyrically is very, very introspective and top tier as far as reflecting on your life. Anyways, Hard Part 6 is the 54th most played track in the world. Gloria is the 59th most played track in the world. And of course, to round off the 13th most played track. No. To round off the 13th slot for Kendrick, GNX is the 67th most played track in the world. So with that being said, obviously Kendrick is out here just killing it when it comes to analytics, killing it when it comes to culture equity as far as these type of concerts for free in the hood, mind you. And, I mean, that's just insane. Being a superstar, still performing in the hood. I don't care how you slice it. If you look at the stage, it wasn't the most expensive stage in the world, right? It wasn't the greatest of stages, and they did it in the hood of all places. You would think you would want to build something that's a little bit more, options as far as safety precautions. But hey, when you have that amount of cultural equity, especially with Top Dog at TDE, especially with Kendrick Lamar, those together probably was able to pull some strings to where, hey, we're doing this event. We don't want anything to happen, and they already have cultural ties, so they probably are telling the real people that they need to talk to, hey, make sure nobody does this to that person because y'all are beefing, right? So that type of cultural equity is just out of this world. I mean, Kendrick basically showed you at the Pop Out performance that he could bring two rivals together and nothing comes of it. So they keep showing you time and time again how they are indeed what the culture is feeling. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Kendrick Lamar and SZA going on a stadium tour? Also, what do you think about Kendrick Lamar versus Andrew Schultz? And ultimately, with this Christmas concert that was in Los Angeles and Watts in Los Angeles, what is your biggest takeaway from these moves as far as Kendrick being crowned as the hip-hop savior? If she likes the way that you walk it down, then you might as well just walk it down, walk it down, walk it down. Because today, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into one of my greatest inspirations in content creation, not only because of the fact that RDC World is just a very positive and impactful influence on content creators such as myself and probably a lot of other content creators that look like me, but also for their impact and influence on the merger of anime community and the Black community. Because once upon a time, it was not deemed cool to talk about your love for anime. But I think what RDC World did for the overall perception of showcasing how you could watch anime and still find people who watch anime like you and not seem like you're just the nerdiest of the nerds, right? Which is nothing wrong with being a nerd, but the whole public perception of watching anime was not in the most positive light. Let's just put it like that. And RDC really bridged that gap to make it more okay for you to express yourself in that manner. So today, I wanted to, because I cover gaming and music, right? Notorious, Mass Effect, gaming with my favorite franchise of all time as far as Mass Effect. And then, of course, with hip hop, Notorious B.I.G. being so influential on just my fulfillment as far as the hip hop genre. I think this falls in line with it, as Walk It Down is a new single by Affion Harris, which of course goes by Af, from RDC World, which if you don't know is a co-founder along with Mark Phillips, because he handles a lot of the directing, the editing, visual effects, a lot of what happens behind the scenes as far as camera work and editing. I believe Av is the one that majority of the time handles that type of workload for RDC. So a lot of people don't know about Av because he's really behind the scenes. He's not wanting to be the public figure as far as the main, I'm not going to say mascot, but as far as the main figurehead for RDC, really that's Mark Phillips. Everybody knows that Mark Phillips is usually the one to be the leader of the group of RDC, but they all bring their attributes to the group, which is why RDC is one of the greatest content creator groups of all time, if not the greatest content creator group. So as you can tell, this is something that brings me a lot of joy, just to be able to cover one of the RDC members in the fashion that still stays in line with my Notorious Mass Effect podcast. So with that being said, Av has released a new track called Walk It Down, out now on all DSPs. Now I'm going to play the visualizer. Hopefully, I usually don't play music at all, but I do not believe that I will get copywritten for this. So hopefully that stays the case, because that's why I don't play music at all, because I don't like to even gamble with that type of possibility. But as far as this track specifically being under Real Dreams Change the World, I'm pretty sure I could cover this and not get copywritten. So with that being said, Av has a new track, Walk It Down. And let me tell you, this track is phenomenal. I love the rapping. I love the background vocals, which we're about to get into in a second. I mean, if we're talking about Negro spirituals, this man embodied the ultimate Negro spiritual at the beginning of this track, because, well, let me just play it right quick. So basically, this is the start of the video, right? All right. So that is what I mean by the overall premise of the Negro spiritual just being embodied by Av, as this type of use of background ad-libs reminds me of this track right here. And I'm not trying to be funny. I do believe that this just showcases his old soul and all intents and purposes, because this is what it reminds me of. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is what it reminds me of. To the point where I'm thinking to myself, how old is Av? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Okay, so basically, I'm just like, that is phenomenal. I actually enjoy this part of the track because it showcases something that's not commonly used in rap, as far as just not taking yourself too serious to be able to embody this type of Negro spiritual energy, which is what these type of background vocals really remind me of. As when the track actually starts, this ends up being more of like a sample loop in the back of the song. So I really enjoy that type of content creation, as far as him putting layers upon layers on this track, because it's 1 minute and 54 seconds. So it's definitely a quick listen. And of course, if you enjoy it, you'll replay it like I did. I mean, I literally added it to my playlist. I really enjoyed this track. So there's something else I was wanting to get into. Okay, so yeah, so let's get back into the track. And basically, I'm just going to be breaking down the track and enjoying the overall, not taking yourself serious while also delivering some phenomenal bars as far as throughout the track.
She like how She like it. She like it. She like it. Yeah. She like the way I walk it down. Walk it down, walk it down, walk it down. Hey. She like the way I walk it down, like walk it down, walk it down, walk it down. Whoa. Yeah. She like the way I walk it down. I'm a young.
So you kind of see what I'm talking about as far as it playing as a sample when the track actually starts, which is why I love this implementation, because it's like you don't see this too often. I mean, this is really some old school type of ad-libs as far as just enjoying yourself in a music creation process and then realizing like, hey, I'm just going to loop this and put it in the back of the track while it also uplifts what I'm actually saying in the walk it down chorus, right? So anyways, let's keep going.
Rich nigga, I'm just trying to run the town. And you know how I get down, nigga. Walk it down, walk it down, walk it down, nigga. I done came up, I done came down with it. Out in LA, but I'm a co-town nigga. So I gotta pull up with 4-5 switches. All the green got me feeling pop pie with a spinach.
Now that's a bar. I ain't gonna lie. All the green got me feeling like I'm pop pie with the spinach, but we have to get into that bar before. The bar that preferenced this. How many switches he said he had? Not one, not two. Hold up. Let me rewind this right quick. I don't think y'all really catching what he's saying right here.
Walk it down, nigga. I done came up, I done came down with it. Out in LA, but I'm a co-town nigga. So I gotta pull up with 4-5 switches.
Not one, not two, not three, but 4-5 of them. Switches. Now, I don't know what switches do because I'm not trying to be Vlad. But all I got to say is the bar before that, he was talking about, you know, being in LA. And now he's talking about switches. I'm like, hold up now. Is this man Kendrick? Whole time they made a whole skit about Kendrick recording GNX. And they got a mini Kendrick in their camp. We may have to have some type of sit down with Af and be like, hey man, we can't be talking like this. RDC supposed to be family friendly. Isn't that what they say in their streams? Obviously it's a PG podcast, so I can't say the other part, but they say family something else friendly, right? You know, just to play off the fact that they are very they use a lot of expletives. Let's just put it like that. So, you know, 4-5 switches. How many switches you need, my brother? Anyways, let's get back into it.
All the green got me feeling pop pie with a spinach. Pull up to the club with 8-9 niggas. Hey yo, but you know we pulling out with fine bitches. And you know it.
I'm not gonna keep pausing it, but the Ayo was very timely placed because I was gonna say it. Pulling up to the club with 8-9, you know, PG podcast, 8-9 of your homies. Let's just put it like that. Could be interpreted, you know, a lot of different ways, especially in 2024, with you know a certain somebody using a lot of lotion. But you know, as far as this use in the Ayo at the end, you can realize that you know he's just pulling up with his homies. That's all it is. There ain't nothing too crazy. You know, no Johnson & Johnson was abused in this experience with his 8 or 9 homies, right? So anyways, let's continue.
Niggas smoking on the haze, don't care what niggas saying when I'm rolling to the bank. And I don't give a fuck if you don't relate. I've been knocking at a 3, then I'm back up at 8. I gotta get it like I don't know how to wait. And your girl creme brulee been the only thing I ate. But hey, that's what it takes to be a great.
I do love the overall depiction of this video because as far as the green screen use, you could definitely tell it's a green screen. But as far as the different angles and stuff that he's using, I think it's very unique as far as what he's trying to get across because he does so much camera work for RDC. It's only right that it bleeds into his musical process, especially this visual or this visualizer, because we're looking for, you know, some top-notch videography from Af because he literally videos or he captures everything for RDC. So I think he did a great job with this video.
Wait, I ain't walking, bitch, I'm running up some stairs. Crash through the glass, feeling like a hockey player. And if I ain't got a strike, then you know that hoe is spare, nigga. Hey, she like the way I walk it down. Walk it down, walk it down, walk it down, hey. She like the way I walk it down, like walk it down, walk it down, walk it down, whoa. She like the way I walk it down. I'm a young rich nigga, I'm just trying to run the town. And you know how I get down, nigga. Walk it down, walk it down, walk it down, nigga.
And here go that sample. That Negro spiritual, man, gets you every time. Yeah, that's fire. I ain't gonna lie. That is very fire. I enjoy this track thoroughly. My favorite line is definitely the pop out with the spinach. I like that one. The creme brulee line, I think that's what he said. He said something about, let me see.
At a 3, then I'm back up. Be a grade. Why wait? I ain't walking bitch like a hockey player. And if I ain't got a strike, then you know that hoe is spare, nigga. Hey, she like the way I get it like I don't know how to wait. And your girl creme brulee been the only thing I ate.
Yeah, that part right there, he was flowing. I like that. I like that was more of a standout as far as the entire verse. But as far as the track, I really enjoy the way that he added layers to it as far as the Negro spiritual, at the beginning. He was really embracing his inner old man on that. I ain't gonna lie, that was a standout. But as far as the bars, surprised me how well he was flowing because he's a rapper. And usually when you're a content creator, sometimes the rapping part suffers a little bit. But as far as his execution of the bars, sounded like a rapper to me. You know what I mean? It was fire. It was overall fire. It's basically all I had for the track. I mean, I just wanted to cover it, because I feel like it fell in line with what I cover on an everyday basis as far as giving you insights on the gaming and music industry. So with that being said, there's this underground rapper. Time for the shameless plugs because this rapper needs help. Av, if you're listening, if you're watching, let me just tell you something, man. This man is struggling, right? This rapper's struggling. He needs help. And I ain't gonna lie to you, he could use a handout, right? You know how Drake said people asking for handouts and he only has 2? Well, guess what? I'm gonna need one of them. Pause. No Diddy. But so this underground rapper right here, see, even LeBron James commenting on it, you already know he don't know none of the words. I don't even know why he commented on this, but there's a particular track that he put out titled Big Dog, right? Very unfortunate situation for this rapper. He's talking about money he doesn't have, right? So as far as a handout, it would just be greatly appreciated if you ever gave him a feature. So let's just listen to what you would have to work with as far as this atrocity. Let's get into it right now.
Building my own wave, so what more can I? All of these dollars on dollars, I stack to the ceiling, so tell me like, can you believe? Hours and hours of working and working, I'm going insane, just trying to be crazy. They doubted my hustle, I'm balling like Russell.
All right, first off, all of these dollars on dollars, he's struggling, pennies on pennies is what he should have said, but we're just gonna let him slide.
All of this work putting food on my plate. I'm a big dog cause I carry my weight. 100 of thousands off what I create. $100,000 off my talent. I'm like, yeah.
See what I'm talking about? See, these type of underground rappers, and that's basically it. We're just gonna take that away. But I just want you to see that because he just needs your help, my brother. Like he said $100,000. What else? What did he say?
Hershey's trying to come and show up and dollars off my talent. Big dog cause I carry my weight. 100 of thousands off what I create. $100,000 off my talent. I'm like, yeah.
Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. Hold up, I need full screen for this. I'm not gonna lie to you. What is this man doing to think he has $100,000? Like, he's acting like he has some type of platform where people come week after week, month after month, right? That's just not the case. And as far as the money that he said he's generating, like, well, he think he making podcaster money? Like, obviously he a rapper. He a struggling rapper. So, that's why I just wanted to say, he's a very, he's in a very unfortunate situation. He would love a feature. I ain't gonna lie to you. So, with that being said, Av from RDC World, the track Walk It Down is now out on all DSPs. Of course, you already know RDC. I mean, Mark, Desmond, as far as Leland, who's rest? Ippy. It's like this turned into a pop quiz. Name all the RDC members right now. Not just playing. I don't know why I put myself on the spot like that, but you already know. Who did I miss? Dylan, Ben. I don't think I may have missed somebody. I'm sorry, it wasn't on purpose, but I just put myself on the spot like that. But anyways, basically what I'm saying is this is segment for Av and his track, Walk It Down. Please support it because this track is phenomenal. Like, if it wasn't good, I probably just wouldn't have talked about it. But of course, I would have played it. But since it was so fire, I was like, let me just make a segment about it and put it in the episode. So here we are. With that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Affiong Harris, commonly referred to as Av, and his latest track, Walk It Down, out now on all DSPs.
Okay, if you're listening, what's popping? We've never done any type of thing like this ever before, so this shit is weird. Who are we talking to?
Who is this? What's popping?
Nobody. Shit just got hella weird.
All right. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we are now getting into my favorite artist in the world, Jermaine Cole. All right, y'all know that's a lie. But anyways, we're getting into J. Cole, and basically, he released a podcast, talk about irony, right? Titled Inevitable. So, inevitably, J. Cole will not get out of hip-hop timeout. But I will admit that this is a great move as far as a PR perspective, just letting people know the countless times you've given hip-hop something that's been high quality, right? Because currently, just me being, analytical, just looking at the data, that's all it is. Nothing, slanderous about this statement. But J. Cole currently doesn't have any tracks on the top 100, but he does have the 15th most played album currently with 2014's Forest Hills Drive, right? So when you come into this podcast titled Inevitable, basically featuring unreleased music and conversations about his life and career, then you realize that this is a great PR move, especially after one of the more outright detrimental things that he did as far as his career as a rapper. Like, as far as a human, everybody loves to talk about philanthropic things that J. Cole has done. We're talking about as a rapper, this man did one of the worst things you could ever do in hip hop, which is release a diss track, take the diss track down, and basically say that the person you was dissing, you was a clown for that because he's so great, right? So ultimately, he's in hip hop timeout for the foreseeable future. Now, as far as this podcast, I do believe that Ibrahim, which is his manager, and Scott Laser, which is the filmmaker and longtime collaborator of J. Cole, releasing this podcast is phenomenal. As the minimum $10 option, which you can pay more, but that's the minimum as far as $10 to register for these podcast episodes. Now, as far as platforms, that is where a lot of people are confused on where to find this. So this whole entire series, as far as the podcast, is available on the Inevitable website. Actually, let me pull it up right now. Inevitable, and it should pop up, right? This is the thing about having things released direct to consumer, is harder to look up because the powers that be do not want you to ever have success going to direct to consumer like this. So inevitable. Let's say, let's see if I can find it. So the website. Where is the website? Okay, let me go to Dreamville. This is the thing about going direct to consumer, man. It's so hard to even find this type of stuff. Okay, I typed in the Inevitable website and nothing popped up. Let's see if you via inevitable.live. Okay, I'm going to actually put in an entire link. That's what I'm saying. Like, what Drake and J. Cole's trying to do as far as going to direct to consumer, I promise you the higher ups do not want this to be successful. Because they make all the money off of marketing your product, right? All right, I finally found the website. So here we go. This was very hard to type. This was even hard for me to find. I pull up information like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. So as far as the masses and wanting to know where you can directly get access to this podcast, here it is right here for you to see. And this is the podcast link. I'll highlight, see right here. All right. So basically, type in the www.inevitable.live and the website will pop up where you can get access to it with a $10 monthly subscription. Or you can continue with email. Oh, that's probably a login. But yeah, you definitely need to register for this. So actually, let me do it right now. I don't want to pull up my information. Let me see. I'm just showing y'all how to. I'm basically showing y'all how to do this because ultimately, a lot of people are having trouble finding this podcast, which makes sense. I mean, Okay, so they sent a code to my email. So I'm going through the process. I am right now currently going through the process of figuring out how to sign up for my favorite rappers podcast, right? Okay, here we go. So Inevitable website. We're signing up. All right. I've logged in. Okay, I've signed up by email. All righty. Okay, now it shows me get access, right? Let me show you. Okay, so I've signed in through email. Now it's saying get access, right? And that's what I was talking about. The minimum is $10. Obviously, you can pay more, and you can, basically what you get access to is the podcast, right? And then you can chat with other community members worldwide and experience the episodes together. So that's basically what you could watch right now as far as the podcast being considered, because I believe all the episodes are out. 10 episodes, like I said, on the website. Episode 1 came out November 18th. Episode 2 came out November 20th. Episode 3 came out November 22nd. Episode 4 came out November 25th. Episode 5 came out November 27th. Episode 6 came out November 29th. Episode 7 came out December 2nd. Episode 8 came out December 5th. Episode 9 came out December 9th. And episode 10 came out December 12th. All these was in the year of 2024. Now, of course, these focus on his albums, well, really mixtapes / albums, because they talk about the come up, they talk about Lights Please, the warm up, Who Dat, Friday Night Lights, Sideline Story, Born Sinner, and Forest Hills Drive, of course. So let me play the video so they can expound upon what I was talking about as far as the podcast.
So in late 2022, Cole, Ebe, and I sat down to record a little conversation. Ebe had found this old laptop in his garage that had all these old demos and unreleased songs and songs that we've come to know and love from Cole. And we started playing them for each other, which conjured up all these amazing memories that they'd shared over the years. The good.
That was a big ass
I ain't gonna
moment.
lie. Even hearing it right there, I was like, oh shit.
The bad.
Cut that off. That shit trash.
And the ugly.
Hey, me and him both be agreeing with that. It do be trash.
It literally been a rap on my whole fucking career.
It would have been over.
So we just started recording. One day turned into 2, 2 days turned into 3, and we kept going for 8 days, tracking the entire arc of Cole's career from the very early days when he started writing his first songs.
The song that I did that showed me you're capable of doing something else, what do you think it is?
School Day?
It was
I
School
knew it.
Day,
As soon as you said
dog.
it, I was like, it's gotta be School Day.
All the way up until now.
I felt like, damn, this nigga just turned another corner.
Yes, I'm not that level of songwriter without going through everything that I went through, having to be pushed. That shit made me stronger.
And we covered all this ground, everything from, of course, the music.
Probably in your mind, it's like, this is my land.
Yes, yeah. Here's something I can offer,
Yeah.
and here's me displaying an ability to talk about it in a way that's gonna connect to you.
To relationships.
It was literally right when we was about to turn the album in.
Yeah, I remember deciding like it's that time, and then once I knew, I just went and got the ring. Like I just knew.
And I took these precious recordings and organized them into a limited audio series that we're calling Inevitable.
Because I know what I know now, it's almost silly to say some of the shit out loud where it's like, oh man, but it's just the reality.
So pull up a chair, join us as we release season 1 of Inevitable.
All right, so season 1 of Inevitable, which basically means there are future seasons to come in the future, right? This is a limited audio series, which is basically, their version of a podcast. And like I said, it covers a lot of his timeless music. And one of the things about the series that it does for J. Cole as a musician is expound upon what people fell in love with as far as the image of J. Cole. As a human, Cole is probably the greatest hip hop artist ever. As far as the evolution, as far as the grown man advice, grown man bars that you could use in your own life to evolve. I can't even talk. To evolve as a man, right? So Cole, in that sense, is the greatest, maybe of all time. For a long time listeners of the podcast, you're probably flabbergasted right now because that was probably the highest compliment I've ever given Jermaine. So anyways, with this being said, a lot of things in this podcast makes it worth the $10. I'm not going to lie. He played, literally played unreleased collaborations with Kendrick Lamar. That alone should let you know that this podcast series is filled with content. I don't know why people aren't talking about it more. I think it has something to do with him being in Hip Hop Timeout and Kendrick completely taking all the spotlight, right? But ultimately, I will say that he did it to himself as far as the backtracking of putting out a diss track towards Kendrick. There's ways to do it, and the way that he did it was the worst one. If he would have never put out a diss track, he would have never been in Hip Hop Timeout because we would have just assumed he didn't want to smoke in the first place. The way he popped out with 7 Minute Drill, the way he backtracked off 7 Minute Drill, and then he co-signed Kendrick right after, less than 48 hours, like he was trying to prevent a murder, right? You ever seen the first 48? Instead of trying to solve a murder, this man was trying to prevent a murder. Whole time, it was himself. So as far as backtracking, apologizing, that is just not seen in a good light as far as hip hop, because it's all about contact. When it comes to hip hop, it's a contact sport. You battle rap somebody, we see who wins, and we move on, right? Another thing to even talk about my favorite rapper, well, my actual favorite rapper as far as the GOAT with Drake. What he did as far as the battle, all the way up until he started acting out and literally crashing out as far as suing him, UMG, would have been what the hip hop, well, actually, he still gave us what hip hop fans wanted, which is the greatest hip hop battle of all time. I mean, at this point in time, we could say Kendrick versus Drake. Statistically speaking, quality level speaking, everything as far as the industry speaking and the culture speaking is one of the greatest, if not the greatest hip hop battle of all time. What he did following that, as far as Drake, has been very upsetting to see as a Drake fan, because him crashing out, suing UMG for Not Like Us, that was created by Kendrick, ultimately means that he's suing because he lost. So that move could be seen in the same light as J. Cole backtracking off of 7 Minute Drill, right? Which is why Kendrick right now is just seen as a hip hop savior, because what he's done as far as all of his moves, every single one has been on point. Every single one of his moves has been on point. Whoever Kendrick's PR team, I'm not going to lie, the opposition is about to pay the utmost bag to get them off of his team and on their team. And who that may be, I'm going to let y'all figure out who that may be as far as trying to offer them a bag to come over or switch sides. So anyways, J. Cole's album Inevitable is out now on his website, like I just showed. Do I still have his website up? I don't know if I still have his website. Yeah, it's right here. So his website right here. All you have to do is just go to this website, www.inevitable.live, sign up through email, phone number, and then pay $10. So you already know this is a great marketing strategy, because all those numbers and emails will be used in his favor, which I'm not mad at, because, of course, if you're signing up with knowing that they're asking for email, phone number, and you give it to them, then they're probably going to use it for future promotions down the line to email you about future releases from J. Cole, because the direct-to-consumer model is frowned upon by UMG, by Warner, by Sony, because it cuts the big dogs out of the picture as far as the major machines. But honestly, as far as a consumer, we should want our great content creators and artists to be able to go direct to consumer, because that's just better for us. Overall, the major machines only care about making $1. If you go to direct to consumer, now you can pay them directly and they can give you content instead of having that buffer of the major label being like, oh, you can't give them this, that's too expensive, we got to lock this behind a movie theater or something like that, right? This type of content would have been used in a movie theater, and guess how much you pay at a movie theater versus $10 for a podcast series, right? So stuff like that, where going to direct to consumer from the artist standpoint, from the consumer and artist standpoint, is phenomenal. But for the person that tries to mediate that artist to consumer connection, as far as the major machine, they are going to do everything in their power to step on this podcast series, which is why you probably haven't heard of it spoken about often, right? Because people just may not know that this is out. So anyways, this features a lot of old music from J. Cole, a lot of just insightful thoughts about his rise to fame, and then overall just the themes of his struggles, his triumphs, his personal evolution. I mean, it's just all there in one podcast format, and all 10 episodes are now out. Like I said, $10 paywall minimum. You can always pay more if you want to. But with that being said, check out J. Cole's Inevitable podcast, because I'm not going to lie, it really gives you a great glimpse on why the world fell in love with J. Cole in the first place. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about J. Cole's podcast Inevitable? And if you haven't checked it out yet, will you be willing to give it a listen? It brings me great joy to get into my favorite awards show for the music industry. Simply for the fact that this podcast is titled Notorious Mass Effect, and of course, to watch this specific segment, type in Analytic Dreamz on video to see the video along with the audio. Essentially, going by the name of Analytic Dreamz, and coincidentally having the first category being top gospel, this is the epitome of analytic gospel, because Billboard, in all intents and purposes, for the superstars, mind you, is the greatest litmus scale we have as far as comparing these already uber successful, immensely successful artists against each other. Because how could we gauge who's bigger than as far as which superstar is bigger than the other superstar without the likes of a chart data or the likes of a Billboard? We need litmus scales like this to understand as the public who is really bringing in the Skrilla. I mean, the ultimate fettuccine, for people who are not cultured, I'm basically referring to money, as far as the entire music industry. And that's what we're talking about today as the Billboard Music Awards 2024 happen. And now I have the full list of winners as far as the music consumption measured from October 28th, 2023 to October 19th, 2024. Then also, of course, because it's Analytic Dreamz, I dived into hip hop, and I have my own list of the top performing hip hop rappers as far as albums, songs, and when most people don't even take a account, well, they don't even focus on, but it's very pivotal as far as a life expectancy of your career, touring. We're going to get into the overall tour sales. So there's going to be a lot that we get into, so definitely get your favorite snack as far as long form content, because the Billboard Music Awards basically covers the entire industry and gives the flowers to who objectively, analytically speaking, deserves it. So, just to be petty, it's no surprise to me that Kendrick Lamar is nowhere on this list, right? You just knew I had to do it. Let me pull full screen. I think y'all understand. Yeah, I knew I had to do it, right? I mean, if we're talking about a Drake fan, best believe me, when the numbers come around, that's when we poke our head out once more. Because ultimately, Drake's only W in 2024 versus Kendrick was the overall sales. That was it. As far as 2024 specifically, he still outsold Kendrick, even though Kendrick had the more 2024 popular songs. As far as the songs released in 2024, he had the more popular songs. So you probably are like, how does that correlate? It doesn't make sense. Drake, as far as discography, had more sales. So people were listening to Drake's overall discography more than Kendrick's overall discography. So no matter how well Not Like Us did, Drake still came out on top as far as the most streamed rapper. You know what that means? That tells me y'all lying. Somebody's out there lying, because I ain't gonna lie to you. everybody and the mom was screaming, certified lover boy, certified pedophile. If y'all really believe that, why are y'all streaming a so-called PDF? I need answers, right? So, as a Drake stan, it brings me great joy to basically tell you that Drake dominated in all the numbers. And objectively speaking, he's still the people's favorite, even though culturally they've crowned Kendrick. So anyways, that's basically it. You know what I mean? Just wanted to let y'all know that. So, getting into the overall genre, getting into the overall, music industry, we have to start with somebody who, humbly speaking, is even bigger than Drake. Like, it's not even close. As the biggest gangster in the industry, Mrs. Swift, took home 10 awards, including top artists. Now, we're going to go through the categories one by one in a second. But basically, I want to give you the overview just for people who have TikTok and YouTube brains, right? So with that being said, in the overview, TikTok won 10 awards, including top artists. Now, this was the most awards at one award show ever for an artist. So Taylor Swift broke the record for the amount of Billboard awards you can win in one award show, which should tell you Taylor Swift is bigger than all these artists, and that's not even close. Because objectively speaking, she's spanking everybody and the mom as far as consumption, as far as touring, everything considered. She's just the top artist, analytically speaking, to the point where Taylor Swift's album, The Tortured Poets Department, came out 1 week after Kendrick's album GNX came out, right? So Kendrick put out his surprise album GNX. He sold like 2-3 something, I forget. Actually, let me pull it up because then Kendrick fans gonna think I'm hating. I actually forgot the first week's sales. So as far as GNX, Kendrick sold 325,000 first week, right? Now, what did Taylor Swift do? Taylor was like, you know what? My album, The Tortured Poets Department, let me tell y'all when that came out. Y'all know when this album came out? The Tortured Poets Department by Taylor Swift came out April 19th, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 2.5 weeks left in December. And she just put out a vinyl version, right? Just like some type of anniversary edition. I don't even know what she called it. She always comes up with these random names, but it's the same type of music that she released earlier this year, right? But that doesn't matter to Swift fans, because guess what they did? Taylor, as far as the Tortured Poets Department, came back and basically did 400 and something thousand first week. Let's see. Taylor Swift sold over, goodness gracious, she sold over 650,000 total album units. Biggest sales week for any artist since the release of the Tortured Poets Department. I just want y'all to know, these type of numbers is why we don't even compare Taylor Swift to any other musician. Do y'all understand? Taylor Swift put out the Tortured Poets Department back in April. She put out a new vinyl edition and sold 650,000 in a week ending of December 5th. That is unequivocally Michael Jackson level of popularity. I'm not trying to be blasphemous, but she may even be bigger than Michael Jackson was in the year of 2024 and the year of 2023. We just have the media nowadays, so she's more overexposed than Michael Jackson would have been if the media exists back then. But nowadays, Taylor Swift is the modern version of Michael Jackson. And these type of stats is why artists who talk about first week sales don't matter is because of these type of numbers. They can't compare it to the other superstars. So they try to change the whole conversation into first week sales don't matter, right? And then when they end up selling a lot and they end up selling or outselling their peers, coincidentally, now they're putting all the numbers out on every single social media platform that they own, right? So it's very much a hot and cold type of topic for a lot of superstars because it's like the athlete effect. They never want to acknowledge the fall off until it's too late. So when I'm getting into these numbers, I should have said this earlier, but usually I always give the disclaimer, which I'm about to give right now, that just because you sell a lot does not mean that you make the highest quality in music. I don't ever want it to get misconstrued that I'm talking about quality when I'm talking about album sales, song sales, things of that nature. I'm literally just talking about the consumption from an analytical aspect. Quality is not correlating to sales. Sometimes it does, but it doesn't automatically mean something is phenomenal because it sells a lot. And it doesn't automatically mean something is trash because it doesn't sell a lot. The two do not correlate. Sometimes it correlates, most times it doesn't. So anyways, let's get into Taylor Swift some more, because I ain't gonna lie to you. Taylor Swift had the highest grossing tour of all time, literally billions of dollars in ticket sales, $2 billion in ticket sales. Insane. I'm just trying to tell y'all, it's different. Concert film grossed $261 million worldwide. She literally put out a movie about her concert and it still grossed $261 million. So y'all gonna say I'm doing tricks on it, but let me tell y'all something. This is not replicated by any other musician on earth right now. Taylor Swift is literally in a league of her own, and I just wanted to be objectively clear that it's not because I have a bias towards Taylor. Because why would I? Why would I, out of all people, have a bias towards Taylor? I'm just talking about the objective facts and how. Also, Taylor Swift put out a book about the tour, and it sold 814,000 copies in 2 days. Let me just tell you, we're just going to stop right there, because overall, the U.S. government came out back when the NFL thing was happening. Well, when the NFL was saying she was boosting, NFL ratings and things of that nature, well, forget them. We're talking about the entire United States, right? U.S. government came out and estimated that Taylor Swift boosted the economy by approximately $10 billion. Hold up. I don't think you understand. Hold on, give me 1 second. All right, one more time. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. The government came out. The United States government came out and said that Taylor Swift boosted the U.S. economy by approximately $10 billion. All right. So when I talk about Taylor Swift being the biggest gangster in the music industry, just know it's only from an objective standpoint. All right. So let's get into the rest of the billboards. So basically, all the awards went to Taylor Swift. She won about 10 of them. And then, of course, now holds 49 Billboard Music Awards, surpassing Drake's 42 awards to become the most decorated artist in show's history. So along with that, it was her 35th birthday, and that's it for Taylor Swift, because y'all gonna be like, there are other artists in the music industry. Like, yes, I do acknowledge there are other artists in the music industry, but I ain't gonna lie to you. Sometimes I can't tell. By the way the consumption goes, sometimes I can't tell. But something else I was wanting to get into was Zach Bryan. I think he won the second most awards with 5. Morgan Wallen had 4 awards despite his recent controversies, which, I'm glad they didn't label it, because, that's what I'm here for. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, Morgan Wallen said the N-word. If y'all ever wonder why he's never nominated at these Grammy type award shows, it's because he said the N-word and he is officially canceled because of that. As far as from the award show, obviously, us black people, he does a song with Lil Durk once or twice, and now he back in the club, right? He might as well just say the N-bomb next time he do a song with Lil Durk's locked up. Who's another street rapper? Next time he does a song with NBA Youngboy, he might as well just let it fly, because at this point, because he gave out the handouts of Broadway Girl, and there's a Broadway Girl song, and I forget the other song with Lil Durk, but basically, they just gave him the pass. So that's why in the community, he's still streamed and listened to, because overall, people must just not care like that. Like, obviously, Morgan Wallen could have said the harder you are, but if his song slapped hard enough, pun intended, people would just let it go. But obviously, the award shows aren't letting it go, except for the billboards, because once again, it's objective, so they have to go by the numbers. And by the numbers, Morgan Wallen definitely dominates on the charts consistently. So he won the third most with 4. And then Shabuzi, Drake, Bad Bunny, and Elevation Worship. I don't know who that is, but hey, they are on this website that we're about to go through, and they each won 3 awards. So just getting into the overview before we get into each and every category. But Chappelle Rowan, oh no, that's okay. So that's a spoiler. I'm gonna get to that in a second. What else? Oh, Beyonce. We have to talk about Queen Bee, right? I haven't even gotten to Queen Bee. It's been 15 minutes. Beyonce won her first country. Oh, I think it was her first country win as far as a category, right? Because this is her first country album, so that makes sense. But anyways, she won top country female artist. We just gonna leave that alone, because I enjoyed the album. I thought it was a top 5 album. I ain't gonna lie to you. One album. I don't know if you should get the top country female artist award, but hey, I'm open to being wrong because it's Beyonce. I'm open to being incorrect because it's Beyonce, right? So anyways, Beyonce won the top country female artist award. And she also led the entire field, even Taylor, with the amount of nominations. Isn't it funny how they'll nominate Beyonce for every single award, but when it comes down to actually winning it, seemingly she loses every single time? That is insane. Like, it's almost like they trying to set her up to fail. So anyways, Beyonce led the pack with 11 nominations and became the most nominated artist of the year, reaching a total of 99 Grammy nods. Beyonce may have 99 problems, but guess what? Getting a Grammy nomination is not one. But as far as getting a Grammy win, all right, my fault. All right, let's keep going. So basically, everybody was acknowledged in this as far as the top dogs, because objectively speaking, that's what this award show is for. So everybody who won and who I'm about to name is the top dogs in that genre, analytically speaking. Not quality, just talking about consumption and the amount of hype they could build up. Because, of course, the way that Drake crashed out, we already know that people use bots in the industry. But what I always say is, usually, bots are 30 to 40% at the most as far as somebody's fan base. For the most part, you have to have some sort of organic fan base for major labels to even push it with bots, right? So that's what I wanted to talk about, because I know a lot of people be like, well, the numbers are exaggerated, which they are to a certain point, which is why I always say if you're independent, I would consider signing to a major label, especially if you want certain sales numbers, because you're competing with a UMG, with a Sony, with a Warner. And let me just tell you, currently, in the week ending of December 12th, 2024, you want to know how much of the market share, the music market share, independent artists have? A whopping 1%. So when I'm telling y'all that if you're not with the music, if you're not with a major machine, they do everything in their power to basically diminish your light in the grand scheme of things, which is definitely messed up. I mean, it's definitely the rich preying on the less fortunate. But overall, they just want you to sign to the major machine. And it's very much it's a monopoly-like tactic to get all the pieces for themselves, right? Which is why Universal Music Group currently has 66% of the entire music market share. And then you have Sony, who has 20% of the music market share. You have Warner with 13%, and of course, once again, with independents having a whopping 1%, which technically 1% as far as the entire music market share is a lot, but obviously not compared to the other 99% that's owned by the major machines. And that number is the lowest I've ever, well, I don't even know if you can go any lower than 1. Like, what are we going to see next? 0.001? Like, I've never seen it at 1. So this is a little out of the norm. Usually it's around 4 to 7. I've never seen 1 before. So that's very interesting. I wonder if it's because the industry's shutting down. I don't know what in the world could, I've never seen the number at 1 ever. So that is a little, that's a little outlier. Usually it's between 4 and 5 or 4 and 7. But, you know, my point still stands. Like, independent artists need a major machine to get onto these charts, right? So, why'd I say that? I basically said that because the major machine do help out artists when it comes to getting your, whatever your art is, out there to the public, whether they sign you up for interviews, magazines, playlisting. There's a lot of things they do behind the scenes that will give you the one up on other artists that may not be signed. Because if an A&R looking at one artist versus the other artist, if the two artists, okay, so if one artist has a major label and the other artist is independent, that other artist with the major label, their team, their entire team is probably going to hit up that A&R and be like, hey, if you do this for our artists, we could do this for you, we could do that for you. Meanwhile, the independent artist just like, hey, my music's good. Can you please give it a consideration for your playlist, right? There's a lot of behind the scenes tactics that go on with these type of promotion playlists, right? So anyways, with that being said, let's get into, let me see, was there anything else? I was want to get into the overview. Oh, okay, yeah. So the show aired on Fox, Fire TV channels, and Paramount. So as far as where you could have watched this, it was either on Fox, Fire TV channels, or Paramount Plus. And the host was Michelle, but I don't know how to say that. I'm just gonna say Michelle. Michelle hosted it, right? What else? I think that's basically it. Okay, so now we can get into the overall website, because this is the main thing I was wanting to get into. So let's get into the website right now. So basically, as far as this website, it has all the winners on here. And I do want to let y'all know that we're going to be going through every single one. And basically, I'm going to give my opinion if it is valid, as far as if I know enough about the category, right? So the first category being the gospel song, CeCe Winans, I think she won, as far as That's My King. And mind you, throughout this entire list, these are the top dogs in their category. This is objective numbers, no type of voting from subjective perspective. This is all analytical, all consumption based, and who put up the best numbers in these categories. So the following names I'm about to say is literally had the biggest notorious mass effect on the entire industry for these specific genres. So anyways, top gospel song was CeCe Winans, titled That's My King. So That's My King by CeCe Winans won top gospel song. Top Christian song went to Praise by Elevation Worship, featuring Brandon Lake, Chandler Moore. I know that who I think it is. Hold up now. Y'all see the name. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video with along with the audio, but I'm not gonna lie to you, that can't be the same one I'm thinking about. There's no way a gospel song has this man on it. Like, no disrespect, because obviously I think he's the most I think he is the most talented human to ever like grace the planet. But okay, it is a different Chris Brown. Oh man, I got my heart almost jumped out of my chest. What type of Grammy artist or group would ever have Chris Brown on a track? Like I understand. Did I not change his back? My fault. I guess I accidentally hit the button. But anyways, what type of gospel artist or group will ever have Chris Brown on a track? Obviously, he could, make a clean version or whatever, but he was literally, convicted of a couple things, you know what I mean? And people aren't perfect, But as far as your overall image as a gospel musician or a group, I ain't gonna lie, I would have changed my name, my brother. Like, they gonna see Chris Brown, they gonna be like, what is gospel or Christian about that? But obviously not, because it's a top Christian song. So shout out to Elevation Worship, Brandon Lake, Chris Brown, and Chandler Moore for the track Praise. Then we go into top dance / electronic song, one by Houdini by Dua Lipa. So Dua Lipa won top dance / electronic song for her track Houdini. Top Afrobeat song. Now, interestingly enough, Burna Boy is nowhere to be found on this list. I don't know if this man fell off. I don't know if this man put out music. Actually, let me see if he put out music. I know he wasn't on the charts. I believe this entire year he was not on the charts. Speaking about the charts, this is random left field, but it just popped up on my timeline. Craven the Hunter performed worse than Madam Web at the opening box office. Talk about monumental analytical accomplishments, right? Literally the lowest performing Sony movie ever of all time. Anyways, I just had to throw that in there because I was like, wow, that threw me all the way off. All right. So basically, Burna Boy and him not being on this Afrobeats list basically lets me know that either he fell off or he's not putting out music anymore. And I am going with, because I have to look at his discography. Okay, so he has a track in 2024 titled Higher. Okay, he has another track that he's featured on. I'm not going to count that one. And then he has a 3-pack he put out. I'm not going to talk about that one. He has a track with Usher. Okay. That probably gave him some visibility, right? I actually liked his track. He was on the track with 21 Savage and Metro Boomin. I like the way he came on for the chorus. So, yeah, he was active. But technically, he basically took a break. I'm not going to lie to you. He basically took a break. It wasn't too many offerings from Burna Boy that seemed like it was leading to anything. The only thing that I think was like the most, as far as the most purposeful attempt at a project was probably the 3-pack EP titled Tested, Approved, and Trusted. So I'm not going to say Burna Boy fell off. I just think he took a step back, which, there's definitely, even my favorite artist, I've been hinting at him, possibly, hopefully taking a break at some point. But, hopefully he's not going to take a break. So anyways, Burna Boy basically took a break, and that's why we don't see him on this list, as he didn't put out too much to even end up on this. But anyways, top Afrobeat song went to Tyler for her track Water. Now, I'm waiting for the Kai Cenat remix, but at the end of the day, they friends though. So I don't think that'll happen. So anyways, top global K-pop song was won by Jungkook with his track Standing Next to You. I've covered Jungkook extensively, especially last year, to the point where I went viral for one of my takes on K-pop. I wonder if I could find it on here. I should be able to find it because it's okay, let me see. All right. Once I figure out how to use social media, being a content creator, I'll pull it up. So anyways, let's go to replies. I think that'll be the easiest way to find it because it was a while ago. But I do remember them shouting me out, and it was very much a very humbling and just surprising experience because of how much they was enjoying the content, right? So it was a K-pop account, and they was talking about one of my takes on Jungkook, saying that I spilled, and they kept saying that like over and over. It was a bunch of different people, commenting on my take on Jungkook, basically just putting up some of the biggest numbers that I've seen from a K-pop musician, to the point where I called him like the Michael Jordan of 2023, because literally everybody was putting out a track with him. Lotto, Jack Harlow, as you can see right here on this list, Jack Harlow. Everybody and their mom was trying to get a feature with Jungkook. Okay, so this is what we're going to do, because I definitely can't find it. We're gonna go to my personal page. It should be on here. Personal page. Here we go. And then this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna send it to myself. Share post, send it. You ever just send stuff to your other accounts? That's how you know you be on the social media too much. Let me see. Okay. I just sent it to myself. Let's switch back. Because, obviously, as you can tell by the video, I don't hide who I am, but definitely, you're not just going to be openly putting out my public account. But if you find it, you find it. But, All right. Let's see. All right, here we go. So as far as the K-pop community, I'm not going to lie to you. They really helped out a lot. And this is one of the instances where they helped out. As you can see on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, right here, basically, they were commenting on my take of Jungkook. Culture vulture-esque, but I'm going to allow it because obviously it's working. I mean, first you had Lotto, then you had Jack Harlow, now you have Central C and the Kid Leroy, but this is all based off the fact that Jungkook is basically putting up numbers that I don't even know if Big Hit Entertainment, which is the major label that they're under, I don't even know if they projected this as, man, that man's spitting, ain't he? All the way back in October 19, 2023. But anyways, so basically you can see the comments right here. Actually, this is my response to him, and these are my comments that they had. But these are his comments as far as his specific platform. And then he literally put the link. There was like, if you want to listen to the whole thing, here's the link right here. I was like, that is just insane type of support. And it's funny how the first time I ever received this level of support was from a whole different genre. So interesting if you really get into it. But anyways, that's why I started to just cover the entire music field, because I feel like in general, you cover different genres, they'll appreciate because they see the work that you put in to give these type of takes and reviews and things of that nature. Because obviously, I mean, y'all could tell by now, I do a lot of research into this stuff as far as bringing up certain analytics and things of that nature. So when everybody is in the comment section talking about, oh, he spilled, Jungkook is pulling noses, like they was just saying phrases that I knew. I was like, oh, that's some overseas type stuff. Like I don't even understand what type of lingo they got going on right here. Everybody kept saying spilled and things like that. I was like, okay, well, it's fire. Like, everybody was like super proud of Jungkook. It was just a very heartwarming moment that let me know that, maybe I'm doing some, putting out some solid content, as far as people enjoying the music industry, because it seemed like his fan base really liked it, and they still like support to this day, which is probably why we're growing month after month as far as the weekly downloads. So, yeah, definitely shout out to the K-pop community. But yeah, so top global song or top global K-pop song went to Jungkook, Standing Next to You. Top Latin song went to Floyd Manor and Chris MJ, titled Gator Only. Now, all of these tracks, well, not all of them. Okay, but I did cover this track. The Latin community is another community that's been showing a lot of love, to the point where I look at my demographic and just the overall countries, and Mexico is closing in fast on United States, which should be impossible. Like, as far as the way that I talk, I know that as far as my diction, I think that's what you say, and the way that I pronounce certain things, it could be hard to understand whenever I'm having trouble with certain words or just the way I pronounce things. So if you're from another country, maybe it's even harder, but it seems like they enjoy it, right? So I don't know. I really feel like Mexico is closing in on being not number one, but it's definitely closing the gap on the United States as far as like the country that listens to me the most. So that's very interesting. So shout out to the Latin community as well. So the top Latin song goes to Floyd Manor and Chris MJ, Gator Only. And of course, Notorious, Mass Effect. If you type in Floyd Manor or Chris MJ, Analytic Dreamz, it should pop up. So anyways, top hard rock song. Do they have a top soft rock song? All right, my fault. So top hard rock song is All My Life by Falling in Reverse featuring Jelly Roll. Falling in Reverse is a very fire title. And they actually have another track on here as far as top hard rock song, which Falling in Reverse, Tech 9, and Alex Terrible with the what? This track is titled Ronald. If you know, you know. That's just hilarious. This track is titled Ronald. So anyways, Linkin Park, The Emptiness Machine is also on here. I haven't been going through the nominations because I just want to say the names that's the biggest in the categories to get it through to the consumer, what's impacting the masses the most analytically. So anyways, Linkin Park, as far as The Emptiness Machine, is beyond interesting because I think this could have won. I'm not saying it should have won because analytically speaking, obviously, if All My Life by Falling in Reverse and Jelly Roll won, then it was supposed to win, right? But I do believe that Linkin Park's The Emptiness Machine was on top of the charts for a while, and I didn't really see All My Life by Falling in Reverse featuring Jelly Roll. I've seen Jelly Roll a bunch of times on the charts, but I haven't seen All My Life. So maybe just overall it stayed at a certain number consistently in Linkin Park's Emptiness Machine. Maybe it dropped off faster or whatever. But yeah, this one ended up winning top hard rock song. Top rock song went to I Remember Everything by Zach Bryan featuring Casey Musgraves. Now also, Zach Bryan is on here twice with Pink Skies. I've covered Zach Bryan extensively. If you just type in Zach Bryan Analytic Dreamz, my covers of Zach Bryan will pop up. But basically, I Remember Everything is the top song of 2024. And I'm just going to leave it like that because obviously y'all know what I just recently covered about Zach Bryan. And the way that it was brought to my attention, she put me on. Over here, like, whole time I'm thinking I'm covering Zach Bryan extensively because, you know, he putting out things that's impacting the masses, right? And this man got a whole diss track put out against him on some Kendrick type beat. And it was brought to my attention. And I was like, wow, this is actually a pretty interesting story. So I dived into it. And the overall beef between Zach Bryan and I forget the girl's name. Brianna Chicken Fry LaPaglia. LaPaglia is funny. Anyways, they had a whole beef. They had a whole relationship, and that was like a extensive beef that, like, I guess he paid money to try to get her to, like, not say anything. It was like $12 million for an NDA, right? And then the whole time I'm sitting here like, dang, what did she do? What did he do to her to offer or to have to offer $20 million for her to stay quiet? You know what I'm saying? But anyways, that segment went insane. So, you know, shout out to the plug for putting me on the interesting stories, because when I put that segment out, I mean, it blew up instantly. So, yeah, shout out to that. Anyways, top country song, Shabuzi's A Bar Song. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you, this not even close. This wasn't even close to being a contest. Now, if you go to the Country Music Awards, let me tell you something. The racism jumped off of the screen when they was talking about Shabuzi, right? Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna play it. Shabuzi Country Award. Let's just, cause I know it's gonna pull up the clip, right? Cause they just can't help themselves. They always got to say something towards our community just to belittle us, because, you know, we're trying to get and try and diversify our portfolio. So because of that, the Country Music Awards basically went crazy and gave somebody a win. And it wasn't even him. The more I watch it, it's so egregious because it wasn't even him. It was his manager that basically said it was, let me just play it here. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here we go.
It takes
here we go. All right, so basically, producer, I want to say his name because I want people to understand who's racist out here on earth. Producer Trent Wilmon went on stage and said, I gotta tell you, this is for the cowboy who's been kicking Shabuzi for a lot of years after Cody Johnson won Album of the Year. So I'm not gonna lie to you, if it was Cody Johnson to say this, I think it would have been a bigger story. But because his manager said this, I think people let it slide because maybe Cody Johnson fired him right after the fact for bringing bad press. Because if your producer's saying these type of things, I mean, one could assume that you have those same sentiments, but it's not fair, right? So if your producers. Let me just play it.
An army of people to make a great record, but I gotta tell you, this is for this cowboy who's been kicking Shabuzi for a lot of years, y'all. Cody Thompson.
You hear the crowd, they're like kicking Shabuzi. That's what I'm saying. The type of racism that jumps out at these events. Being a black man in a country award show, and you say that knowing what they are going to interpret as, is very unfortunate. So I'm glad when Shabuzi came back with, a very poignant response. He's basically saying that he was grateful to be there. Even if he didn't win, he's still grateful that he impacted somebody's life with his track. Win or lose, he's blessed. Well, same thing. And then he said, "Ain't nobody kicking me." And then he had a picture of himself, basically chilling, enjoying the lifestyle of what a popular song, one of the most popular songs of all time, would do for your life, right? So he really handled that well. So anyways, back to why this is my favorite award show. Objectively speaking, hold on, can I see my hand? Hold on. No. It's hard to understand with the camera. Like, you never know. But anyways, sorry for me being old. Top country song went to A Bar Song by Shabuzi. And you know what's so funny? I don't even want to rag on Cody Johnson, because maybe it was his producer that was just blatantly out of line, and maybe he said it to him. So, but I just want to mention he's not on this category at all. But that's it. You know what I'm saying? Nothing too crazy. A Bar Song by Shabuzi won top country song. And let me tell you, it was well deserved. Look up Grammy Analytic Dreamz 2024, and my coverage of that Grammy nominations, or that just the entire Grammy category. A lot of people seem to love it, because I was letting people know, if Shabuzi does not win a Grammy for one of the most successful tracks of all time, let me tell y'all something. Okay, let me find it. A Bar Song by Shabuzi is the longest number one hit of this year, right? It's spent 8 weeks at number one on the Billboard Hot 100. This was September 4th, so it's way longer. I'm trying to find the actual record breaking, because it's like a stat out there with the Billboard. Let me just go straight to Billboard. So A Bar Song by Shabuzi, as far as the Billboard and its inception, because the Billboards was created in the 1940s, 1950s. Basically, it's the longest reigning number one in Billboard history. 19 weeks at the top. So when I said 8 weeks earlier, that was from September. Up to date, it spent 19 weeks at number one, basically becoming the longest solo number one hit in Billboard Hot 100 history, which is why when I go over country in the Grammys categories, I say that if Shabuzi doesn't win at least one award in the country category, we may have to pull a Kanye as a congregation. We can't have this type of stuff going on, right? Like, there's no other artist that could ever build up the resume that Shabuzi had as far as a bar song, because it's literally the most decorated song ever in Billboard Hot 100 history. Let me say it again. The longest running solo number one hit in Hot 100 history. All right. I think y'all get the point, right? All right. So analytically speaking, of course, A Bar Song was going to win top country song, and it ended up winning. So then we have a top rap song. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. Kendrick Lamar seems to have hip hop in a chokehold, and especially for the marketing tactics that he implemented in 2024. As far as Not Like Us and it being a pedophile anthem towards my favorite rapper, I have to put that to the side, because analytically speaking, it also blew every other hip hop track out of the water, which was the most surprising feat in the entire battle. You would be lying to yourself if you said that Kendrick and Drake battling it out would mean that Kendrick would come with the harder hits as far as a global aspect. Everybody knows that Drake appeals to more people than Kendrick, which is why he's literally number one as far as a rap artist consumed in 2024, right? So when they get in a rap battle, you would think those numbers would just go up from his respective fan base fighting for him, right? Totally wrong. It went in the worst route, the worst way possible for Drake. Not only did Kendrick outperform him on a lyrical aspect, which we could assume that was going to happen, but the analytical side of things, him having a hit after hit after hit, even more than Drake in the year of 2024, that was unheard of. The only time ever Kendrick outsold Drake as far as from a music consumption in an entire year or just a body of work was Damn back in 2017 when Drake put out More Life. 2017 was the last time Kendrick ever put up bigger numbers as far as a hip hop album than Drake. Fast forward to 2024, I promise you, if Drake puts out an album, it's not even going to get close to what GNX did as far as the 300 and something first week. I totally lost the number again. But it's not even going to get close to the 350,000 first week. Well, 325,000 first week, right? So basically what I want to say is Kendrick in 2024 has made a resurgence to his form like he did in Damn. Kendrick is technically at his peak as far as an analytical perspective, because I don't think in the next 2 years he will ever be able to reach the heights that he is at now. So the moves that he makes from this year on, 2024, 2025, and 2026 is going to be the hottest we've ever seen Kendrick Lamar in the music industry. Reminiscent of 2016 Drake when he put out Views. That's the type of anticipation that Kendrick has right now as far as hype. So that being said, Not Like Us, the Ultimate Pedophile Anthem by Kendrick Lamar, won top rap song. Top R&B song. I'm not gonna lie to you, this hurt me to the core. All these R&B acts making true to R&B music, making love / heartbreak / life obstacle type music, and this emphatically cements my statement that just because you sell a lot does not mean you make high quality. But just because you don't sell doesn't mean it's below average as far as quality. Basically, the two don't correlate. When it comes to this R&B winner, as far as the top R&B song, this should be the epitome of what I'm talking about. Tommy Richmond, $1 Million Baby, is literally like if Ice JJ Fish, he's literally like Ice JJ Fish's baby, because the way that he sounds on the track, whoever his producer is, I'm gonna give you the game plan, my brother. Pair yourself with an actually talented artist to put out music, because the way that you're saving Tommy Richmond's career with this one track, $1 Million Baby, I'm just saying he ain't helping you out. That's all I'm saying. So honestly, at this point in time, you can already tell that I do not care for Tommy Richmond, but his overall, okay, this is apparent a lot in the hip hop community. They accept people from outside the culture, and then when they get popping and start to act or start to present tendencies that they already had as far as being outside of the culture gets upset when the culture made that person outside of the culture popping in the first place. You make somebody from outside of the culture popping solely off of our cultural equity, and now when they get to the heights of heights, they either end up making an album like F1 Trillion, or they do what Tommy Richmond did on every single interview, basically saying, you know what, y'all should stop referring to me as a rapper. I'm much more than that. Somebody needs to tell Tommy Richmond and sit him down and let him know that the black community are the ones who blew up this track, to the point where it's even in the top R&B category when it should literally be in like pop or electronic or some other genre. But because we accepted it, obviously it wasn't going to be in rap. He wasn't doing anything lyrically to put it in rap. But as far as R&B, what is it doing in this category? It's only because he's so accepted in the hip hop community to now he doesn't even want to be considered a rapper. So people you champion from outside of the culture, you can't get upset if they start presenting those tendencies from already established tendencies from being outside of the culture, because they're going to say things that you think is blasphemous, but guess what? Y'all the ones who champion them. So anyways, I'm not mad at Tommy Richmond. My $1 Million Baby won top R&B song, and it won over SZA Saturn, Tyler's Water, Mooney Long's Made For Me, four bad song. I don't really care for him. So yeah, Tommy Richmond's $1 Million Baby. It's not it. Especially not in the R&B category. Like, do y'all not know that Bryson Tiller has a whole album out right now that I think is one of the best albums of the year? And to not even have a nominee or a nomination of R&B, because obviously this is objective, right? This is just all analytical. So I'm not even mad at the award show. The award show is telling me what y'all like. This is what y'all like. This is what the masses like. This is the ultimate consumption built up by y'all. These award shows are letting basically the public and the world knows what y'all prefer as far as the year of 2024 in a genre. Like, if you got planet Earth to vote on one track that you listen to the most, this would be the ultimate depiction of that. This showcased what the world preferred as the top track in every single category. So anyways, $1 Million Baby by Tommy Richmond won top R&B song. The next category is top Billboard Global, excluding the United States. So as far as this specific category, Beautiful Things by Benson Boone ended up winning this category. Now, when it says excluding the US, I'm surprised not to see any K-pop musicians or just overall Afrobeat songs on this track. As far as Tyler's track Water, I'm surprised not to see that on this list. But it's very interesting because, of course, when you think you are excluding US, a lot of US musicians are still on this category, which just showcases how broad music consumption is currently, basically because of the evolution of technology. A lot more people are introduced to a lot of different flavors when it comes to music and genres that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to even listen to, because of course, whether it was the radio or just your television, whenever they played in front of the screen, that was the only thing that you was introduced or found once upon a time. But now with the evolution of technology, you can get into any genre in depth and really enjoy what it is as far as its culture, right? So as far as the US artists being all over the top Billboard Global, even though it excludes US streams and units, it's still a significant accomplishment and just talks about and basically just showcase how far music has came as far as over time. So anyways, Beautiful Things by Benson Boone won top Billboard Global, excluding the US song. Now, of course, with that being said, the top Billboard Global 200 song is the same thing. So Beautiful by Benson Boone still won, because now you're including US. He's already a US musician. And so now you combine both sales. He already won excluding US. So now including the units that he's from, of course, he's going to win it again. So top Billboard Global 200 song, it was Beautiful Things by Benson Boone, which is a significant accomplishment. Basically says that everybody in the world played your track the most as far as consensus and overall statistics is speaking. Speaking of overall statistics, you impacted the masses the most in the year of 2024 with this track, Beautiful Things by Benson Boone, which is very interesting because I thought it would have been a bar song by Shabuzi, but maybe it's more of a US hit than globally, right? Which still would put it on number one on the charts. Because if you don't know how the charts work, basically overseas artists need a certain number of US artists to even chart on those charts. So it's really catered towards US musicians, just in case you wonder how the two correlate, as far as a bar song being the most successful track of all time as far as the amount of number ones, compared to Beautiful Things by Benson Boone being the top Billboard Global 200 song. It's a very different comparison. So anyways, next category is top collaboration. Now, this track was so fire that even the Grammys couldn't hate on it, because this was actually Morgan Wallen's only nomination at the Grammys. And the reason for this is for the simple fact that Post Malone helped get this man a nomination at the Grammys, because of course everybody loves Post Malone, right? So the only way Morgan Wallen could ever even get acknowledged is if he's attached to a musician like Post Malone, with all the great public perception in the world. And with that being said, it's also, objectively speaking, the top song when it comes to two or more musicians. So as far as the top collaboration, I Had Some Help by Post Malone and Morgan Wallen ended up winning. Not gonna lie to you, I did believe that Taylor Swift featuring Post Malone Fortnite would have won this award, but you know, it's objective. So this is literally telling you what the world played the most as far as these specific categories. So when it comes to top collaborative song, I Had Some Help by Post Malone and Morgan Wallen was at the top. Then of course we have the top selling song, and then no surprise, as a bar song by Shaboozey is number one. So as far as the most units sold, as far as the most revenue generated for one particular track, a bar song by Shaboozey is number one. And I would say it's by far not even close. Like I keep saying, the most successful Billboard number one ever. Spent 19 consecutive weeks, well, non-consecutive weeks at number one for the longest reign in charts history. So with this, it also makes it one of the longest running country songs of all time. Because of course, you know, if it's already the number one song, it's the number one in the specific genre as far as country. So no surprise to see a bar song by Shaboozey becoming the top selling song of 2024. The top radio song of 2024, we have Lose Control by Teddy Swims. Now I do remember covering Teddy Swims. Yeah, I covered Teddy Swims at least 3 times, which if you don't know, currently he has a track out with Quavo and Luke Bryan titled Georgia Ways. And this track was actually debuted at the Georgia versus Georgia Tech college football game. So as far as just getting a machine push and ultimately having a whole conglomerate such as the NCAA behind it, Georgia Ways, I believe, is going to be another pivotal track, especially going into 2025, as you already know that Georgia is going to be playing this all the way up into the championship, if they end up getting there, because of course they just beat Texas in the SEC championship game. But as far as playing a team, what would this be, the third time they play Texas? Maybe the second. But anyways, beating a team multiple times is very hard, especially if you're playing Texas, which is considered, in my opinion, I think they're the best team. But I think they ended up just losing out, which is a whole nother discussion. You know, I'm not trying to transform into Stephen A., but let's just say Georgia may have got lucky with that match with Texas. I do believe Texas will come out on top next time. So, but that's besides the point. Georgia Ways is the latest track by Teddy Swims, but it seems like he's already had multiple hits, as Lose Control is by far the top radio song. So as far as radio play and the things that comes with radio play, and behind the scenes tactics and politics, let's just say Teddy Swims' team did a phenomenal job at having his song played on the radio. Now, of course, I can't be a hypocrite. My favorite rapper did crash out and basically expose the whole industry by highlighting how some of these things come about as far as radio play. But I'm not going to go there because I don't want to get sued, right? Let's leave that to Drake with all the resources in the world to execute this lawsuit, right? But as far as radio play and getting his song on the radio consistently, Lose Control by Teddy Swims was the top radio song. Now we have top streaming song. So as far as the top streaming song, I Remember Everything by Zach Bryan featuring Casey Musgraves won this, objectively speaking, right? Because like I keep reiterating, it's analytics that's considered. It's not really subjective. So as far as the top streaming song, this is very interesting. I would have thought Drake would be on this list, but in 2024, what I've come to realize, even though Drake is number one overall as far as streaming and rap and top 5 in artists overall, 2024 specific tracks did not do as well. No Face, no Circadian Rhythm, the track with Sexy Red, You My Everything, the track with that one came out. The one with SZA and Sexy Red, I think that came out last year. But anyways, besides the point. 2024 specific releases from Drake did not perform as well on the charts. So I'm not surprised to not see any of his tracks on the charts. But it does let you know that even if you have a bad year, your discography, if it's classic enough, will carry you through. And definitely did for Drake, as his tracks are usually in the top streaming category, but it's nowhere to be found. So I Remember Everything by Zach Bryan featuring Casey Musgraves is the top streaming song of 2024. Hot 100 song is Lose Control by Teddy Swims. This is an interesting one because I'm not gonna lie to you. I've covered the charts from the beginning of time to now. And as far as 2024, A Bar Song by Shabuzi is literally at number 1 or number 3 for the entire year. So I do not know how, analytically speaking, Lose Control ended up winning on Hot 100 songs. The only way I could even guess as to how it ended up winning is maybe the radio plays, because if you remember, Lose Control by Teddy Swims was the top most played song on the radio, so maybe that has something to do with it. But I still would believe that A Bar Song should have been the winner of this because it literally broke the record. Like, A Bar Song, once again, spent 19 non-consecutive weeks on Billboard Hot 100, literally tying Lil Nas X, Old Town Road for the longest reign in charts history. So when it comes to top 100 song or top Hot 100 song, with it losing out to Lose Control by Teddy Swims, only way I could see that happening is if the radio play was as substantial as the streams, which it seems to be the case because, of course, once again, this is objectively speaking. So obviously the radio has something to play with it, as it would play in this equation, as Lose Control by Teddy Swims was the top most played song on radio, and then here it is again as the top Hot 100 song. The top gospel album of 2024 went to Maverick City Music, Chandler Moore and Naomi Rain for the album The Maverick Way, Complete Volume 2. So shout out to them for having the top gospel album. I don't really have too much to add to it. Maybe I have to add or ask Kanye for what he believes should have won in the top gospel album, because you know he's a gospel connoisseur now, so we already know that he's the one to go to, right? So anyways, shout out to Maverick City Music as far as Chandler Moore and Naomi Rain. Top Christian album went to Elevation Worship with the album Can You Imagine? So not gonna lie to you, I don't know the difference between gospel and Christian. I don't know the difference. Call me ignorant. Hold up, let me just type it in, because I do believe there's a distinct difference. But where's the difference between I could see you winning top Christian album and not winning top gospel, because I feel like gospel's so much of a broad spectrum that you will also win top Christian album, wouldn't you? So if you win top gospel album, which the Maverick City Music did, but then you lose out to Elevation Worship as far as the top Christian album, I wonder what's the difference. So actually, we're going to figure that out right now. So as far as the difference between Christian and gospel album, like maybe the gospel album is just covering more of a... Okay, so gospel traditionally refers to music that has roots in African American spirituals, hymns, and blues. But Christian is various genres within the Christian music spectrum. Oh, okay, so I stand corrected. It's actually the opposite. Christian is more of a broader spectrum than gospel. Gospel is more specific because it typically focuses on spiritual messages, worship, and praise. While Christian is centered around Christian faith, but the overall theme can be broad. Okay, so seems like Christian is more broad, which makes sense on why Maverick City could win top gospel album, but not top Christian album. But they were on this list as far as top Christian album. They just lost out to Elevation Worship's album, Can You Imagine? So that is the definition and the difference between Christian album and gospel album. So anyways, top dance / electronic album went to Brat by Charli XCX. Definitely remember covering Charli. Yeah, I covered Charli a plethora of times, especially with her track Sympathy is a Knife remix with Ariana. And then, of course, the Talk track that she had. Because if you don't know, Charli XCX was putting up monumental numbers throughout the year of 2024. So I'm not surprised to see top dance / electronic album go to her. Then we have top K-pop album. Now, of course, going back to my love for the K-pop community, one of the first communities to ever shout me out in a way that really boosted the podcast exponentially, especially the way that they put the link at the end of the post and it went viral in their community. So shout out to them for always supporting the podcast. It's nice to have that type of crossover effect and people still resonating with the message. So that's always, I'm telling you, always appreciated, especially as a content creator who, you know, tries his hardest to give y'all value for the time you spend on this platform, right? So top K-pop album went to Golden by Jungkook. I believe Golden came out last year. So to still get this award means that people are still playing this album, because I remember covering Jungkook and this album came out last year, November 3rd, 2023. So to still get plays to this day for your album Golden, to the point where it's still the most streamed K-pop album in the world, significant accomplishment, and just goes back to why I gave him such high praise on that post that they shouted me out on. So anyways, top Latin album. This went to Bad Bunny for his album. I ain't gonna lie, I can't pronounce that. We're just gonna let AI do it right quick.
Nadi Sabe Lo QVA Apazamanen.
All right, y'all got that? I'm not repeating it because obviously I would have butchered it entirely. But that album by Bad Bunny ended up being the most listened to Latin album in the world. Surprised not to see my boy Peso Pluma on here with his album, but you know, that's okay, because of course we have Fuerza Regida, Junior H, Grupo Frontera, Karol G, and of course I've covered all of them on my platform. Just type in either of those names, Analytic Dreamz, and it should pop up on whatever podcast platform you listen on. I do believe that this should have went to Peso Pluma. And I say should. I mean, I assumed it was going to go. Obviously, this is objective, so I was wrong. Bad Bunny is once again just the Latin version of Drake. Like, he just runs the number he runs up the numbers in the Latin community, and it's really not a comparison as far as overall. And we see it once again as he won top Latin album. Top hard rock album went to Take Me Back to Eden by Sleep Token. So shout out to Sleep Token for winning top hard rock album. Top rock album went to Stick Season by Noah Kahan. Now, the reason I put emphasis on Stick Season, because that is a hard title for an album. I ain't gonna lie to you, Little Baby, Big X the Plug, somebody was hoping to run across this name before he did, because this is a phenomenal hip hop title if I've ever seen one. But Noah Kahan, who's a rock artist, beat you to it. So technically you can still do it, but we know who did it first. All I'm saying is shout out to Noah Kahan for titling his album Stick Season, which is probably a whole different meaning than what I'm referring to. But actually, let's see. Stick Season. Title. Noah Kahan. Like, what does Stick Season? What does it actually mean from Noah Kahan? Because obviously Stick Season in the hip hop community, you know, we think you're talking about switches. You know what I mean? How many Glocks can you extend? You know what I'm saying? No Diddy. So anyways, Stick Season by Noah Kahan refers to a specific time in the year in New England. Man, talk about different cultures, right? Particularly Vermont, where Kahan grew up. So stick season describes the period between fall and winter, after the leaves have fallen off the trees, but before the snow has arrived. Hence the name stick season. Okay, that's fire. I prefer the hip hop one just because I'm ignorant, but I do like how stick season also means something else in different cultures. That's why it's so important for you to learn all the different perspectives in life. Obviously, you know, if it's over, like, you try to get it a little bit at a time. You don't want to just learn every single culture at the same time because it's a little difficult. But as far as just learning different walks of life and just why they do and the reason for what they do, the reason for why they do the things they do is very pivotal in understanding way more perspective, so you get an overall fundamental understanding of life. So anyways, Stick Season by Noah Kahan won top rock album. Top country album, I know Chicken Fry, what was her name? La Paglia. I know she hates this one. As the top country album in 2024 went to Zach Bryan, self-titled album by Zach Bryan, which is, you know, objectively speaking. So I don't know if the beef hurt or helped him because he's still the most streamed country artist in the world. So he won Zach Bryan won top country album. And then we come to my favorite genre, hip hop. Now, who is number one in hip hop? You know, everybody calling this man a pedophile. Everybody's saying certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Everybody's saying don't hit him, he got kids with him. As far as on GNX, if you know, you know. People talking about Cell Block 1. People talking about hide your kids. This man got all the slander in the world. And somehow, everybody in the same breath was saying that Drake was a PDF. But here it is, objectively speaking, analytically speaking, because we know Grammy's not going to do it. The BET Award is not going to do it because, you know, that's subjective. Objectively speaking, people still streamed who they deemed a certified pedophile the most. What a quinky dink. That is insane. Who would have thunk that the whole world would come together to call this man a PDF, and the whole time they streaming him the most? Because objectively speaking, the top rap album went to Drake, For All the Dogs. We're not talking about most streams in his discography. This is an actual specific award for his album, For All the Dogs. I must be living on Earth too, because I thought we all hated Drake. So how, well, not we, because, you know, I'm a Drake stan, but, you know, I'm just talking about y'all specifically. I thought y'all hated Drake. So when I see him go number one as far as top rap album, For All the Dogs, I'm thinking to myself, I thought y'all thought he was a certified PDF. Why y'all still listening to his music? Anyways, so I'm going to go into the other nominees because this is hip hop. The other nominees was 21 Savage, American Dream, Future and Metro Boomin, We Don't Trust You, Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday 2, which I still am strong in my stance of that being the best album as far as hip hop in 2023. I think the emotional depth on her album, the very introspective bars, also having club anthems like FTCU and Everybody featuring Lil Uzi. Overall, she had the best album of last year. And I think personally, Barbs don't kill me, but I do believe this is Nicki Minaj's best album of all time. So with that being said, it's nice to see that she made this list. Because if you don't know, Pink Friday 2 actually didn't come out in 2024. It came out last year. More specifically, Pink Friday 2 came out 2023, right? December 8th, 2023. So basically came out a year ago and still is one of the most streamed and listened to albums of 2024. So, and also Rod Wave's Nostalgia also made this list. So the most played rap albums on planet Earth in the year of 2024 was Rod Wave Nostalgia, Nicki Minaj Pink Friday 2, Future and Metro Boomin We Don't Trust You, 21 Savage's American Dream, and then of course the GOAT of all GOATs that everybody and the mom seemed to hate, but somehow For All the Dogs by Drake ended up being the most listened to rap album of 2024. I wonder how that happens. Anyways, top R&B album back to back. Some of my favorite artists back to back. You love to see it. Pause. No Diddy. Top R&B album in 2024 was Chris Brown 11:11. See, this is why I talked about Tommy Richmond the way I did. You have people like Chris Brown, you have people like Bryson Tiller putting out these fire fuego R&B albums, yet Tommy Richmond won top R&B song, which basically means the R&B community is supporting. Let me not bring race into it. The R&B community is supporting $1 Million Baby by Tommy Richmond way more than they're supporting a Chris Brown or Bryson Tiller as far as their specific tracks, because everybody knows, as far as Calypso by Bryson Tiller, as far as, Persuasion, one of my favorite tracks of this year is Bryson Tiller and what was her name? Let me just go to his album. So Calypso. So Bryson Tiller's self-titled album, Bryson Tiller, is one of my favorite albums of this year, right? And Calypso, and then Persuasion by Bryson Tiller and Victoria Monet is what I think is one of the best songs, period, of 2024. The way they lyrically played off of each other, as far as the verbiage used in the double, triple entendres to talk about the interactions between significant others, right, is very hard to do. The way that they executed it is a lot harder than what people make it seem. What they did on Persuasion from a lyrical standpoint deserves to be on, like, I don't know, the more prestigious writing Academy Awards, but it's up there as one of the greatest written songs of all time, in my opinion, as far as the way they played off words, also describing intimate moments, intimate relationships, and they really put it in a way that I think lyrically is some of the best written material that I've heard on a track. Just specifically writing, the way that they was playing off words in that track alone is some of the best work I've ever seen. All right. The other R&B tracks that was played the most in 2024 was Tyla and her self-titled album, Tyla. Bryson Tiller, his self-titled album, Bryson Tiller. Brent Faiyaz's album, Larger Than Life. I know Joe Budden is not happy about that one, right? This man running up the numbers whole time. Joe Budden still hating, talking about this man can't sing, which I think he can't sing either. I mean, if you use so much effects, I'm just gonna have to not put you in that category of a natural singer. Like, you can't use all them effects and be an R&B singer. But that's just my old head take, 24 going on 80. Anyways, Party Next Door's album, Party Next Door 4, I'm glad to see him on this list because, a lot of people sleep on Party Next Door when he's literally one of the alleged ghostwriters for our GOAT. Well, my GOAT, as far as Drake. So all Drake R&B tracks, 9 times out of 10, there's probably a heavy hand feature from Party Next Door that Drake just took as a reference track and made it his own, right? So Party Next Door definitely deserves a lot more credit when it comes to his overall contribution, not only to Drake and what he puts out, but also to the music industry as a whole, because he writes for a lot of other people as well. But at the end of the day, Chris Brown's the most talented human I've ever seen on planet Earth. I'm not going to go deep into it because y'all going to say I'm doing tricks on it. No Diddy. So we're just going to talk about Chris Brown. He's the most talented human I've ever seen on planet Earth. And he ended up having the most listened to R&B album of 2024 with 11:11. Top soundtrack went to Trolls Band Together. I haven't seen this movie. I'm pretty sure it's fire. Interested to not see Wicked on here because Wicked is going crazy in the movie theaters. You know how they say like the movie theaters is the numbers are down for like, it's like a historic down year for the movies, which, you know, I feel like SAG-AFTRA and the actors strike had a lot to do with that. But at the end of the day, this is what the numbers are and it's down. So I think it's simply for the fact that people don't want to spend so much money to go watch movies when they could just watch it at the comfortability of their home, right? So they wait for it to come to these streaming sites that they already pay all this money to have all these different subscriptions. So they're just going to wait till it comes to that. Why pay 2 times when you're already paying for a streaming service that you already know this movie is probably going to come to? So that's my little, you know, beyond the trailer Grace Randolph impression. If you haven't checked her out, she's phenomenal on YouTube. Grace Randolph is one of the best at breaking down the movie industry and TV and just film industry. She's amazing. All right. So anyways, yeah, surprised not to see Wicked on here, but it's probably because it came so later in the year. And like I said, the whole eligibility period was from October. I had it on here. Definitely lost it. The eligibility period, if I could find it. Did I not have it on here? I'm pretty sure I had it on here. Definitely lost it. Oh, here it is. Okay, the eligibility period was from October 28th, 2023 to October 19th, 2024. When did Wicked come out? I think it came out after that. Wicked movie release date. Wicked came out November 22nd, 2024. So it's after the eligibility period. So that's probably why it's not on here. Even if it was on here, it would have had enough time to track, which is why the eligibility period exists to give it more of a fair shot. So it would definitely be on the next year's top soundtrack list as far as Billboard, because that movie and soundtrack is going insane right now, numbers wise. Okay, so Trolls Band Together ended up winning top soundtrack as far as the most played soundtrack in the world of 2024. Top Billboard 200 album. Now, I don't know why it's so far down the list. Maybe we're getting into... Okay, I guess we're getting into the overall chart toppers, right? This is the cream of the crop. 1% of the 1%, like Bernie Sanders said, right? Top Billboard album of 2024. So on planet Earth, this is the album that generated the most engagement in the year span of 2024. And of course, it went to the biggest gangster in the industry, as the Tortured Poets Department ended up having the most listened to album in the year of 2024. Taylor Swift also had another album in the top 5 as far as the most listened to albums, which was 1989, Taylor's version. Talk about just being a dominant force in the music industry. Having 2 albums as far as the overall, all albums considered, and on planet Earth, everything that was released in 2024 as far as major machines pushing all that, the top 5 most listened to albums in the world, Taylor Swift has 2 of them. I mean, it's just really no comparison to her. Anyways, Noah Kahan with Stick Season also had one of the most played albums in the world. Zach Bryan's self-titled album, Zach Bryan, also was one of the more played tracks in the world. And of course, can't forget the GOAT, as Drake's For All the Dogs made the list of most streamed albums of 2024. Definitely not surprising. So this list right here, I ain't gonna lie, this is probably the most acquired, most sought after award. Because if you get this, it literally means in the year of 2024, majority of people on planet Earth decided to listen to your project rather than anything else the most. Insane accomplishment. So shout out to all these people who made top Billboard 200 as far as shout out to these people who were included in this list of the top 5 most played albums in the world. So yeah, let me go over that list one more time. So top 5 most played albums in the world, like on planet Earth overall in the year of 2024. At number 5, I don't even know if this is in order. But anyways, number 1 obviously was the Tortured Poets Department by Taylor Swift, right? And then the other 4 was Zach Bryan's self-titled album, Zach Bryan. Noah Kahan's album Stick Season, Drake's album For All the Dogs, and then Taylor Swift's 1989 Taylor's version. Insane accomplishment, and shout out to those artists. Top gospel album, oh no, my fault. Top gospel artist went to CeCe Winans. Shout out to her for being the most played gospel artist on planet Earth for the year of 2024. Also, the other four were Kirk Franklin, Maverick City Music, Chandler Moore, and Naomi Rain, as far as the top 5 most consumed gospel artists in the world. And of course, CeCe Winans is the most played gospel artist. Top Christian artist went to Elevation Worship. Shout out to the other nominees, well, not nominees, the other people who is the most played Christian artist, as far as Lauren Dangle, Forrest Frank, Brandon Lake, and Annie Wilson. Shout out to those also being included in the top most played Christian artists in the world, but Elevation Worship is the top Christian artist for the year of 2024. Top dance/electronic artist went to Charlie XCX. Shout out for Beyonce being on this list. Don't know why she's on here, but hey, who am I to hate, right? I think the dance album came from the album previously from Cowboy Carter. I forget what it was called. I think it was called Renaissance. I think that's what it was titled. But I believe that was why she's on this category, because people are probably wondering, how did she end up on this list? I think this is counting her Renaissance album. So shout out to her being on this list. I don't know too much about this category, so all right, so the rest of the top dance/electronic artists were the Chainsmokers, Dua Lipa, and Calvin Harris. But Charlie XCX was the top dance/electronic artist for the year of 2024. The top Afrobeats artist, Burna Boy is on here. I was about to say now, if he was on this list, I would have been super surprised. Top Afrobeats artist, as far as for the year of 2024, we have Burna Boy, Tim's, Rima, Asaki, I think that's how you say it. And of course, the top Afrobeat artist is Tyler. Top K-pop touring artist, which is an interesting category. But on this list, there's 3 instead of 5, which is interesting. But, nonetheless, maybe it's a new category. At number 3, we have Tomorrow X Together. Number 2, we have N-Hyphen. And of course, number 1, 17, as far as the top K-pop touring artists. Then we have the top global K-pop artists. Tomorrow X Together, Jungkook, Jimin, N-Hyphen, and of course the most streamed, the most played artist as far as top global K-pop artists was the Stray Kids. Very interesting to see Jimin and Jungkook on here, because I believe both of those artists are from BTS, if I'm not mistaken. So if you don't know, BTS have been doing mandatory Korean military duties, so that's why they've been executing more of solo strategies when it comes to music, and they at some point they'll come back together. Actually, let's just look at it, because I actually think BTS is coming back together soon. So they're doing mandatory military service currently, right? BTS is expected to come back together as a group next year, June 2025. So expect a blitz of BTS just marketing strategies. Cause I ain't gonna lie to you, when they come back together, and I'm talking about especially just after Jungkook went insane. Jungkook went so insane as a solo act. I'll be surprised if Big Hit Entertainment doesn't continue to have him put out solo projects along with putting out projects under the group. He went insane. So anyways, shout out to those two for being on the list of the most played global K-pop artists. But of course, the most played global K-pop artist was Stray Kids. Top Latin touring artist. Now this one's surprising. Karol G, Bad Bunny, but the winner as far as the overall top Latin touring artist was Luis Miguel. That is very surprising to me. I would have thought it would have been Bad Bunny. I thought it would have been Peso Pluma. I did not think it would be Luis Miguel. I'm not hating. I'm just letting you know, I haven't heard of this man. And basically, I feel like I've covered the Latin charts pretty closely throughout 2023 and 2024. Yeah, I don't see Luis anywhere on my list. I mean, I've talked about Luis R. Conriquez, but I've never even covered this artist. So I'm out of the loop. I guess I'm out of the loop when it comes to Latin touring artists, because usually I'm on top of that. But Bad Bunny, I thought Bad Bunny had one of the most successful tours of all time. So it's surprising to see him on this list get beaten by Luis Miguel. But of course, this is objectively speaking. So obviously, I was just out of the loop. I did not know he was the top Latin touring artist. So with that being said, top Latin duo / group. We have Grupo Frontera, Esteban Armando. I think that's how you say it. And then, of course, an artist I covered a plethora of times, Fuerza Regida. As that group is it does not surprise me that they ended up being the most played duo in the Latin community. Yeah, I've covered them a bunch. I've covered them with Oscar Maydon. I've covered their track Nail. To Name is what really did it for them. I believe I said that right. To Name is probably a pronunciation issue for me. So I apologize for that. But I remember covering that and it went insane. Like I said, different genres really enjoy when they hear something that's diving deep into their culture, and it seems like you took your time and put a lot of effort into understanding it, and especially breaking it down for the general public to understand other cultures, right? So that's why I cover the Latin community a lot, and it doesn't surprise me to see Fuerza Regida winning top Latin duo / group. Then we have top Latin female artists. Now this one didn't surprise me at all. We have Kali Uchis, we have Shakira, and then of course the most streamed Latin female artist in the world, of course, went to Karol G. And I'm going to let y'all know, it was not even close. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Karol G has numbers that is leaps and bounds ahead of her competition. No disrespect to them. I'm just letting them know how much of a dominant force Karol G is in the Latin community. Almost as strong of a hold as far as the top spot in the Latin community as Bad Bunny. Almost as strong as that. But yeah, as far as top Latin female artists, definitely not surprised that it went to Karol G. Top Latin male artists, we have Peso Pluma, my favorite artist in the Latin field. So I'm a little biased, but I do prefer his music over others in the Latin community, just because I don't know why, but sonically, I just vibe with it a lot more than any other Latin musician. So Peso Pluma is my favorite Latin musician. But of course, for this category, he's on here. Junior H is on here. And no surprise here, as the top Latin male artist is Bad Bunny. And I know I said Peso Pluma is my favorite, but I still have to shoot it straight, as Bad Bunny's numbers are also leaps and bounds above his competition. He's actually the Latin version of Drake, the way that he consistently dominates the charts year after year after year after. All right, you get the point. So Bad Bunny is the top Latin male artist for the year of 2024. Continuing with the Drake of the Latin community, Bad Bunny also won top Latin artist. So as far as male and female, the top Latin musicians for the year of 2024 was Peso Pluma, Karol G, Junior H, Fuerza Regida, and of course, the winner as far as the most consumed Latin musician for the year of 2024 was Bad Bunny. So as far as covering the Latin community, I think as far as every single one of these Latin musicians I have covered, besides Luis Miguel, as far as him having the better stats in the year of 2024, specifically for touring, I think that's what threw me off the most as far as my year-long coverage of the Latin music field. Because Luis Miguel, haven't seen his name come across at all, but as you can see, analytically, he's putting up the biggest numbers when it comes to overall tour and the revenue just generated from that. So, but besides him, all of these other Latin musicians I've covered extensively. So I'm pretty proud to say that, because I do try to do my due diligence as far as breaking down the music industry for the masses, right? So with that being said, of course, Bad Bunny overall was the top consumed Latin musician for the year of 2024. Going into rock, top rock touring artist went to Coldplay, and the others were the Rolling Stones, Bruce Springsteen, and the E Street Band. So shout out to them for being on top as far as when it comes to touring as a rock musician. But of course, Coldplay ended up being the top rock touring artist for the year of 2024. Getting into top hard rock artists, which I don't know the difference, but of course that's just my ignorance, which is why I'm just saying who's at the top. I'm not really giving my tidbits because I don't know too much about this specific genre. So actually, I covered Linkin Park. Funny enough, just when I thought I was out of the loop, I actually covered Linkin Park many times. I covered them when they put out The Emptiness Machine, and because of the response from the fan base and them engaging and really enjoying the content that I gave with Linkin Park, I followed that up with covering Heavy as the Crown, and then I also followed their coverage up with From Zero. So I actually enjoyed covering Linkin Park, even though I don't know too much about hard rock. I listened to a couple songs as far as off of their album, and I enjoyed it to a certain extent. Also, you know, as far as for me, I'm pretty transparent. I'm not gonna play rock 24/7, but as far as Linkin Park and the songs that was blowing up, and me just giving their album a listen, listening to other different tracks, it really garnered my attention more than the most popular tracks. But I mean, that just goes to show you that as far as that specific fan base for that genre, they are on top, especially for the year of 2024. So if you look up Linkin Park Analytic Dreamz, I cover them extensively throughout the year of 2024. So pretty proud about that. So Bad Omens and Hardy was also amongst the top hard rock artists, but of course Linkin Park was the overall top hard rock artist. And then when we come to top rock duo / group, of course Linkin Park was the top dog once again, with the others being Good Neighbors and the Red Clay Strays. Now, of course, I don't know too much about Good Neighbors and the Red Clay Strays, so I'm just going to continue. Top rock artists. Now, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Brianna is punching the air as we speak. Zach Bryan winning multiple awards for being the top musician in his specific genre does not sit well with Chicken Fry LaPaglia. So as far as Zach Bryan being the top rock artist, statistically speaking, he was the most consumed artist of 2024. And at the end of the day, you have to wonder, did that diss track hurt or help him get to this status? But that's a discussion for another day. The others, as far as top rock musicians, is also a bunch of artists I've covered throughout this year. Hozier, I remember covering him. I don't know how many times I covered him this year. I covered him about twice this year. Once in April, again in December 6th to be specific. As far as his Unreal Unearth Unending? What in the world? How you say that? Unending. I don't know what that means, but hey, it means something, right? Because obviously people was gravitating towards it. But anyways, obviously you already know my coverage with Jelly Roll. I'm not saying he's the white version of Rod Wave, because his music seems to have more of a purpose. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Rod Wave, but as far as the overall mental health aspect of Jelly Roll, I really appreciated how it wasn't just something that he was promoting to be cool or to give audio enjoyment to the sad boys in the world. He literally had certain movements where literally he has foundations to give back to like mental health and things of that nature, as when Beautifully Broken dropped, and of course it included his hit single I Am Not Okay. It basically talked about his personal journey and his ongoing commitment to social causes, and he actually did a lot as far as philanthropic things, as far as helping out people who are in need mentally, right? There's certain ways you have to phrase it, because, you know, if you say certain things or certain words, you get flagged, right? So let me just put it like that. As far as mental health issues and people really struggling with that, I really appreciate how Jelly Roll actually took it to the philanthropic level instead of just talking about it. It's so easy just to make songs off of depression and sadness and gain millions of dollars off of it. But the actual movement that he started as far as helping out people in need when it comes to mental health and things of that nature, while also telling his story, just seems like it's coming from a very authentic place. And that needs to be highlighted more often from musicians, especially if they're walking the talk and not just putting out music to generate and capitalize off of your pain, right? So anyways, Noah Kahan also was one of the top rock artists, and then of course, once again, Linkin Park. But as far as the top rock artists, unfortunately to Brianna, Zach Bryan was the most streamed artist of 2024 when it comes to rock. Oh, and who do we have once again? You would have thought that country touring would have went to Beyonce. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't even know if Beyonce went on tour in 2023. I thought she did. Maybe it was maybe she did go on tour in 2023. But as far as 2024, that's what this is for. So, I don't know. Hold up. Beyonce. Tour in 2024. Because I'm not sure if she did. Cause I'm definitely aware of the Renaissance tour. And as far as 2024, okay, so she wasn't on tour. She was basically on tour last year for Renaissance. Okay, well, anyways, that makes sense then. The top country touring artist was, of course, once again, Zach Bryan, as the follow-ups were Kenny Chesney and Luke Combs, which I've covered Luke Combs a bunch of times on the podcast, and that doesn't surprise me that he's one of the top country touring artists. But as far as number one, it objectively goes to Zach Bryan. Top country duo / group. Now we have the Red Clay Strays. Now, this is definitely an upset because I would have thought it would have went to Linkin Park, but I guess not, because of course country is different from rock, right? So it makes sense. But as far as a duo and a group, I don't know why I was just thinking Linkin Park would be up here, but not all genres are the same, right? Obviously, there's a huge discrepancy between country and rock. So with that being said, the Red Clays ended up objectively being the most streamed, the most bought and sought after as far as the top country duo / group for the year of 2024. And the follow-ups for that was Zac Brown Band and Treaty Oak Revival. Now, getting into the top dog categories when it comes to country. The top country female artist, of course, went to the one and only Beyonce. If a superstar like Beyonce ever switches up the genre and it's her first time ever experimenting in that genre, best believe it's probably going to outstream everybody else who already have bodies of work in that specific genre, because people are listening for the simple fact that it's her first time, it's Beyonce. We know there's going to be some level of effort put into it, and boy, was it. As Cowboy Carter to this day, feel like Deontay Wilder, because to this day, Cowboy Carter is one of my favorite albums of 2024. So no surprise here, as she was the most streamed country female artist of 2024, followed by Megan Maroney and Lainey Wilson. Getting into the top country male artist. Now, once again, Morgan Wallen topping the country charts. when it comes to objectively speaking, Morgan Wallen puts up some of the biggest numbers we've seen from a musician in the past 2 to 3 years. As far as the top 5 musicians streamed for 2024 and for 2023, I would have to say, I haven't even looked at the list yet, but I would have to say the top 5 musicians in the year of 2024, just as far as the past 2 to 3 years, the biggest musicians as far as the top 5 will obviously be Taylor, number 1 by far. And then, you couple spaces down. And then for number 2, I would probably say Drake. Number 3, I would say Bad Bunny. Number 4, I would say Morgan Wallen. And then number 5 would probably be another pop or country artist. But that would be my list. Obviously, I'm open to being wrong, and we're going to probably find out soon as we're towards the top of the list. But anyways, top country male artist obviously went to Morgan Wallen, followed up by Zach Bryan and Luke Combs. Now, top country artists. Top country artists also went to Morgan Wallen. Also went to Morgan Wallen, followed by Zach Bryan, Luke Combs, Post Malone. I know that F1 Trillion album was for something. You know what I mean? He's not getting any other awards, but hey, at least he gets some type of recognition as far as objectively impacting the masses with his country album. As F1 Trillion, as far as a commercial standpoint, was definitely a gold mine, as he had every country artist and their mama on that album. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't think you could fit any more features on a project than what Post Malone did with F1 Trillion. I mean, I listened to the album and I was thinking to myself, where is your music? My brother, I thought this was your album. This man was the DJ Khaled for the country genre. I ain't gonna lie to you. But anyways, bless Post Malone's heart for, at least attempting, right? So Chris Stapleton rounds off the list as far as top country artists. And then, of course, the number 1 was Morgan Wallen for the top country artist for the year of 2024. Now, top rap touring artists. I have a huge problem with this one. Not gonna lie to you, I did some research myself because, ladies and gentlemen, y'all gonna think I'm hating, but unequivocally, Drake is the top touring rap musician in the world. And if you don't believe me, I usually don't show the data that I use, but now I have to showcase because I don't want y'all thinking I'm being a Drake stan. So of course, if you haven't already, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But look at this right here. Obviously, this is October 12th, 2024, but Drake didn't stop touring, and he already had this insurmountable lead and irrecoverable. Is irrecoverable a word? I don't know. We just gonna act like I ain't say that, right? A lead that's not able to be recovered as $320 million in the year of October. You telling me Travis Scott caught up in 2 months? October, November, December? Like, come on now. So obviously Drake had the top touring album of 2024. And I know this is objectively speaking, so that's why I pulled up the numbers in the first place. Because I want people to know I'm not hating. I'm just letting y'all know that I don't know why Drake's not even on this list, let alone number 1. Because as the numbers show from touring data, which is very reputable, literally the worldwide concert account as far as keeping track of ticket sales and live entertainment info, right? So that's where I got it from. So as far as the top rap touring artists, why is Billboard saying one thing and the official touring data is saying something else? So that being said, I don't want y'all to think I'm being a Drake stan. I'm just pointing out the obvious. So objectively speaking, I would say this entire list is wrong. Suicide Boys, are they even a rap artist? I'm not even trying to be funny. I literally dive into rap, and I don't know Suicide Boys for being a rap artist. Like, maybe I'm tripping. But Drake, Travis Scott is number 2 though, and Kendrick Lamar should be the top 3. So isn't it funny how objective lists you can still have some type of leeway as far as getting it wrong? It's so insane. But anyways, it's still my favorite award show, so I'm not going to go too hard on it. I still prefer these award shows over subjective and people getting in a room and voting for their favorites, right? I like this because it's objectively looking at the analytics and the overall universal litmus scale for consumption in the music industry. So we can see the superstars compared to each other and who's actually the big dog amongst all of the dogs in the music industry. Because all of these artists are successful. If you're on this list, if you even was thought of to be put on this list, you're immensely uber successful in your craft, right? So we're just comparing superstars to themselves, so they should be all right. Drake is, objectively speaking, the top rap touring artist. I don't know why he's not on here. Travis Scott is number 2. Kendrick Lamar is number 3. We're just going to disregard this whole list because let me pull it up one more time. Chart data, that literally is the worldwide account for, actually, let me click it so you can see it right here. So go to this right here. Box reports, worldwide concert grosses, ticket sales, and live entertainment info. So they basically cover it, and that's what people follow for these type of data numbers. It's the same thing as chart data, just for tours. So I don't know why this list is just completely wrong. So anyways, top, and to make even more of a cemented point, right? Because I think I've already made my point. I think y'all get the point. But to cement my point even more, this chart came out in October 12th, 2024. Y'all want to know the eligibility once again for the Billboard 2024 awards? It was October 28th, 2023 to October 19th, 2024. You telling me in 7 days this man caught up? That's what I'm saying. So objectively speaking, I would have to say Billboard is incorrect with this list. So anyways, top rap female artists went to Doja Cat, Glorilla, and Nicki Minaj. Not gonna lie to you, even with this list, I had a problem with. But of course, objectively speaking, I looked at the numbers and I stand corrected. I saw that Agora, it's hard for me to say this, Agora Hills and Paint the Town Red was in the top 5 as far as the most streamed rap songs of 2024. So I stood corrected with that one. And that's why I was like, okay, well, Doja Cat does deserve to be the top female artist, because I thought it was Glorilla. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought Glorilla and Sexy Red was running the town with the music that they put out. But as far as when I looked at the actual charts, Doja Cat was creeping in there with her 2 tracks, Paint the Town Red and Agora Hills. So with that being said, you know, she definitely deserved the number 1 spot, objectively speaking. And Glorilla was number 2, unsurprisingly. A lot of people counted her out last year. Still don't. I don't forget that. Like, if you go to Glorilla Analytic Dreamz, the coverage that I've had of Glorilla, I'm not gonna say her PR team like owes me anything, because I don't want to sound entitled. But all I gotta say is I've been called out the Glorilla hate train all the way back in September 20th, 2023, when I put out this segment titled "Sexy Red versus Glorilla," right? And essentially, I want to see if I can pull this up. Sexy Red versus Glorilla. And essentially, I literally broke down how Joe Budden and a lot of people was trying to say that female rap was washed up. Glorilla is flop, or she's flopping, is over for her. And nobody wants to put money behind a female artist anymore, right? And then you see artists like Glorilla and Sexy Red putting up some of the biggest numbers for 2024. As far as up and coming artists, obviously the cemented artists like Drake, Travis, they stream the most. But let me see. I think, yeah, here we go. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up right quick. Should I just take a screenshot? Let me just take a screenshot. I don't want y'all seeing my entire playlist. You know what I'm saying? Let me just. All right, here we go. Okay, so you can see the screenshot right here. All right. So as you can see there, September 20th, 2023, I've been called out the hate train. Everybody was trying to replace Glorilla with Sexy Red. I was telling everybody, Glorilla's making fire music. Her label just wasn't behind her, because they literally had Sexy Red on the because what was Sexy Red under? No, not Sexy Red. Glorilla. Glorilla was under I forget his name. Yo Gotti, I believe. I think he was under Yo Gotti, right? And then the album came out under Yo Gotti as far as CMG. That's what it's called. CMG / Interscope, which is owned by Yo Gotti, I believe. So the CMG album. So if you go to CMG, the label, and you go to the latest album back in 2023 when this whole hate train was going on, guess who they had at guess who they had on one of the premier tracks of the album, titled Big Dog? Moneybagg Yo and Sexy Red. Why in the world would you promote Sexy Red when you know everybody is saying that Glorilla fell off and Sexy Red is her replacement? Why, as a label, would you have her on this album? It's literally titled Big Dog off of the album Gangsta Art 2, right? And as far as having her on here, I just think it just does a huge disservice to somebody on your label that you're trying to promote, and you're over here promoting the competition on her label's album. As you can see right here, Big Dog, Moneybagg Yo, Sexy Red, CMG the label. This album came out September 29th, 2023. So essentially, I was pretty much letting y'all know what was happening right in front of your eyes. And Glorilla, you know, kudos to her. She fought her way out of it and basically showcased that with a little determination, not to be cliche because she definitely put in the work, with a little determination and persistence, she broke through with all type of hits for 2024. I mean, I can't even count the amount of hits that Glorilla had as far as 2024, because she really, as far as an up-and-coming artist, really ran the game. As far as TGIF, as far as the track with Megan Thee Stallion, Wannabe, obviously her beef with Kai Cenat Academics helped in her favor, which is very surprising because you already see with Lil Baby what happens when sometimes you beef with a hip-hop media head. People just turn on you, especially if the public perception is that you already fell off. So she's fought public backlash saying she fell off. She's fought academics. She's fought Kai Cenat as far as beef, right? And she still came back with hits like TGIF, Wannabe, and of course the track with Tyler the Creator, Sticky. And then of course, full circle moment, Sexy Red and Glorilla actually have the first collaboration of this year titled What You Know About Me. I mean, it just all comes first full circle. So anyway, shout out to Glorilla. I'm really glad to see her have a resurgence, you know, basically looking at all the backlash. I'm glad she overcame that. And then Nicki Minaj, of course, being just the queen that she is, just one of the greatest rappers to ever live, dead or alive. So her being on this list is definitely no surprise, as she also had the 4th highest rap tour with Pink Friday 2. So with that being said, of course she'll be on this list as far as the top rap female artist as well. Very monumental accomplishment for all of these artists, and just showcase how female rap is going nowhere. You know, and despite what Joe Budden says when he was out of touch with his take as far as female rap not being invested into like it used to be, all the up and coming hot rappers in the game, majority of them are female. Glorilla, Sexy Red, Doechii. I mean, the list speaks for itself. So anyways, let's keep going. Who is that top rap male artist? Now, y'all know. Hold on, let me put this on full screen. Now, y'all know I'm finna show out, because I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This man right... Hold on, y'all see the finger? Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. See video along with the audio. This man right here that I'm covering, I'm about to uncover in a second. Let me tell you that top rap male artist you would have thunk after Pedophile Anthem, after Fake Therapeutic Flows, after teaming up with the top rappers in the game to take him out. You would have thought that type of diabolical, just ultimate persistence and just going at that Canadian, you would have thought it would have helped you reach that #1 spot as far as the top consumed rap male musician. Wouldn't you? Like, ultimately, your whole year was based off of a rap battle, which we definitely thank you for. Thank you for that. It was definitely one of the greatest rap battles of all time. But as far as basing your whole premise off of going at a Canadian to the point where all your tracks was boosted and everybody recognized that your top tracks was literally Drake disses as far as Not Like Us and Euphoria. And still, Drake came out on top as the top rap male artist for 2024. What does this make it, like the 11th in a row? I saw a stat last year that it was like 10 in a row as far as him being the most listened to rapper in the world. Somebody lying. Somebody lying. Because if this is the 11th time after y'all was screaming certified pedophile, wop, 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 dot mess him up, hide your kids, why y'all playing his music? That's all I gotta know. I just want to know. Why y'all playing his music if y'all think this man is going to sell Block 1? Ultimately, it just leaves me befuddled. I'm just flabbergasted. Somebody lying. That's all I gotta say. So next time somebody says they hate Drake, just point at this and be like, obviously you don't. Because objectively speaking, analytically speaking, somebody is lying. There's no one person accounting for all these streams. There's multiple people building all of these streams up to get to the top rap male artist. Everybody championing Kendrick, but people are listening to Drake the most. How does that even happen? So anyways, Drake, aka the GOAT, aka the mascot of hip hop, ends up number one once again for the 11th time as the most consumed rap male musician in the game for the year of 2024. Of course, the follow-ups is Kendrick Lamar and Travis Scott. Now, who do we have again? Now, you already heard my spiel, so I'm not going to get into it again because y'all going to say I'm doing tricks on it, even though y'all was calling my favorite rapper a pedophile. I'm not going to feel good about that, but it's okay. Top rap artists, as far as male and female, also went to the GOAT, a.k.a. the mascot of hip-hop, a.k.a. Drizzy, a.k.a. The Boy, a.k.a. October's very own. All right, y'all get the point, right? Also known as the top consumed rap musician for the year of 2024. Followed by, of course, Future Hendrix, that needs to have respect put on his name because I believe that he set the record for the first time ever having a mixtape, right? Having a mixtape. No, not having a mixtape. There's something else. Future Travis Scott, Future Metro. I think it was this one. So basically, Future set the record for the most number ones in a 3-month time span. Because of course he had the 2 albums with Metro, the We Don't Trust You and We Don't Trust You Still or something like that. I forget. We Still Don't Trust You, right? All type of Drake disses, right? It's just funny. You diss that Canadian and your music just blows up. Why in the world is that even a correlation? Why is that a correlation? Why do you diss Drake and then have the most streams of your career? I don't understand. Anyways, so Future put up monumental numbers with his mixtape, of course, mixtape Pluto, with his We Don't Trust You, We Still Don't Trust You albums with Metro Boomin, to the point where he broke the record for the amount of number one albums in the span of like 3 months. So he really went crazy as far as 2024. So shout out to Future, which is why I literally had a whole episode titled Do We Need a Big 3 in Hip Hop? Let me just see where this is at. Big 3. Okay. October 14th, 2024, I put out episode 142, basically titled, Is There a New Big 3 in Hip Hop? And the reason why I titled it that is because of the record that Future broke as far as having the most number one albums in the span of like 3 to 6 months, right? So anyways, but all of that, and where did it bring them? Where did it bring the consumers? All back to Drake, almost like he's the Thanos of the hip hop industry. So for the 11th time in a row, the GOAT of hip hop, aka Drake, is the top rap musician, followed by Future, Kendrick Lamar, Metro Boomin, and Travis Scott, which let's really talk about Metro Boomin. Not too much on him because I actually enjoy Metro's music. As far as the past 2 to 3 years, as far as quality and quantity being considered, Metro Boomin has given us some of the best hip hop material in the past 2 to 3 years, and I don't understand why this man is not more respected, right? Reason why I say he's not respected is because, of course, the greatest award show of music history, as far as the Grammys, acknowledged and nominated DJ Mustard for Best Producer. I'm not mad at it. He did produce Not Like Us. But then you realize that they left Metro Boomin off the list that literally gave us We Don't Trust You and We Still Don't Trust You, that actually started the greatest rap battle of all time. And I would take it one further. The beat of Like That, I'm going to say, is better than the beat for Not Like Us. Head to head, Like That is a much better beat. So anyways, with that being said, not to talk about, not even to mention, right, the albums that he gave us before, because he gave us Heroes and Villains. He gave us Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse soundtrack, phenomenal, right? 2 Future soundtracks, and he still is disrespecting hip-hop. It's almost like the consumers want to tell him the same thing that Drake said. It's just shut up and make some drums. We ain't giving you no recognition. There's no recognition for all this high quality body of work that you've cultivated over the past 2 to 3 years. Very disrespectful to Metro, in my opinion. So I'm glad to see that once again, my favorite award show, objectively speaking, analytically speaking, I'm glad to see him recognized as the top rap artist. At least he gets some type of recognition of being one of the best contributors to hip hop in the past 2 to 3 years. Maybe, if not the best, besides Drake, of course. So anyways, top R&B touring artists. We have Bruno Mars, Chris Brown, and Usher. And of course, Bruno Mars was the top R&B touring artist for the year of 2024. I don't have too much to add on this other than the fact that these are immensely talented individuals, probably the most talented artists that I've seen in one category in this entire list. And that's probably the highest compliment I could give, because Bruno Mars, Chris Brown, Usher stay giving us classics time and time again that lets us know that they are not going anywhere anytime soon. To the point where Bruno Mars had a #1 hit out of nowhere with the track with Lady Gaga, Die With A Smile. And of course, the APT track, which the reason why I say that is because I don't know how to pronounce it. So the APT track with Rosie from Blackpink also went all the way up on the charts. I don't know if it reached #1, but as far as top 5, it was definitely in that, I believe. And another smash hit from Bruno Mars, just out of nowhere, just late 2024, August and October, came out of nowhere with 2 smash hits, right? So this man is just phenomenal. As far as Chris Brown, obviously y'all know his album 1111. Usher, I mean, I think he just headlined the Super Bowl, so that's an accomplishment in itself. So immensely talented list right here, but of course the top R&B touring artist went to Bruno Mars. The top R&B female artist, no surprise here, it's not even close. SZA won by a landslide. She's probably the Taylor Swift of the R&B category, as she actively lets people know that she's the big dog in the R&B space. As far as numbers, as far as analytics, even though Tommy Richmond did win the top R&B track for $1 Million Baby, which to this day, I don't know how in the world Billboard told them that was a R&B. Well, who told Billboard that $1 Million Baby was an R&B track? That man sound like Ice JJ Fish with a fire beat. So anyways, SZA ended up winning top R&B female artist. Mooney Long, followed up by Mooney Long and Tyler. Shout out to Mooney Long and Tyler, though. I don't want them to feel like I'm disrespecting them. I just want them to know that, objectively speaking, SZA is leaps and bounds ahead of all of them. But like I always say, just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the highest quality of music. Just because you sell less than everybody does not mean you make the worst music. The quality versus quantity does not correlate. Sometimes it does, but does not exactly mean that just because you sell a lot, you make high quality. Just because you don't sell anything that is the worst thing ever. The two don't correlate. So anyways, shout out to SZA for top R&B female artist. And then who do we have at top? You know what? I just can't escape this man. I can't escape this. I didn't even know he was next. Anyways, top R&B male artist went to Tommy Richmond, man. We got to do better. R&B, I don't even know who to blame. Billboard, because objectively speaking, they're just doing their job. But why put him in this category? Put him in country or pop. He said he didn't want to be a rapper, right? Say he can't be an R&B singer too. You know, we're just going to start making our own rules. This is our culture about it. You know, at the end of the day, this is our culture. If you're an outsider, I ain't going to lie to you. If you're just going to disrespect the community that help you get on top by saying, I don't want to be a rapper that's disrespectful, then get out of R&B too. How about that? How about we push you out of both categories? You go to country and see if they accept you like we did. So anyways, I'm not acknowledging that man. So top R&B artist went to Brent Faiyaz, followed by The Weeknd. All right. Well, top R&B male artist went to Brent Faiyaz, followed by The Weeknd. We're not even acknowledging the outsider. Top R&B artist overall went to SZA. So as far as top R&B male artist, it went to Brent Faiyaz, followed up by SZA. Top R&B artist, it went to SZA, followed by Brent Faiyaz, Tyler, and then The Weeknd, right? And then, of course, the biggest category of them all, overall consumption in the world. Who was the top dog? And of course, it went to the biggest gangster in the industry, as the top Billboard global artist, excluding US units, was Taylor Swift, followed by Sabrina Carpenter, Billie Eilish, Ariana Grande, and The Weeknd. So as far as statistically speaking, if you ever want to be safe in society, play one of these 5 musicians, and statistically speaking, based off the analytics, they are more likely, you have the highest percentage of them liking your music selection if you play Taylor Swift, Sabrina Carpenter, Billie Eilish, Ariana Grande, or The Weeknd for the year of 2024. These are the artists that the masses have chosen as far as consumption-wise, analytically, in the period of 2024. So shout out to Taylor Swift for being the top Billboard global artist, excluding US units. And then, of course, top Billboard Global 200 artists. I mean, come on, it's the same list. Same list, because now you're including US units for every artist that's from the US except for The Weeknd. I believe every artist except The Weeknd is from the US, because I know for a fact The Weeknd is from Ontario, Canada. As far as the other artists, I'm just assuming they're from America. So anyways, top Billboard global artists went to, of course, Taylor Swift. Same list as the excluding US units is Sabrina Carpenter, Billie Eilish, Ariana Grande, and The Weeknd. Top song sales artist. Unsurprisingly, as you've heard me say many times, Shabuzi's A Bar Song literally set the record for the most number ones. Because I think at this point, I don't know if the Christmas songs ended up beating it out or stopping it from beating the record. But from what I've seen, it basically tied Old Town Road as far as the longest reign at number one with 19 non-consecutive weeks on Billboard Hot 100. The longest running solo, but it is the longest running solo number one hit in Billboard history. Y'all know how long Billboard's been around? Let's just look it up just to let y'all know. Billboard creation date. Let's just type in creation date, right? Hopefully it pops up. 1894 is when this was founded. Is when Billboard was founded. A Bar Song by Shabuzi is the longest running solo number one hit in Hot 100 history. So safe to say, this category wasn't even close. So shout out to Shabuzi having the top song sales artist, well, for being the top song sales artist. And that is followed up by Jelly Roll, Jungkook, Taylor Swift, and Teddy Swims. Top radio songs artist. Hey, don't let Drake hear this list, right? He gonna end up suing. The top radio songs artist for the year of 2024 is Taylor Swift, followed up by Sabrina Carpenter, Doja Cat, SZA, and Morgan Wallen. Phenomenal list as far as what Drake would say is straight up payola, allegedly. That's what he says. I'm not saying that UMG don't kill me. I'm just saying what the Canadian said. Y'all address them. You know, I think y'all play a fair game. I don't think y'all receive or give out payments for extra bots or plays at all. All right. So anyways, the top radio songs artist, shout out to Taylor Swift. Top streaming. So technically Drake should be on this list, right? You know, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, you want to sue for radio, where you at on the streaming? You know, I keep it 8 more than 92. You know, people say I'm a Drake stan, but I feel like I just call it like it is. Drake is suing UMG for allegedly botting Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar, right? Well, as far as the streams, units I understand, but streams, I feel like if you're gonna bot, it's easier to bot units sold than streams, because overall, the major label controls the DSPs. So when it comes to streaming, when it comes to downloads, obviously they already have that down pat. When it comes to units sold, that would be the thing that they will have to put money towards to quote unquote have payola, right? So as far as streaming, you should really have more of a fighting chance, in my opinion. So to see Kendrick on this list and not on the top radio songs will kind of go against Drake's point, because radio would be the focal target of payola versus streaming, where it's majority people who can't afford services as far as premium, or they just prefer to hit stuff on hit music on shuffle, right? Because top streaming songs is different than top radio songs, right? Anyways, Taylor Swift, once again, is the top streaming artist for the year of 2024, followed by Zach Bryan, Sabrina Carpenter, Kendrick Lamar, and of course, Morgan Wallen. Interesting list to see Zach Bryan, Kendrick Lamar, and Morgan Wallen on streaming, but Morgan Wallen's on radio as well. To see Zach Bryan and Kendrick on streaming, but not on radio. It's almost like radio means you're more of a public darling as far as to the conglomerates. Streaming, in my opinion, is more, I know everything's technically fabricated to some to some extent, but streaming, I think, is more of an organic look at what your fans are gravitating towards, because they're more likely or more inclined, especially the kids, purchasing something. They don't have money. They out here streaming everything, hitting shuffle because they have to. So streaming, I think, is more of an organic look at what the masses was gravitating towards. And I would say Taylor Swift, well, analytically speaking, Taylor Swift was the top streaming artist, followed by Zach Bryan, Sabrina Carpenter, Kendrick Lamar, and of course, Morgan Wallen. Now, of course, I think this is the most important category for the Grammys and objectively speaking. So for the Grammys and the Billboard Awards, I believe being a producer means you're setting the setting. Oh, did I say that twice? My fault. I didn't mean to do that. You're setting the environment for whatever the artist paints. So you already have the environment set, and now the artist just adds their touch to it, which means, in my humble opinion, the producer holds more credit for a fire track than the artist. Now, sometimes it's flip-flops, but I ain't gonna lie to you. Hip-hop is the prime example of producers out here Superman, Batman, Spider-Man like saves when it comes to quality with these trash rappers. If you have a fire producer, you don't have to have as good of a rapper. But if you have a trash producer, that rapper better be the second coming of Nas. That's how important I think the producers are for the music industry. So as far as this list, I think Jack Antonoff definitely is, well, objectively speaking, obviously he deserves it. I mean, he's producer for Taylor Swift, for crying out loud. So Jack Antonoff is the top producer for the year of 2024, followed by Zach Bryan. Who knew he produced his own stuff? Brianna ain't gonna like that. No, I'll just play. All right. Yo, what type of name is that? Daniel, what? He gotta change that. What you mean you walking around with that last name? I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't trying to sound like a man can't choose what his last name is, but you're a Caucasian man with a last name of Negro. My brother, if you don't get that changed, they have systems in place for you to go change your name legally. Go do that. Cause I ain't putting up with that. I don't know why, but I just don't like that. Type of last name is that, my brother? You a grown man walking around as a Caucasian with a last name Negro. All right. Followed by Phineas O'Connell. I believe Phineas is the producer for Ariana Grande, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then, of course, Taylor Swift, self-producer. Well, along with Jack. Jack. I wonder how their creative process is. Like that documentary for Taylor Swift. I mean, she already put out a documentary for an album, And It Went Insane, right? Do y'all need me to go over the Taylor Swift resume again for as far as how the U.S. came out and said she boosted the economy by $10 billion? And we're not even talking about her movie that she made about one singular tour, generating over $200 million. So as far as the whole documentary for Taylor Swift, I'm not gonna lie, some humans may be sacrificed to get the rights to that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just gonna shoot it straight. Taylor Swift is probably one of the more popular artists we've ever seen in music history. So anyways, shout out to Jack Antonoff for being the top 100 producer. Then we have the top songwriters for the year of 2024. This is basically just the credits for the songs that came out, which I'm not trying to, belittle it because it's very much important, especially my favorite rapper being Drake. Definitely hurt my heart that a lot of the songs he didn't have any contribution to towards when the reference tracks ended up leaking. Like, of course, a line here, a line there is okay. I don't know. As a rapper, I ain't gonna lie to you. If somebody pin a bar and be like, hey, I appreciate that, but don't help me out no more, right? If I'm in the studio, because if you got bars, I'm not gonna lie to you, it should be effortless. One or two is fine, but this man Drake had whole reference tracks coming out. I mean, you would have thought Quentin Miller was the second coming of Jesus, the way he was helping him out on If You're Reading This Is Too Late. So songwriting is very pivotal, I think, as far as being respected as a musician, which is probably why, it probably adds to the hate that Drake gets, but I still don't think it's totally justified to call him a pedophile just because of that, but whatever. So songwriting is immensely important to the creative process. So as far as the top songwriters of 2024, Taylor Swift is, of course, number one, followed by Amy Allen, Jack Does Jack write songs for Taylor? I don't know. Is Jack's Taylor Swift's Quentin Miller? Who for thought? Anyways, followed by Zach Bryan, and of course the one and only Mr. Size 7. White tank top. Kendrick. My fault. Kendrick Lamar. I don't know why I said that. Those two don't even correlate. You know what I mean? Top Hot 100 artists. Now this is just the most popular artists in the world, and they basically are regurgitating categories at this point because it's the same thing as the top global charts, right? I mean, you have Taylor Swift once again, followed by Zach Bryan, Sabrina Carpenter, Billie Eilish, and Morgan Wallen. Top Billboard artists is the same. Well, actually, this is a little different. What's the difference between Billboard? Okay, top one. Okay, so this is Hot 100. This is 200. Okay, so, but this also says top Billboard Global. Okay, that makes sense. So now it's excluding US, but now this is top Billboard Global, including the US. So what's the difference between top? Okay, what's the difference between top Billboard Global 200 artists and top 100? Or no, top Billboard 200 artists? Yeah, that's literally the same thing. Top Billboard Global 200 artists. Billboard. Oh, okay. So this is just the States, I guess. So this is excluding overseas streams, which, for The Weeknd not to be on this list. And I'm an EXO fan. But for The Weeknd not to be on this list, but to be so high on monthly listeners on Spotify, but when you take out global streams, it goes down a lot, is very interesting. That's why Drake's suing. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Drake be on to something. I think he, hey, Drake, I'm not saying it's right because he's in hip hop and he's definitely snitching. But he be on to some things. I ain't gonna lie. What did Jermaine say? How many faking the streams getting their plays from machines? A lot. So anyways, top Billboard 200 artists. Number one, of course, by far, not even questioning it, Taylor Swift, followed by Zach Bryan, the GOAT of hip hop, aka Drake, SZA, and Morgan Wallen. So as far as in the States, so now, to reiterate my sentiments, as far as in the States, if you want to have the highest percentage of playing music that people are going to like, either play Taylor Swift for the year of 2024. Either play Taylor Swift, Zach Bryan, Drake, SZA, or Morgan Wallen. Top duo / group went to Fereza Regida, which I've covered a plethora of times. Just type in Fereza Regida, Analytic Dreamz, as you can see how to spell it right here. I'm not going to, treat y'all like kids. But Fereza Regida was the top group / duo of 2024, followed by Blink 182. Okay, talk about throwback, right? Aren't they like an old group? Hey, shout out to them. Longevity, right? Coldplay, Linkin Park, and Stray Kids. Now, this is probably the cream of the crop, if I do say so myself. Top female artists, because the females ran 2024. I don't care what nobody say. If you have Taylor Swift, Sabrina, Beyonce, who else? Ariana Grande, and even SZA. Oh my goodness. Combine those. There's no other 5 male musicians you can combine to even get close to that. So anyways, top female artist was by far and away Taylor Swift, followed by Sabrina Carpenter, Billie Eilish, Chappelle Rowan, and SZA. Top male artist went to Morgan Wallen, followed by Zach Bryan, Luke Combs, Drake, and Post Malone. If only Morgan Wallen didn't say the hard ER, maybe he would be accepted at these subjective award shows. You see what happens when you're not racist? Anyways, so as far as analytically speaking and objectively speaking, Morgan Wallen is on here because he was the most streamed male artist for the year of 2024, which is a monumental accomplishment. This is like a Super Bowl. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. The awards and what they fabricate as far as all these subjective groups coming together, because keep in mind, Morgan Wallen has a total of 1 Grammy nomination. And do y'all even know why he has that nomination? Is literally because he made a song with Post Malone. So as far as Post Malone helping him get his only Grammy nomination, because of course Grammys is outcasting him for him saying the hard ER, right? Fair, right? It's fair. So now, because you did a racist thing to a certain community, you're outcasted from the Grammys. But in my opinion, I would rather be outcasted, not like be racist. No, I'm not. I wouldn't want to be racist at all. But I would rather be outcasted from subjective awards than objective stats from humans that enjoy your craft, right? I would rather have people come out to my shows, buy my music, than get awards that some people huddle up and give to their favorite musician as far as politics behind the scenes. So this is a Super Bowl. This is the equivalent of a Super Bowl. You're the top male artist out of every other artist on planet Earth. Out of every male artist on planet Earth, your music was consumed the most. That is a stat. That is the ultimate stat, the ultimate bragging point, to where if you walk around like you know what don't stink, we could kind of understand. This is like winning a championship in the NBA. Do y'all know how many people put out music and how many people have huge conglomerates to put marketing strategies together to generate more income as far as from their musical releases? And to end up on the top of the top as far as the most streamed, and Taylor Swift too, the most streamed male and female artists on planet Earth for the year of 2024, even if it is just 1 year, as a monumental accomplishment. So shout out to Morgan Wallen and Taylor Swift, respectively, for top female and top male artists for the year of 2024. Actually, can you click this? Oh yeah, I was about to say, imagine if they had descriptions. I was about to just figure that out. I was about to be upset if I just figured that out. But no, they don't have description. Okay. Top new artist went to Chappelle Rowan, which I've seen so many funny memes from fans. Y'all need Jesus. Literally. Because y'all would go to Chappelle Rowan show with cross signs just to say this is the only chapel I go to. Let me tell y'all something. That's not funny. And obviously I'm being a little comedic with it, but y'all need Jesus. That's all I gotta say. Top new artist, Chappelle Rowan, followed by Benson Boone, Tommy Richmond, Shabuzi, and Teddy Swims. And then, of course, the category of all categories. And I guess my take of women running 2024 is out the window, because technically 3 out of the 5 is taken up by males. So once again, I stand corrected on that take as far as the women running 2024 as, well, I'm not going to lie to you. Taylor Swift laps a lot of people so much in sales that my point probably still stands, because she probably makes up for males having 3 of the 5 top streamed artists. Because I think Taylor Swift will make up for at least like 2 of them. Like, if you look at the sales, objectively speaking, Taylor Swift is 3, 4, 5 times the second biggest artist. So, in totality, obviously males have more of the top stream artists in the world. But as far as streams and units, I think women would have the most. If we rounded up the sales from the top 5 women versus the top 5 males, I think women would still beat them out. But, objectively speaking, there's 3 males in the top 5 of the most streamed rappers, most streamed artists of all time. And for that, I'm just going to start at number 5. So number 5, we have Morgan Wallen. Number 4, we have Drake. Number 3, we have Sabrina Carpenter. Well, actually, no, my fault. That's not even how it works. Because Morgan Wallen was the top male streamed artist. So he would be number 2. Taylor Swift would be number 1, probably. I would say, actually, I don't even know. This is not even in order. So whatever. I do know, just judging off the past categories, Taylor Swift's number 1. Morgan Wallen's number 2, followed up by, in no order, Zach Bryan, Sabrina Carpenter, and of course the GOAT of hip hop, Drake. So once again, if you want to have the highest percentage of playing some music that somebody's going to like, either play Taylor Swift, Zach Bryan, Sabrina Carpenter, Drake, or Morgan Wallen, and you're probably going to get one of those comments, hey, I like that artist too. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my roundup of the biggest analytical winners, objectively speaking, which is why the Billboard Music Awards is and will forever be my favorite award show until they get like exposed by like maybe the Drake lawsuit for faking stuff. But currently, this is my favorite award show for the simple fact that, objectively speaking, these are the musicians with the most notorious Mass Effect. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about all of these different categories? Which one took you most by surprise? And then at the end of the day, when it comes to overall consumption for you specifically, what artists did you stream the most? And don't be afraid to click my link tree in my bio and DM me your artists, as far as maybe your Spotify Rap or your Apple Rewind. Just let me know who is your most streamed artist and how many minutes. And then for all my Drake fans, obviously we could go band for band as far as how many minutes you listen to for Drake, because I listened to a lot. I was in the top 0.001%. You know what I'm saying? I had 5,500 minutes listened to, I believe. So, you know what I mean? Safe to say that I am unequivocally a Drake stan. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my coverage of just the biggest impactors when it comes to impacting the masses and affecting the masses? And who did you listen to the most in 2024? One of my favorite games in the past 3 years as Marvel Rivals, and as far as what it has accomplished, gives me the same feeling as far as potential when it comes to longevity, similar to the other Marvel game, but on the mobile platforms, as far as Marvel Contest of Champions. But now, as far as console players like myself, I think they have a foundation laid. Of course, kudos to NetEase as far as developing the game. And ultimately, the foundation laid gives it the possibility to have Marvel Contest of Champions type of success, but now for console. So, with the high praise out of the way, I do want to point out this specific game is very intriguing to me because if you've listened throughout the podcast, you know I'm a huge Marvel fanatic. As far as Marvel characters and everything MCU, everything comic book that, you know, of course, came before the MCU, I was diving deep into a lot of different just Marvel stories and characters and overall behind the scenes creations, to the point where I would call myself a Marvel stan. So when this game comes out, and automatically, I mean instantly, you see that this is essentially Overwatch for Marvel fans. Now, of course, NetEase would not like that comparison, as literally before this game came out and they had like a closed behind the scenes beta, and people started to put their first impressions out as far as the behind the scenes beta. Specifically in the contract, they had do not compare this game to other games in the same genre, right? I wonder what game they didn't want to get compared to, but here we are, because it's just blatant, plain as day. As far as Marvel Rivals literally just being Overwatch for Marvel fans, as the 6v6 is there, the ultimate hero abilities and ultimates are there, the map designs, which a lot of people in the community are starting to notice. There's a lot of reminiscent type of pathways that are in other Overwatch maps, but now you have way more popular IP to put these routes and high grounds and alleyways that only is pro strats to get the flank on the opposing team. But now, instead of a random Overwatch map, it's Asgard or it's Wakanda, right? The overall IP recognition is through the roof. It reminds me of what Multiverses could have did, but I would like to warn NetEase that Multiverses, I believe, could have been still popular today, but I don't know what happened. Actually, I do know what happened. As far as the bare bones of Multiverses, a lot of people just stopped playing the game because when it initially came out, as far as Multiverses, people enjoyed it for what it was, but then they realized there's not much here. We can't really do too much besides play this one game mode or play against the computer. There really was no story mode. The training was bare bones, basically just giving you the overall basics of the mechanics. Literally, for Marvel Rivals, I think they have counteracted that type of fall off by having a website that details all the frame data as far as each and every character, having a very extensive training module where you get put on the map. There's multiple different areas where you can test out multiple different team up abilities. Maybe you want to try a healer, and one of the friendly robots are getting shot by the enemy robot in like one of the areas. So now you can practice healing. Like, it's all different situational positioning as far as the training map. That makes me understand that they really took their time as far as diving deep into giving the fans what they wanted as far as a robust option, a robust amount of options as far as counteracting that fall off of having bare bones at the beginning, as far as a multiverses, as far as a MK11. I mean, there's a lot of games that the initial gameplay loop, no matter how fun it is, if there's not enough behind the scenes to get people intrigued, they will stop playing it. And it seems like NetEase have been watching and taking notes, as this is the ultimate W for Marvel. Because of course the MCU is not one, but my fault. So anyways, with that being said, of course I wanted to get into Marvel Rivals. I mean, like I said, it's a 6v6 battle across various destructible environments. It's PvP, but also you can play against the computer, which I will tell y'all, if you're a new player playing Marvel Rivals, please play the computer first. Now, I have a squad that I play with, but I'm not trying to be with randoms. Like, imagine you need 1 or 2 randoms to run some games, right? Like, maybe the whole squad's not there one day and you need 1 or 2 randoms. I'm not trying to go into a match and basically have a rookie Spider-Man going all over the place, not knowing the settings, so now he's just swinging all over the place because he can't directly swing, right? You know, nerd stuff, but very, very frustrating. Which is why I like ranked at this point, but still, even the ranked randoms, you know. Like a famous content creator once said, it's randoms, DUMBS. All right. So anyways, with that being said, of course, besides the free-to-play module, we also have 33 characters at launch, which seems like a lot because it is. It's so many characters, and most of them are DPS, which, God forbid, somebody chooses to play healer or tank. Because that never happens, right? So there's like a bunch of DPS characters, which basically, for people who don't know what that is, as far as damage characters in the video game. You have damage, you have tank, which, you know, can take more damage, and then of course you have healers, which for me personally, having put 15 to 20 plus hours into the game, my favorite character currently is of course Spider-Man, because I was gonna get good at Spider-Man no matter what. So once I got proficient at using Spider-Man effectively, I branched over into the healing factor, you know what I mean? Because I realized nobody wanted to heal. So I was learning the healing characters. And Cloak and Dagger, I'm not going to lie to you, definitely grew on me. Now, as far as Dr. Umar's least favorite character in Marvel Rivals, I think we can confidently assume what that might be. Because Cloak and Dagger, let me tell you one thing, that character is phenomenal. I love playing Cloak and Dagger because it's 2 characters in one. So not only are you healing, but once you get good, you get to actually damage in ways that lets you play damage and healer and still be super effective. It's more of an 80-20 split though. But anyways, so with that being said, I enjoy Spider-Man. I've enjoyed Spider-Man as my DPS. I've enjoyed Cloak and Dagger as my healer. And then as far as for tank, my favorite tank currently, which it may change, but currently, I'm not going to lie to you, running people down with Captain America is super OP if you know what you're doing. There's no escaping Captain America if you're a healer and if that Cap knows what they're doing. Because if you're going to run away, Cap runs a 4 flat. Actually, he runs a 3 flat. I forgot, you know, the super soldier serum. You know what I'm saying? Can't compare him to regular humans, right? So Mr. 3 flat out here just hawking people down and you trying to get away from him, and he has unlimited sprint. So he's running after you, and then God forbid you create some distance. Now he's throwing your shield into a shield dash or a shield, what's it called? I think a shield dash or whatever, the shooting star, whatever they call it. And he's going to hit you with the shield, close all that distance, and now you're right back to being hawked down by Captain America. That man is phenomenal. And the whole time he's a tank and he's moving around like a DPS. So I love Captain America as far as a tank, and Spider-Man as far as DPS, just because that's my favorite character, so I'm so glad I was able to get good with him. He's actually not that difficult. He has like a 4 or 5 star rating as far as difficulty, but personally, you just got to learn combos, and then at that point, it's really just situational awareness. I'm so glad I found a game that I'm actually good at competitively as far as it involving shooting, because let me tell you, every FPS game I struggle with. So as far as this game having specifically shooting characters I can completely torture and dominate, it brings joy to my heart. Because if somebody playing Punisher, I'm telling you, Cloak and Dagger, it's easy to pop a shield, and now your DPS is literally taking them out from a distance because they're just healing. You know what I mean? It's really nothing they can do after that. So, where was I going with that? Obviously, I've enjoyed Marvel Rivals, right? So, one of the things I wanted to get into was basically Overwatch coming out. Because if you don't know, Marvel Rivals has reached 20 million players shortly after launching. And basically, as far as Marvel Rivals, it reached over 10 million players within 72 hours of release. You know, this is Analytic Dreamz over here at Notorious Mass Effect. You already knew we was going to get into the analytics. As far as the overall platforms, if you look at it on Xbox, it's currently the 7th most played game. Yeah, so as far as, because sometimes they count bundles, so I try to take those out. So yeah, it's the 7th most played game on Xbox. And then it's the 7th most played game on PlayStation. And then as far as Xbox, I don't see it on the list at all. But, you know, that's why I cover specific platforms. And then, of course, on Steam, it is the 5th most played game on Steam. So I'm not going to lie to you. When it comes to Xbox not having any games, y'all having Marvel Rivals and choosing, as far as a majority, right? Choosing to play other games when this new IP, well, not new IP, but basically a new video game starring Marvel characters in an Overwatch setting. I'm not saying everybody and the mom has to play it, but as far as it not to be in the top 10 when it's the 7th most played game on PlayStation, the 5th most played game on Steam, you can see why a lot of gaming conversations center around PlayStation's dominance on the gaming console war, right? Because at the end of the day, we do want them to be competitive as far as Xbox and PlayStation. But with the most popular game out, everybody seems to be playing on PlayStation. So anyways, that was just a little side tidbit. So as far as Marvel Rivals, of course, DLC is soon to come. There's been a lot of leaks as far as Fantastic Four. Apparently, Ultron is coming soon. He's going to be a healer from what I've heard. More of a strategist. That was the label used. So think of like a Loki. Loki's technically a healer, but he has a lot of different abilities for you to use on the battleground. So Ultron will probably be boosting and healing a lot of different enemies. A lot of different, as far as his teammates, he'll be healing them. And as far as the enemy, obviously he'll be damaging and then boosting the damage of his teammates. All right. So with that being said, I think there was something else I was wanting to get into. Or maybe that was it. So yeah, Marvel Rivals is definitely going to continue to dominate because it's really showing no sign of falling off. I mean, it just recently hit 20 million players. Everybody's seeming to love it. I love it. I mean, as far as finding time to play video games, isn't it funny how when a game is straight up fire that you will find time to play it? So with that being said, this game is phenomenal. NetEase, who developed this specific game, was receiving a lot of conspiracy theory type of narratives for the simple fact that they are a Chinese video game company. And a lot of people have their tinfoil hats on when it comes to that and the success of this game. But all I want to tell you is if NetEase out of China makes a phenomenal game, then that's just what it is. Like, maybe if in the future reports come out that they've been abusing data as far as collecting data from the public. But as far as right now, I think all of this conspiracy theories, because this is a real thing. That's the only reason I'm addressing it. The overall conspiracy theory of NetEase being the devil because they're a Chinese company and they're going to steal all your data. That's a very interesting narrative when Meta exists, that was created in America, right? So with that being said, NetEase also has a history of developing games, of course, for both mobile and PC platforms. The most popular developments were Naraka Blade Point and Knives Out. They developed that, and they're known for collaborating with a lot of Western IPs, obviously bringing a unique perspective into the market, which we see how unique it is now. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, Marvel Rivals is so fire. If it had its own TV show on Netflix, on Disney, we'll probably have to go to Disney Plus. It would sell like hotcakes because overall, the premise of every single character model in this video game is ultimately fantastic. Trying to see what else is, as far as I want to cover. As far as Marvel Rivals and the specific characters, obviously Jeff the Shark is the best character in the game by far. It's not even close. He swallows up everybody and spits them out of the map and kills the whole team. The only way you get around it is if, once again, you play like a cloak and dagger type character that if an ultimate happens, you can put a shield around your team, or you could just straight up block. As far as, I don't know, can Captain America block the Shark? I'm not sure. Anyways, the Shark is OP. That's all you need to know. Jeff the Shark is the most OP character in the game, and he's definitely getting a nerf because him swallowing up and spitting out everybody, and then he just takes out the whole team, that has to stop. As far as Scarlet Witch, I hear a lot of her being OP, but playing the game, her ult literally takes forever to go off, and you can either take her out or you could just run away. It's very easy. As far as Jeff's ultimate is very quick, and he swallows you up in a huge radius. So it's not as slow of a startup as Scarlet Witch's. But yeah, just the most popular character, the most OP character in the game, definitely Scarlet Witch. But this game emphasizes a lot of team up ability, so definitely run some team up comps as far as Captain America and Thor, as far as Magic and Black Panther, Spider-Man, Venom, and Penny Parker. There's a lot of different team ups in the game that gives you an extra ability, which is probably a game changer if you really think about it and you want to, collaborate and picking your characters. Be like, all right, you're gonna pick Captain America. Well, I'll probably go Thor to give you that extra ability. Or if you're gonna, that's only if you're losing. Now, if you're winning, then it's really no problem. But overall, it definitely does help. So, with that being said, the game did receive criticism about the kernel level anti-cheat software because apparently the data security due to NetEase's Chinese origin. Once again, I told y'all this was a big deal. This was another tidbit that people were pointing out, that objectively speaking, there have been a lot of caught cheaters on Marvel Rivals. So they've been talking about criticism about the kernel level anti-cheat software. So with that being said, I think that's pretty much it. There's a lot coming for this game. The winter costumes, as far as the Winter Splash Festival, includes new 4v. There's a 4v4 mode coming. Wow, that's gonna be fire. And Christmas themed skins for Rocket Raccoon, Magic, Venom, and Groot. I've seen them. Venom's and Groot's outfit is gonna feed nations because those outfits are fire. With this being a free-to-play game, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna have to spend something because I'm having too much enjoyment to play a game for free like this. I'm gonna have to spend at least something to just support the developers, because when a game is free to play and you see that they didn't give you a half, what type of effort, you have to support them, because these type of games don't come around too often. Usually free to play locks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters at launch so that it entices you to buy stuff on the game. Literally every single one of the 33 characters is available at launch. Imagine if it was another company, EA, developing this game. Man, Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Captain America would have been locked at the start. You would have had to at least spend $5, at least $10, $15 to unlock those characters. So with that being said, I think what NetEase has done as far as cultivating such a quality type of game for free, this is literally a let me chill. Once again, I am consumer friendly, so I'm not giving them any ideas. We appreciate the free content, but I will be supporting them by buying some skins. So, yeah, that's basically it. What else? Marvel Rivals, like I said, is doing phenomenal as far as sales right now. Had 10 million players in the 72 hours of launch, and then now it's currently around it actually reached and surpassed the 20 million players achievement. And with that being said, this game is free to play on PS5, Xbox Series X, and PC. And yeah, I could talk about this game all day. So what I'm going to do is basically try to see if I can find this right quick. Okay, so basically I've been playing this game, right? So now we're getting into the portion of shameless plugs. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to let me see. Okay, part 3. Let's go to part 3. Okay, let's see. I don't know if this is gonna play. It's probably not gonna play. Oh, here it is. Okay. Well, it's Spotify, so it probably won't play. But anyways, let me just pull this up right quick just so y'all can see it. So all right, as far as so Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because basically I've been playing this game for quite some time at this point, and I've been putting it up on different platforms, obviously, so you can see right here. See, it's the video. So on Spotify, the reason why I plug this all the time because it's the video. So as you can see, if I can move it over a little bit, as you can see right there, that's me. Right? So when you go to Analytic Dreamz videos on Spotify, you can watch it. You can watch the video along with the audio. And then as far as live, right? Because I do go live nowadays, and Twitter, Kick, Twitch, and both of my YouTube channels is what I'm currently going live on. And basically, to be notified when I go live, I would just follow my Twitter and click the bell icon to be notified when I go live, because that platform specifically is the best at sending out notifications, especially when you go live to your audience. It doesn't really pick and choose when to notify your audience like, some other platforms, but we ain't gonna say no names, right? So anyways, if you want to see me play this game in full, this is part 3. Obviously there's other 2 parts, but I'm just showing you the latest one. And this is me playing with the homies, basically taking out. So at the beginning, I'm like taking out the computer, practicing a little bit, hop in with the homies, go against the competition, and just dominate. This is what we do. You know what I mean? So anyways, that's basically it. Just a little shameless plug, because yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about one of the best games, in my opinion, of 2024? And ultimately, will you be giving this game a try? And if you have, who's your favorite character to play as?
Dope ass trailers.
Hey, you tell him, Snoop. Don't you love when music and gaming just comes together in a very organic fashion? Because if you don't know, Snoop Dogg does have an album coming out soon with Dr. Dre, of course. But this particular segment is all about the Game Awards, because as far as the biggest stage for recognizing the best performing games from a quality aspect, I believe that the Game Awards show does the best job at acknowledging and giving different platforms their flowers, or different developers their flowers as far as the games that they created in the span of 2024, of course. So whenever you see Snoop Dogg announcing the best ongoing game as he is right here, and Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
And the Game Award goes to... I don't have a game, cuz. Yet. Helldivers 2.
I mean, imagine saying the winner with such conviction like a Snoop Dogg. I mean, I don't know the bag that they sent this man to announce the best ongoing game, but as far as Helldivers 2 winning it, it definitely makes sense because, of course, we're going to be getting into all the winners of the Game Award show, but more specifically, Helldivers, for those who don't know, was the best performing video game on the PlayStation 5 platform and then the PC platform. So as far as the quality level being at a certain top tier level, it also had the sales and units sold to go along with it. So that's why I always say just because you sell a lot does not mean that you have the highest quality of content, or if you don't sell a lot, it means that your quality is below sea level as far as the rest of the field. It's basically not, it doesn't correlate. You can have high top tier quality and not sell a lot, and you can sell a lot and really not have the best quality, but it's really up to your respective fan bases on which one that they prefer. Because sometimes people come into this industry and they say the things that sell the most is what's important to us, which is why game as service, as far as the live service model, is so popular nowadays. But when you get games like an Astrobot, when you get games like Helldivers 2, which is technically a game as a service, so not the best example. Basically, Astrobot, like 2 years ago, It Takes Two, very niche games as far as the platforming aspect when it comes to people only playing Call of Duty, sports games, and things of that nature, right? So whenever you see the Game Awards show shining a light on so many different genres in the video game industry, that is why I keep saying that it's the best platform as far as being an acknowledgement of everything. We're going to acknowledge the AAA games that sold the most. We're going to acknowledge the indie games like this one right here. I don't exactly know what this game was, but I do remember seeing this because I watched the entire Game Awards show because I'm a nerd. I don't know if that's news to y'all, but you know, there's a reason why I cover gaming and music. So with that being said, let's get into the Game Awards show for 2024 as far as the winners, because this is the 10th anniversary. This is the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards show, basically showcasing a lot of different video games, a lot which was powered by the Unreal Engine 5. So when you come to realize that The Witcher 4, which was one of the most prominent announcements in the Game Awards show, if, you know, personally speaking, that's what I think was the biggest announcement. You know, of course, Elden Ring co-op is definitely a huge announcement. So I don't know, those two are battling it out for the top one. And speaking of Elden Ring Night Reign was announced, which is a co-op version of Elden Ring, and it's more of a spin-off game in itself. Then you had Mafia, the Old Country. You had Onimusha, I think that's how you say it, Way of the Sword. And those were just some of the prominent reveals throughout the entire show. So that's basically what the segment is for people who didn't see the show. I'm basically going to break down what I thought was the key elements, the most standout viral moments, and also getting into the winners, because not everybody has time to watch a 4+ hour show detailing all of the different performances, the announcements, and all that. So basically, I'm going to put in a concise fashion for y'all. So with that being said, you know, definitely make sure to rate this 5 stars on everybody who's listening on their respective podcast platforms, or leave a like and share this with somebody who you think would enjoy this type of gaming industry breakdown. So diving back into the industry, let's get into one of my favorite developers in recent time, because as far as a GOAT as far as my favorite game in the past 2 to 3 years, what CD Projekt Red has done to Cyberpunk as far as the Edge Runners TV show, as far as the Phantom Liberty DLC, they have pulled a full 180 as far as the perception of Cyberpunk, to the point where I would say Cyberpunk is up there as one of my favorite games of all time. But for those who didn't know, they also have the Witcher series, which is also very highly acclaimed for its overall franchise, to the point where Blood and Wine is considered one of the best gaming DLCs ever created. So CD Projekt Red is really up there as far as the discography, as far as their resume. It's now being compared to a Rockstar, which if you look at Rockstar and you look at CD Projekt Red, I mean, I'm not going to lie, as far as the GTA Online model, some people, well, most people would still prefer Grand Theft Auto. But as far as the quality aspect, as far as the innovative factor, having The Witcher and Cyberpunk under your belt is a resume that I don't know if majority of people would put above, or no, would put below Rockstar as far as a quality level. So anyways, I know a lot of people would argue with me about that, but you know, that's what this podcast, that's what this platform is for, right? So the reason why I bring them up is because the biggest reveal, in my opinion, was The Witcher 4. That showcased an older Ciri as a protagonist, but there was no release date or platform announced. So basically, it's not going to come anytime soon. Also, they said additional projects in the Witcher universe confirmed, such as Polaris, the original game remake. One of the other announcements in this Game Awards show was the developers Naughty Dog coming out and saying that they are making an intergalactic video game, the Heretic Prophet, a dystopian space adventure starring Tati Gabrielle. So I don't know what that is. Hey, people been begging Naughty Dog to make a new IP, and guess what? They've heard your claims, and they was like, we're gonna make a new IP, and we're gonna stop making. Well, actually, they did. You know what's so funny? They did announce a remake for The Last of Us 3, Last of Us 2, Last of Us 3, I forget. I don't know what number they're on. I haven't played any of them, but basically, they announced a remake, and everybody was like, "Oh, the 50 millionth remake from Last of Us," and then they was like, "Guess what? We got new IP we're working on," and so that made everybody simmer down as far as the hatred towards them. Also, Squid Game came out of nowhere because I don't know if I can find it on here. It doesn't show me. I don't know why it's not showing me. I'm trying to find the actual Squid Games. Is that the dude from Star Wars, or am I tripping? I forget when they came. It was definitely towards the middle. But basically, they came out. It was like play our video game. It basically looked like an arcade version of Squid Games. It wasn't like the realistic aspect that we thought they was gonna go for. It was more of a Nintendo type of game that it wasn't really as appealing. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like they dropped the ball on the overall art direction of the announcement. So I can't find it. So that's okay. Anyways, so Squid Games was definitely there as far as announcing. It looked like more of a cartoon game. I'm just gonna look these up as I bring it up. Squid Game. Let's see. And they also gave like exclusive look to the upcoming TV show as far as season 2. Let me see. Okay. Here we go. So this is Squid Game. The characters that. So this is during the Game Awards show. There's no video, but you know, I was just trying to show y'all they was there. As far as the timestamps, I don't think they actually have it up yet. As far as because this is the actual Game Awards live stream that I watched it on. So overall, I do believe that people are going to play the Squid Games like video game, but it's just not one of those type of video games to where it entices you. It's a very arcadey, kid-like game, and we thought we was gonna get the same thing we received in the TV show, just in video game format, and that's just sadly not the case, especially for the art direction. So, but that was one of the more prominent reveals as far as it being an online party royale game. So people are gonna look out for that Squid Game. Squid video. Oh, that's kind of, it's like a tongue twister. Squid Game, the video game. So anyways, something else I was want to get into. Of course, we're going to save who won game of the year for the end. We're going to get into some of the categories. There was something, okay, so recognize Fallout for best adaptation as far as video game to TV. What else? The live performances that happened, they had Snoop Dogg, which we just showed at the beginning, 21 Pilots. Then they had Royal and the Serpent, and it's D4VD. But I remember covering him before. I believe he's an R&B artist, and it may be pronounced David. Now, it's the same thing that I run into with Black. I'm sorry, this is the gaming portion of the platform, so people may not understand what I'm saying right now. But Black spells his name, instead of a B, he swaps it out for a 6. And I'm like, let me tell y'all something. If you're an up and coming artist and you swap out your letter for a number, I'm just going to purposely mispronounce your name every single time. Like, if you're not just going to use the English language, how it was constructed, I'm just going to purposely mess up your name. So I don't know how D4VD, like, I do remember covering him, but hey, learn how to use the English language and I will pronounce your name correctly. So anyways, it was something else. So one of the running gags throughout the entire Game Awards show, which I actually thought was pretty fire, they featured Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets. And I'm not gonna lie, the self-deprecating type of aspect that they added to the show was phenomenal, because they was really going at Jeff Keighley hard. Like, he's the host of the Game Awards show. He's the one who made this all happen. And they had a lot of jokes for him, to the point where I think this needs to be a continuance in the rest of the Game Awards, because I do like how they joke about themselves and not take themselves as seriously, because it's like one of the best portions of the show, I believe, when they kept coming back in talking about how DLC is nominated for Game of the Year, or they talk about, did you know that Jeff Keighley is friends with Kojima? I think that's his name, Kojima. Is that his name? I forget. Let's listen to him announce Kojima. Watch this.
I'm looking for now signals from
RGG Studio, nominated tonight for 4 times for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, has not 1 but 2 projects in the works, and we are honored to reveal both of those titles for the first time here tonight. Now to present our next award, please join me in welcoming a dear friend who also happens to be one of our industry's most innovative creative spirits. He's been with us since the very beginning of TGA in 2014. And
that boy reminiscing.
On Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, and OD. Please welcome an industry icon, Hideo Kojima!
Yeah, Kojima. Okay. So yeah, basically, with Kojima and Jeff, their whole relationship was being joked upon by the Muppets. And I thought that was like very much a great aspect of the entire show, because they was telling jokes that was what the entire public was thinking a little bit. So overall, that was a great addition to the Game Awards show. Hopefully they come back for the next one. But also, they had there was something else I was wanting to get into. I think that was basically it. So the new titles, I got into that. Okay, yeah, that's basically it. So now let's get into the categories. So for the Game Awards show, these are all the categories right here. So we have the player's voice. We have best esports team. We have best esports athlete, best esports game, content creator of the year, most anticipated game, best adaptation, best multiplayer, best sports/racing game, best sim/strategy, best family, best fighting, best RPG, best action/adventure, best action game, best VR/AR, best mobile game, best debut indie game, best independent game, best community support, best ongoing games for impact, innovation in accessibility, best performance, best audio design, best scoring music, and then these are the top 4 in my opinion as far as the Game Awards show. Best art direction, best narrative, best game direction, and then of course the award of all awards, Game of the Year. So those are all the categories, and then we're going to go through one by one, just basically just talking about the winners, right? Nothing too crazy as far as how far nothing too crazy as far as the length, because I want to make this concise for people who didn't watch the award show. So I'm going to give my sentiments of when it happened during the Game Award show and things of that nature. So also, well, let's get into the first one. So Black Myth Wukong won something. I don't even know what this award is. Like, obviously it said the player's voice, but what are they voting for? They just like, oh, this is the player's favorite game, which I highly doubt that. I mean, literally, as far as the voting aspects, Astrobot 2 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth had 7 nominations. So as far as them winning player voice, this essentially like a popularity vote. You would think that Final Fantasy or Astrobot would have won those because they received the most votes, which is why each of those games respectively has 7 nominations. But whatever. So anyways, let's get into best esports team. So T1 from League of Legends won the award for best esports team. I don't know too much about that, so we're just gonna move along, right? If I don't know too much about a category, I'm just gonna keep going because I don't want to just give my opinion if I don't know too much about it. Best esports athlete, we have Faker. Now, of course, this is not something in my ballpark. I don't watch a lot of esports competitions for the simple fact that if it's not a fighting game, it's kind of hard to get me into it's hard to get me intrigued on watching an esports event if it's not like a fighting game. So, but shout out to Faker. So he won the award for best esports athlete. Best esports game went to League of Legends. Now, as far as this is obviously something I can speak on, as I'm not gonna lie to you, League of Legends and the amount of longevity this specific game has had in the gaming industry, I mean, it's something that I don't know if we'll ever see again. Because as far as when this game come out, League of Legends release date. League of Legends came out October 27th, 2009. It is December 13th, 2024, and this game is still winning awards such as best esports game. That is just a testament to one of the most successful games in gaming history as far as longevity and people competitively engaging in this game year after year after year. I mean, 2009 to 2024 to have this type of sustain in the esports field is just unparalleled, and which is why it keeps being deserving of its flowers that obviously it received here at the Game Awards in this particular category. So then we go on to Content Creator of the Year for a streamer or a content creator who has made an important and positive impact on the community in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to let you know that I don't care if Kai Cenat is not the most gamiest of the gamers as far as his ability or his threshold as far as the amount of games he plays. This man has put the overall Elden Ring video game on a level that we've never seen before as far as one particular streamer being on a game and garnering that amount of attention for the entire playthrough. I don't think we've ever seen that in 2024, specifically in 2024. Kai Cenat's Elden Ring stream alone should have gave him Content Creator of the Year. So I don't know the politics behind Content Creator of the Year. I don't know if they wanted him to show up. I don't know how that works. But if I was Kai Cenat, I'm not gonna lie to you, I would feel completely disrespected because when they said content creator and I didn't see Kai Cenat, it didn't really connect to my brain that they was just completely shunning the biggest content creator out of the award, out of the category. So it's like, what is the motive to not embracing Kai Cenat as a gamer? What is that? Like, what is the ultimate background knowledge that I'm missing for why Kai Cenat is just completely missing from this category? So whenever I see content creator, especially in 2024, I mean, goodness, there's no other content creator that has done the amount of high quality content that Kai Cenat has done in 2024 alone. Maybe Mr. Beast if you really want to debate, but for the most part, where are those two content creators when it comes to this? Because Kai Cenat plays games. I understand Mr. Beast. He does other content. But Kai Cenat actually played Elden Ring. He played some other games. I forget. I think it was not Shadow of the Earth Tree. That's Elden Ring, of course. He played Sekiro, I believe. And he played, I believe him and Speed had like a Roblox stream. Oh no, a Minecraft stream. So I just don't understand. I don't understand this category, especially after reading the description. For a streamer, that alone is Kai Cenat, or content creator who has made an important and positive impact on the community in 2024. Maybe I just don't understand the background knowledge of why he would just be completely left out of the category. So anyways, but shout out to KCO though. I don't want anybody thinking that I have a problem with any of these content creators. Just obviously, I'm just pointing out the obvious. Kai Cenat by far had the biggest impact as far as a streamer and the gaming community with his Elden Ring stream. So, but anyways, shout out to KCO. Shout out to everybody else who made this list as far as the nominees. Most anticipated game. It's not even close. Grand Theft Auto 6, which I keep hearing, and I've been reported on. I wonder if I posted on my podcast. Make sure to follow my podcast, Notorious Mass Effect, on whatever podcast platform you listen on. And I know people who listening now is like, why are you preaching to the choir? Well, there's other people who listen from other platforms, so I just want to let you know. But so Grand Theft Auto. Okay, so I was looking at. Okay, no. Basically, I haven't reported on it, but basically, Grand Theft Auto 6 is reportedly to be pushed back. And this is not the recent news that you've heard from like the Insider or whatever. I've been knew that Grand Theft Auto was looking at pushing back the video game for the simple fact that they want to make sure it comes out not a buggy mess. I mean, if one thing that Cyberpunk 2077's launch should tell other AAA developers is that no matter how good your game is, if it's completely unplayable, we will trash it. Because Cyberpunk went from the worst game of the year because of its launch to now the rendition, the remixes, the upgrades all the way into 2024, especially with the Phantom Liberty DLC. You can look at Cyberpunk 2077 in totality along with the DLC and say that it's probably one of the best games we've ever received. And that is the amount of care you have to do to come back from the negative reception of a terrible launch. So that's why I keep hearing that Rockstar will push back Grand Theft Auto 6 because of them wanting to make sure everything is a seamless experience for the fans, right? Grand Theft Auto 6 has a lot that goes on in the midst of a one packaged video game. I mean, you have shooting, you have driving, you have shopping, you have, I think, GTA 5, you had golf. I think you had tennis. It's a lot that goes into GTA. You have the role-playing aspects as far as the different heists and competing. And there's just so many different game modes. There's a lot that goes on, obviously. Y'all don't need me to tell you that Grand Theft Auto is like the golden corral of video games. It has everything in one package. So basically, they want to make sure it's a seamless experience for every single fan, which is why I keep hearing it's going to be pushed back. But even if it is pushed back, I mean, what's wrong with two-peating in the most anticipated game category? I mean, obviously, some people may get upset, but Grand Theft Auto 6 is by far the most anticipated game. Surprised to not see Doom on here. I don't know why Doom is not, because Doom comes out, hold up, because the Doom video game, I forget what it's called. Is it the Dark Ages? I think it's Dark Ages. Release date. Yeah, so Doom the Dark Ages comes out in 2025. I don't know why that's not on the most anticipated games list, but maybe that's just beyond me. I'm looking forward to Doom after hearing about the last one, which I still don't, I wouldn't mind going back and playing that one because they do say that that's the most innovative first-person shooter that they've played in a while. So as far as Doom the Dark Ages, hopefully that's just a rendition, or not a rendition, hopefully that's just an upgrade and an addition to the original Doom video game, because of course Doom the Dark Ages, he's using his shield now a lot more. So don't know why that video game's not on most anticipated games list, but whatever. There's also a report that everybody is pushing back or not even announcing the 2025 release for the simple fact that Grand Theft Auto 6, when it comes out, either 2025 or 2026, but if it comes out in 2025, a lot of games are just gonna have to push back. I mean, it's just no attention that's gonna be sought, or there's going to be no attention garnered when GTA 6 comes out. Everybody will be taking off work, will be neglecting life responsibilities to play GTA 6 for hours upon hours. When I tell you GTA 6 will literally stop the world, like people are going to be upset at the amount of people that don't come into work because of GTA 6's release. So anyways, let's keep going. That's why it's the most anticipated game. Best adaptation was Fallout. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Arcane definitely had a strong case, but what I kept hearing is that Fallout is one of the best video game adaptations of all time. So when they're saying that type of, when they're giving that type of praise, but then you also see Arcane, and why is Knuckles on here? He has his own TV show. You know, that's the one piece of content that I feel like I'm missing out on. Me, especially with Sonic 3 about to come out, I feel like I should have caught up on Sonic and the Knuckles TV show. So maybe I'll do that at some point. Probably won't. I don't know why I'll find the time. But overall, I think what Sonic has been doing with their movies, and I'm not going to be blasphemous. I was going to compare it to the video game, but you can't do that. Like, no matter how many bad Sonic video games is out there, it still held the legacy to a certain point to where this is even possible. But I just want to say that the TV shows and the movies are doing a phenomenal job at carrying the mantra of Sonic and just keeping the legacy alive. So, what was I getting at? Oh yeah. So the Fallout, Fallout winning, I think this was a very competitive category because of Arcane, but I'm not mad at Fallout winning. I mean, I would say it was definitely the front runner because I do remember covering this. When I cover this, the Fallout TV show review roundup. Yeah, I covered this back in May 13, 2024. And even then, I remember people saying that this adaptation is like leaps and bounds above every other video game adaptation. I wonder why Borderlands movie was... Nah, I'm just joking. Oh, man, I'm just joking. Anyways, let's keep going. Best multiplayer. So, Helldivers 2 won this, which, unsurprisingly. But, surprisingly, I'm surprised that Helldivers 2 was not on the Game of the Year nominee list, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel like it deserved it, and especially the amount of awards it won. I do believe that overall Helldivers 2 wouldn't have gotten a lot of backlash if it was on the Game of the Year nominee list, right? And you're probably wondering, well, what would you have taken off, right? You got to take out Black Myth Wukong. I mean, I kept hearing so many optimization issues, and call me biased, but when my Game of the Year, I think it was last year, when my Game of the Year, personally, Star Wars came out, right? Star Wars, I think it was Fallen Order. Maybe I got it mixed up. Yeah, that's not the right one. Star Wars Force Awakens. That's not Force Awakens. That's like what was that game called? I keep forgetting. Fallen Order, and then the next one was Star Wars Jedi Survivor, I believe. Why'd I say Force Awakens? Isn't it like it's like I forget the dude's name. Star Killer, right? Anyways, I don't know why I said that. Yeah, so Star Wars Jedi Survivor came out March 17, 2023. So call me biased, but if my game of the year for 2023 personally can't even get a nomination for game of the year for the simple fact that everybody was saying it was unoptimized, then there's no way on God's green earth that Black Myth Wukong should have got nominated. Because of course, I've seen multiple reports of their entire screen tearing as far as on console, right? And what screen tearing means is when you, like, let's say you lock on, right? And the boss is doing something in the air and it's going all around, but the camera is going with it. But now the image is like completely distorted. That's basically what screen tearing is. So I've heard so many reports of that and just overall lack of optimization issues with Black Myth Wukong to the point where I'm just going to call the Game Awards out and say, y'all not keeping that same energy, right? Also, to add to that, Phantom Liberty DLC for Cyberpunk 2077 should have definitely got a nomination for Game of the Year if we're going to put Shadow of the Erdtree on there. So that's another one of my takes, which you could definitely call me biased, but hey, that's why it's my personal takes. I feel like Phantom Liberty is one of the best pieces of DLC we've ever received. I also feel like Jedi Survivor is one of the best pieces of Star Wars content that we've received in the past 4 to 5 years, bar none. So for it not to get nominated for Game of the Year, for Phantom Liberty not to get nominated for Game of the Year, but now you have Black Myth Wukong nominated for Game of the Year, and not only that, you have a DLC and Shadow of the Erdtree nominated for Game of the Year. You can see how I would have a problem with that, right? So anyways, back to best multiplayer, because, to bring it full circle. I do believe Helldivers 2 deserved it, and I would say it could have went to Black Ops 6, but it came out too late as far as the hype already being built for Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2, as far as in competition with Black Ops 6, is what X-Defiant was trying to be. Be able to stand on your own and be comparable and comparable to the quality level of a Call of Duty video game. That is what Helldivers 2 is. It's a very phenomenal game. I love the entire premise of it. I mean, it's just straight up, it's almost, I'm not going to say a parody, but it's just a lot of stereotypes and tropes being played upon, right? And it's a very comedic take on the war aspect of patriotism and just honoring your nation and things like that. So anyways, I wouldn't have been mad at Black Ops 6 winning, but of course Helldivers 2 definitely deserves it. Let's get into best sports / racing category. Now, EA Sports FC won this. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Why in the world is college football not on this list? Like, if you really think about it, I wouldn't be mad if they took off 2K25. My fault. College football 25. And this is going to be interesting because it's going back to my sales don't correlate with quality. But as far as EA Sports College Football 25, I do believe the quality level was at a certain top tier element, right? Multiple people coming out saying it was not leaps and bounds, but they were saying it was noticeably better than Madden. More of an arcade feel, not as realistic, but people enjoyed it more than Madden. So when you combine that with the fact that EA Sports College Football 25 was the best-selling game on the Nintendo Switch platform, and then, of course, overall, it was the most successful game and top-selling game of 2024, it showcases the dominance of a college football brand when EA is behind it as far as the video game format. Because the other thing that I think these people are missing is that college football went away, but not because of lack of sales. It was because of the NIL. Today it's called the NIL, but back then it was the lack of monetary value for the players that you're putting into the video game. So once the one player sued college football, I forget what year it was, but basically I definitely covered this. Let me see if I can pull this up right quick. Because this was a pretty big lawsuit, which is why they took the game away, right? So when they took the game away, basically it was an 11-year hiatus. So 11 years ago is when that lawsuit happened, as far as them having to pay the players for their likeness. And it was like, well, we're just going to use random person number 2, and then everybody could tell that that's Tim Tebow from Florida, right? So that's why the game had to go away, because even when they tried to do generic names, the law was like, you know what, we're not having it. So nowadays with NIL in place, it's the perfect system to pay your players, especially for being in your game. So 11 years later, now college football 25 is back, and overall, a lot of people are enjoying it. So I don't know why it's not on the best sports / racing category. I just think it's a no-brainer to have it on here. So if you have a racing game, that's cool. Top Spin, I mean, all right. I mean, I remember covering Top Spin. WWE 2K24, I guess I understand. NBA 2K25, I definitely understand. I mean, 2K prints hand over fist money when it comes to 2K and the NBA aspect of it, because their fan base is just like gonna be forever bonded in the shackles of microtransactions, right? So anyways, EA Sports FC 25. I do believe that this game is it's deserving of winning this category, but I do believe that EA Sports College Football should have won. Not only is the most successful video game in 2024, but also has the quality to go along with it. Combine that with the 11-year hiatus, I think it was just a perfect opportunity to give them their flowers. But, there's always next year, I guess. But, for the first time in like 11 years, we have a college football game and it doesn't get nominated at all. It's definitely a bad look. But anyways, shout out to EA Sports FC 25. So we have the best sim / strategy category, and that went to Frostpunk 2. I don't know too much about this category, so I'm just going to move along. Best family game. Now, of course, this is ultimately the Nintendo category. Fun fact, if you have kids, which, no sex before marriage kids. Well, I guess kids shouldn't. I don't know. In hip hop, you never die. Just let me chill. That was crazy. Basically, best family category is known for having all type of Nintendo games in it. So what I want to say is Astrobot did something that is beyond phenomenal. Not only was it dominated in the nominations by not 1, not 2, but 3, maybe even 4. I don't know what platforms the Plucky Squire came out on, because I do believe that I don't remember covering this game. The Plucky, I didn't cover this game at all. Okay, the Plucky Squire platforms. I don't know what platforms this came out on. Oh, it came on every platform. Okay, so technically it's also a Nintendo game. But reason why I say this is phenomenal, because Astrobot is exclusively on PlayStation 5. Not to toot my own horn, but I do own a PlayStation 5, really because of Spider-Man. Like, I don't know if y'all can see my Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But let me see if I can show you this right quick. So this is how much of a nerd I am. Basically, I got a whole controller, a whole console, just to play my favorite fictional character of all time. And the game still let me down. How about that, right? How about you get a whole console to play Spider-Man and the game still lets you down? Like, when I tell you it was the most lackluster continuance of a great IP I've ever seen. After I beat that game in like 1 to 2 days, like, yes, it was 1 to 2 days. Go back to the tape. I still have that Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. Type in Spider-Man, it will pop up. Have the whole entire gameplay beat in like a day or two, right? It was a very short game. Guess what? Insomniac said no DLC, no anything. So when you come to the PlayStation platform, there's so many high-profile IPs that they have, whether it's Spider-Man, Kratos, the girl from Horizon, Last of Us, I mean, you could just go on and on with like top tier PlayStation exclusive video games. Sekiro. What else? And then now we have Astrobot, which is literally PlayStation's version of Mario. And they did it in a way that was phenomenal. So now they actually have a competitor for a Mario type of game that will come from the Nintendo platform specifically. So that's why I say it's such a monumental accomplishment, because this is just the start of a very interesting rivalry between Astrobot and Mario. Astrobot's definitely going to need its Luigi, its Peach, its Bowser, all those things, right? But as far as right now, Astrobot alone is one of the greatest creations as far as a video game character in the past 5 years. The reason why I say that is because now PlayStation can now say they have their own Mario as far as a platformer. So obviously I don't want to disrespect Mario. Like y'all see my banner all the time before my episodes, right? I have my, where's my banner at? Oh, here we go. Actually I can't put that because I'm a cover it. Let me see if I can put my camera away. Here we go. So my banners are already there, right? I have my personal list of the most impactful video game characters. That's why it's called, Notorious Mass Effect, because of course you have Notorious B.I.G. and you have Commander Shepard for Mass Effect. So overall, I cover gaming and music, right? So those are my picks for what I think is the most impactful video game characters of all time. And then you come over to music, and that's who I think is the most impactful musicians of all time. So that's why the banner looks the way it does, because it's pretty straightforward. But just wanted to, I wanted to show that for the simple fact that I don't want y'all to think I'm ever hating on Mario. It's never, and will never be the case. I'm just letting y'all know that Astrobot is definitely coming for that #1 spot, which is why this is a good indication of what's to come as far as the Mario and Astrobot rivalry, especially in the best family category, where Nintendo is just beyond dominant year after year. I mean, even in this year, they didn't win, but they had 3 games in one family category. So anyways, technically 4, because Plucky came out on it. Best fighting game. Not gonna lie to you, this wasn't even close. I didn't hear too much about Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics when it came out. All I kept hearing was this little handshake right here. How many times can y'all talk about one little handshake and never say when the game's, like, what's the most intriguing part about the retro arcade, right? A new arcade mode coming back, or not arcade mode, new collection coming back, right? Basically a celebration of this video game, and all everybody was talking about is basically the handshake. So I just don't understand where the hype went for this game. Multiverses, surprisingly, is not being talked about currently. Don't know what's up with that, because they have such monumental IPs as far as the iconic legacy of them, but nobody's talking about this video game. I just don't understand. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero lost 90% of its player base, right? So people acted like this was going to be a contender for Game of the Year, but then guess what? They stopped playing it. So even with that game, like, it was high quality, but people just completely abandoned Dragon Ball because they realized that the overall meta of the game is very broken, and which is why it was never meant to be a competitive video game in the first place. And now that people are realizing that, they're like, hey, if I can't make money off of this game, I'm gonna leave. And people are just so upset on the competitive play because of, like, certain characters being able to fly straight up and straight down, and certain characters being able to heal themselves. It's a lot of interesting things going behind the scenes as far as the fighting game aspect of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. So then we have Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising. I don't know that game at all, so I can't speak on it, but that's safe to say that pales in comparison to Tekken 8. Tekken 8 really was a dark horse, because if you remember, Mortal Kombat 11 came out, Street Fighter came out shortly after, And then Tekken 8, which is like the stepchild of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, because nobody really pays attention to Tekken because we have Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, right? Tekken came out and just completely disregarded that whole perception. They came out and it was like, hey, we're the best fighting game. And not only are we the best fighting game, but our rollback netcode makes it to the point where we have the most seamless experience out of, well, Mortal Kombat wasn't even in question. Like, that game is just a glitchy mess, right? Not only are we more seamless as far as an experience, but we also have a lot more depth as far as the training mode, the options, the overall mechanics, the teaching of the mechanics. They had like actual frame data. If you go back into, you could watch film on like different matches. You could watch film. You could go back and replay games and literally start from that point and fight the same type of computer. It will mimic the type of player you just play. Like Tekken 8 blew a lot of things out of the water when it came to just accessibility and versatility and the overall fighting game mantra, because there's only so much you could do with a fighting game, but Tekken 8 really took it to a whole nother level. So this category wasn't really close in my opinion. So anyways, then we have Best RPG, Metaphor Re Fantasio. Not going to spend too much time on this. Not going to lie to you. Shadow of the Erdtree is a DLC. Don't know why it's on here. Dragon Dogma 2. The ending needs to be worked on. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. How you mess up a remake? Y'all let me know. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I can't speak on that game. I don't know too much about that. But Metaphor Re Fantasio, surprisingly, I'm not going to spoil anything, but surprisingly did not win as much as I thought it was going to. But was glad that it won something, and Best RPG was one of them. Then we have Best Action / Adventure Game. Now, of course, Astrobot won this. Oh, hold up, I clicked out. What was that? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, okay, so Astrobot won this category, and it wasn't even close. Like, maybe the closest would have been Star Wars Outlaws if it was actually a good game. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. But yeah, it wasn't even close. Like, I would say, no, it wasn't close. Astrobot is really PlayStation's Mario. Like, play Astrobot and you will realize the amount of care and detail that went into that game. Oh, also, well, I'm going to save that to the end, because I've been playing Astrobot, but I want to show y'all footage of it, because basically, I've been on the Astrobot wave. Like, you know, I'm definitely not a gatekeeper. I'm just letting y'all know that I play games, you know? So I just let y'all know that to be like, hey, I've been on the Astrobot wave. Whenever it came out, I was like, you know what? This game is a platformer. Platformers are my specialty. I love platformers because it makes me, you know, it just overall, it's just a great feeling to play a platformer and just get lost in the world, right? And then, I think I was looking it up. Let me see. And then for Astrobot to be handled with such care, as far as not only being a Mario competitor, but also being a pretty legit competitor. Like, it's not just talk. You play Astro. Oh, that kind of scared me. And this song titled Peekaboo 2. Kendrick just popped into my ears. I'm pretty sure y'all heard that too. But I definitely did not play. I did not press play, but, you know, Peekaboo still popped out, which is ironic. What was I saying? That threw me off. Let me see. Analytic Dreamz. Astrobot. Okay, yeah. Astrobot. See, I played this all the way back in October 29th. As far as my gameplay walkthrough of Astrobot Part 1. Obviously, it's on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. Yeah, so just type in Astrobot gameplay walkthrough Part 1, and it'll pop up as far as Analytic Dreamz video podcast specifically on Spotify. So, with that being said, or you could just type in Astrobot Analytic Dreamz and it'll still pop up. But I played this back in October 29th and completely, just thoroughly enjoyed the game to the point where I understood where people was coming from as far as this being a Game of the Year contender. So as far as it winning Best Action / Adventure, definitely makes sense. So then we have Best Action Game. Now, I feel like this was a very sympathetic choice for the winner, because Black Myth Wukong, I'm not gonna lie to you, it has a great premise, but for the optimization issues, for the way that it just has a lot of screen tearing when you're locking on to certain bosses in the video game, and not only that, but as far as the optimization issues, when it comes to transversing the environment and stuff popping in and popping out as far as graphics and textures popping in and popping out. Call me biased, but when Star Wars Jedi Survivor had that, everybody in the mom called it out, and to the point where it wasn't even nominated for last year's Game of the Year. So, you know, I'm a little upset at that. You know what I mean? So as far as Black Myth Wukong having a similar type of performance when it came to optimization, interesting to see it get all these awards, right? Which technically I do believe Jedi Survivor won action adventure game. So, you know, technically it won something, but Game of the Year it should have been nominated. And that's my main thing. So not mad at Black Myth Wukong winning Best Action. Actually, yeah, I am, because it could have went to Warhammer. I ain't gonna lie. Warhammer, Helldiver, and Black Ops, and Stellar Blade are all better action games than this. Yeah, no, this is crazy. Black Ops 6 has the Omni movement, very innovative. One of the most innovative features in the past 3 to 4 Call of Duties. Helldivers 2 has a whole cult-like community where the whole thing is talking about patriotism. It has a great PvE type of system going on to where this game is going to be around for a long time, right? Not just Black Myth that's just here today, gone tomorrow. Stellar Blade 2, the overall Souls-like aspect, but still keeping it light, still not making it as difficult. I will compare it to Star Wars Jedi Survivor as far as the difficulty. Like, you can have it be Souls-like, or you can just have a regular playthrough as far as the difficulty. The Stellar Blade mechanics, though, is amazing. And, of course, the graphics are great. And it's just better than Black Myth. And then, of course, Warhammer. I mean, do we really need to talk about how much of a better game Warhammer is than Black Myth Wukong? I think a lot of people who don't play PvE type games don't understand the intrigue of a Helldivers to a Warhammer, right? So, yeah, Black Myth Wukong is actually the worst on this list, but they ended up winning. Isn't that crazy? So anyways, best VR/AR. This went to Batman Arkham Shadow. And the reason I'm laughing is because shout out to RDC, man. If it wasn't for RDC, I would have never watched the amount of minutes or hours I watched as far as this video game. Because RDC had Batman, let me see, Arkham. I don't know if they posted it on Twitter. Okay. So basically, they kept saying that Batman Arkham Shadow is like actually pretty immersive and was surprisingly great as far as the story aspect. And I don't know why surprisingly, because didn't Rocksteady make this and they made the original Batman? So it wasn't like they had some B team making this mobile game. But I'm trying to see. I don't know if it's I don't know where they posted it. Maybe they posted it on IG. Oh, here it goes, right here. All right, don't laugh at my spelling. I think I spelled it right. Anyways, all right, so look at RDC playing this game right here. Hold up. That's how I knew that this game was going to be seriously in contention for best VR game. Because look how much fun they're having right here.
Why are you so low? Rat King propaganda.
I mean, out here just crouching for no reason.
Propaganda, huh? Good Gothamites, become afraid.
Ah! Yeah, silence is good. I'll destroy any radios I find.
Oh.
Like, honestly, this is the future of gaming, which is at a point where this type of technology, what we have for VR now, and this may sound crazy, but it reminds me of my grandma's video game. I think it was like a duck shooting game. Game from back in the day. Yeah, it was like this duck shooting game, right? I forget the setup for it. Was it Duck Hunt? I don't think it was Duck Hunt. Okay, so what we have for VR right now, I do think this is the future wave of gaming. I think we're going to get to a point where you have a whole setup you can walk into and now you're just completely immersed in whatever video game you play, right? I do think we'll get to that point. But right now, the type of technology that we have, this is the level of VR we have right now. This right here. Y'all remember this? This looks ancient compared to now, right? That's how I believe we're going to look at this type of technology we have now for these video games. Like, obviously it looks solid, but we're going to get to a point where we're going to look back and be like, bro, what were they doing? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if these little headsets turn into like glasses or something, like something very small, but it still push you into the environment, like glasses, earbuds, and now it has the same effect, right? So I think we're going to look back and be like, you know what? These moments were needed because we had to start somewhere.
I thought he put him in objectives.
I want to get to the part where he was. I want to get to the part where he was fighting.
Jump, but I can glide across with my cape.
Oh, glide across with your cape. Oh, that's hard. Oh!
You don't even gotta do all that, I don't think.
Now what? More vents.
Okay, let me get to the part where they fire. All right, here we go.
This is a. Oh, I'm real here. Combat simulator. Hey. Oh, it's time. Make a fist. Oh, I had already did that. Punch from a distance. Hey.
All right, so y'all get the point, right? It just makes you feel like your Batman has a whole graphics set up and everything. So it's pretty solid, which is why I'm pretty. I'm glad that it won Best VR/AR game because I think it definitely deserved it. Trying to look at the other games. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that would have beat it out. Best mobile game. Now, of course, I've been, keeping my promise on covering more mobile games in the community because, of course, with me being a coverer of games and music, I try to cover everything very in depth as far as the overview. So getting into the mobile side of things, like, I don't know why I was neglecting them for so long. So that's why my first ever mobile review and sales roundup was for Marvel Contest of Champions, that mobile game, right? As far as this year, best mobile game going to Balatro. It ended up being a nominee for Game of the Year. I think people really enjoy this game. Now, I can't speak on this too much because I don't know too much about any of these mobile games besides the Pokemon trading card game Pocket because I did cover that. When did I cover that? I covered that back in April 22nd, 2024. So basically the Pokemon trading card game is, I don't know, it's pretty solid, but I think Pokemon Go will always be the notable Pokemon mobile game. But, glad it got a nomination on this category. But yeah, just type in Pokemon Analytic Dreamz and the trading card game segment will pop up. So anyways, let's get into best debut indie game. I don't know too much about that. Shout out to Balatro for winning that again. Well, shout out to Local Thunk /PlayStack. I think those are the developers. I think that's why they have it below there. Best independent game goes to Balatro. Okay. Is that not the same thing? Hold up. What's the difference between best indie game and best independent? Created by a new independent studio. Okay. For outstanding outside the traditional. Isn't that the same thing? Maybe I'm tripping. What's the difference between best debut indie game? Best independent game. Okay, so debut. So this is your first game ever. Okay, whatever. I understand the difference now. Best community support went to Baldur's Gate 3. I wouldn't have been mad if it went to Fortnite. I think Fortnite has one of the most popular fan bases in the world as far as the amount of people who just consistently just put time and effort into Fortnite. Fortnite in today's age is turning into what Minecraft, what Roblox was, but just times a trillion, right? Fortnite is really here to stay. But I guess maybe it's voters fatigue. They don't want to give it to Fortnite every single time. So Baldur's Gate 3 is definitely deserving of best community support. Because fun fact, they also won Game of the Year for 2023. So to come back this year to win Best Community Support, it's probably just a continuation of those flowers. Best Ongoing Game was Helldivers 2. So I guess maybe they was making up for this, because I feel like Best Ongoing is the same as Community Support, but maybe not. I don't know. So Helldivers 2 won this, definitely deserving of that. I see Destiny 2 on here. I do remember they had a DLC that the Destiny fans swore was going to bring the game back. But let me tell you, Bungie laid off 220 employees when they merged with PlayStation. So as far as the best ongoing game, I'm interested to see on this list, because I know they literally had like a whole heartfelt moment during the show where they talked about somebody who was like reaching out to people who got laid off to like tell their story and to help them out and things of that nature. So it's interesting to have Bungie on here. But that's the thing you run into when you have these moral high ground takes, but you're still in the industry, which is, to bring it back to music, what Kendrick is going to find out the hard way. Because let Kendrick not show up to the Grammys, it's over, right? So obviously Kendrick has to play the game at some point in time, right? Because the system wins every time. So anyways, that's basically why I say that. Like, even though you have these high moral ground takes, it's definitely a good thing, but also remember that there's a game to be played, and not the whole kids stuff. Like that's insane. That game is illegal, and those people should go to jail, right? Allegedly, I didn't say any names, but y'all get on. Y'all know. Hey, y'all know who I'm talking about. y'all know who I'm talking about. Those people, if it's true, you know what I'm saying, they need to go to jail. But as far as the game of showing up, showing face, shaking hands, things of that nature, I think it's just fair. As far as people who also have power and influence in the masses, as far as what they prefer in video games or music, right? Anyways, games for impact. Don't know too much about this. For a thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. That's cool. I don't know too much about it, but shout out to all these games. You know what I mean? Pretty sure they had a pro-social meaning or message, right? That's it. That's my take on that. Innovation and accessibility. So Prince of Persia won this category. When I think about it, I'm not mad at it. I believe Prince of Persia developers literally went under. Literally. I'm not laughing at them losing their jobs, because that's not funny. I'm just talking about how in the world do you go under for a video game? And let me see, let me make sure, because I believe they did go under, but I don't want to just be talking, right? Montpellier, Ubisoft. Okay, so basically the developers of this video game they haven't. Wait. Oh, okay. So they wasn't disbanded as far as Montpellier, right? Basically, the team behind this particular game was reassigned to other projects within the studio rather than the studio itself closing down. So what does that tell you? Like, come on now. Like, it's just label jargon for, hey, the great game that they made, we broke up that entire team, and they wonder why Ubisoft is in trouble as far as being bought out by Tencent, right? Because they keep saying that Ubisoft shares have fell like 17% after it delayed its launch of the new Assassin's Creed game. Like, so much stuff that's happening with Ubisoft right now, none of them good, because it's such a backwards company. So, I mean, how do you have Star Wars Outlaws, right? The first ever open world Star Wars game, and you out here just completely fumbling the play. You just completely fumble the product. You have Star Wars IP, the first ever open world game, and you fumble it. Like, how in the world does that happen? So anyways, shout out to Prince of Persia. I'm glad that team got some type of award. I wonder what that award was like, because who would have went up there to receive it, and what did he say, or what did he or she say, right? Because I would have got up there talking all type of mess. But like, yeah, thank you for this award. I'm glad somebody sees the value in what the work that we do. I would have just walked off. I was playing. That's not how you're supposed to do it. But nah, I'm pretty sure that they felt a little bittersweet. It was probably a bittersweet moment. All right. Best performance. This is the lady from the is it the deaf game or is it the? It's not. I don't think she's deaf. I think she just has voices. She like she like is hysterical and be. I don't know. Basically, it's a weird game. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, it's literally called Hellblade. You know, I try to stay from everything hellish. So I do recognize, because I have covered this game before. I do remember specifically before covering that, I was like, hey, you got to sprinkle some holy water before I cover this game, because I ain't gonna lie to you. Get into all this type of devilish imagery and the whispering of different voices in your head. Like, she definitely played that well, because I would have went insane in that booth. Be like, what you mean we got to retake again? Like, I'm telling you, like, she probably was going through it in that booth. So I'm glad that she won this award. Brianna White, who is she the character of? Was it Tifa? If it wasn't Tifa, then we ain't trying to hear it. Let me chill. All right, so what else? Luke Roberts from Silent Hill 2. I don't know why I'm reading off the names. Shout out to the person from Hellblade 2. Best audio design. I clicked off again. What in the world? Where we at? Okay. Best audio design went to Hellblade 2, of course. Because I'm not gonna lie, that is like that video game is literally a movie. It's like an interactive movie. I wouldn't even call it a video game. It's like one of them telltale video games. Like, you just watching a movie, and at certain times you like take over, right? So it's a great. I don't know, man. I don't prefer it because it's hellish type imagery, right? But if you prefer a movie in that type of spectrum, when you have multiple voices in your head and you have like a good stereo system or a headset that you can put on while playing this video game, it definitely has the best audio design by far. Like I said, it plays out like a movie. So not mad at it going to Hellblade 2. Would have definitely liked Astrobot to get it, but you know, that's one of the few categories, well, maybe the only category that, well, no, actually, because they was nominated for 7, they only won 3. So they lost 4. So this is one of the 4 that they lost as far as the best audio design. Okay, best score in music, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Interesting. Not mad at it because people do love the Final Fantasy soundtrack. I would say that because of Metaphor being so new and the quality of the soundtrack being comparable to Final Fantasy, I would have gave it to Metaphor, because Final Fantasy is going to be around because they be putting out, oh, this is the remix, this is the remaster, this is remaster part 1, this is remaster part 2, this is remaster part 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You get it? Like, Final Fantasy is going to be around for years to come. As far as Metaphor, I don't know when the next edition to Metaphor is going to come out, and it had a phenomenal soundtrack. So for this year, I would have gave it to Metaphor, but I'm definitely not mad at Final Fantasy winning. And Astrobot, I ain't gonna lie, Astrobot's score was pretty solid. Like the little, hold on, let me play this for y'all. Let me play a little about to enlighten y'all right quick. All right, what y'all know about the Astrobot theme song? Cause they had that T-Pain effect going on. And it's like catchy when you're playing the game. It's like, okay, my fault. Let me just play it off because y'all don't want me to sing it, right? So anyways, all right, here we go. All right, y'all get the point, right? Y'all like my dance moves? It's definitely Commander Shepard type dance moves. Anyways, those who know, those who play Mass Effect know what I'm talking about. So, Astrobot has a fire soundtrack, in my opinion, but I do understand like the versatility of Final Fantasies and Metaphor's soundtrack. It probably wasn't even like Astrobot probably wasn't even close, but it's still a fire soundtrack. Don't get it? You're like, come on now. That's some heat. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right. So, anyways, yeah. So, Final Fantasy VII won best score in music. Now, let's get into best art direction. Best art direction went to Metaphor ReFantasio. Definitely is well deserved. I mean, talk about anime game, right? Anime video game and won best art direction. And not only is it an anime game, but the art is top notch. And, you know, usually anime is known for its great art direction, but It's no different with Metaphor ReFantasio. So by far and away, probably the easiest category. Best art direction, Metaphor won that one. Best narrative. Okay, now I think we're in the big four, right? Oh, that was okay. So we start off right here. This is the start of the big four categories in gaming, right? The best art direction, best narrative, best game direction, and then game of the year. Those are usually the very sought after wins as far as the award show. Why? Because literally, when you have these type of games, right, and then you get into these big four categories, you start to realize that people will go back and play your game for the simple fact that they see it on these lists. They're like, oh, I must have missed something because I never played this game. So FOMO kicks in, now you check out the game. That's why the big four is a term popularly, what is that word? Like, what is popularly? I just made up something, right? Anyways, excuse me, you know what I mean? Just messing up all type of words today. But the popular phrase as far as every awards show is like the big four, because the Grammys have it with the producer of the year, you know, song of the year, album of the year, stuff like that, right? Gaming has it with best art direction, game of the year. Just, you already have the big categories that everybody wants, and then the other ones are like, you know, still sought after, but the top four is definitely very much a game changer as far as the public perception going down the line for years to come. So anyways, Metaphor won best art direction. I already said that, but we're just going over. So best narrative, Metaphor won this. I'm not gonna lie to you, Metaphor winning best narrative is definitely an upset, and let me tell you why. Saga Hellblade 2 is literally a movie. It's literally a movie. It's like an interactive movie. It's like a Telltale type video game, a AAA Telltale type video game. Because throughout the entire cutscene, sometimes you won't even know when you're supposed to pick up the controller. That's how good the graphics are in this video game. So with that being said, the overall story, the overall graphics, the way it plays out exactly like a movie, I would have thought this would have won best narrative, but Metaphor winning best narrative makes sense because of the political aspect and the depths of how they covered certain problems in the political field, right? So anyways, I'm not mad at Metaphor winning, just thought it was probably a close race between Hellblade 2. All right, so best game direction. Now this should have told everybody who was going to win game of the year, because usually best game direction is like a precursor to what is going to come as far as who's going to win the best game of the year, right? So Astrobot won best game direction. Makes so much sense as being a PlayStation exclusive, having a character created that is now competing with the likes of a Mario as far as on a platforming aspect, a significant accomplishment. And not only is it significant, but it also showcases how if you want to compete for years to come, you have to switch it up and come with things that nobody even saw coming as far as uplifting your overall brand. So Astrobot coming out of left field, being PlayStation's now solidified Mario competitor, like 2 games under his belt and is already being compared to Mario. I think that's a monumental accomplishment, and which is why, you know, let's just go and get it out the way, which is why it won Game of the Year. So Astrobot won Game of the Year, of course, developed by Team Asobi, SIE. And the thing about Astrobot winning Game of the Year is that it only came out on the PlayStation 5 platform. God of War won Game of the Year, that only came out on the PlayStation platform. Last of Us, I believe, won Game of the Year, that only came out on the PlayStation platform. Sekiro won Game of the Year, only came out on the PlayStation platform. Like, we're going to get to a point where people are going to realize that if PlayStation keeps having Game of the Year, year after year after year, and it's exclusively on PlayStation, we'll have to have a real conversation on how to help out Xbox. Because even though I own the PlayStation, I do acknowledge that if PlayStation keeps tipping the scale, because right now they're winning by a landslide. Like, there's a stat out there that for every one Xbox sold, there's for every one Xbox, there's 4 PS5s sold, right? It's like a 4-to-1 ratio, and that's like the bare minimum. So if the scales keep tipping in PlayStation's favor, what's stopping them from having competitive prices like an Xbox? Why not mark their prices up? Because they can, because they have the entire player base now, right? So I do believe Xbox is getting whooped so bad right now as far as just popular games that also is high quality, that at some point they're going to have to pick themselves up by the bootstrap. I know that whole mantra that they love to tell black people. Pick yourselves up by the bootstraps and then find a game that can be your next Halo and run with it. Because, of course, Doom, I believe, is a replacement for Halo as far as the quality level and still being innovative. Xbox cannot afford to lose out on another console war, because at that point in time, I don't think it's going to work well in the consumer's favor, because now the scales are tipped so heavily that the competitive price of both of them having, I don't even know what prices they charge, but let's just make it up, right? If they both charge $50 for an online subscription, right? What's stopping PlayStation from charging people $100, $120 for a yearly subscription? Because y'all are already on the platform. Where are you going to go? To Xbox? All the players are on Xbox. I mean, all the players are on PlayStation. And I know people are out there probably saying, well, what about cross-platform? Well, what about the exclusive PlayStation video games that keep winning Game of the Year, to the point where we now recognize that PlayStation has the best games as far as a discography in the past 4 to 5 years. So that's why I say competition is great. And the way that PlayStation is winning time and time again, Xbox has to come with a banger. They have to get some type of banger under their belt. I know they're buying all these studios. That I think that's Microsoft realizing that Sony is just whooping them on a game sense so often, year after year, that at some point it's going to be it's going to be a lead that's not able to be recovered. At some point, the gap between the PlayStation console sold and the Xbox's console sold is just going to get too large. So that's what I'm saying. We're at the point now where it's like in a race, right? Sony is way ahead of Xbox, but it's still 1 to 2 laps left in this race. And I do believe Xbox is going to have to push forward to make this a competitive race. Because if they don't, if Sony just takes off and leave Xbox, I do not think that will be in the best interest of the consumer. Hopefully that makes sense. But anyways, with that being said, Astrobot won Game of the Year. Also, I played this game back in, I put out part 1 back in October 29th. And basically I have a whole new, because I didn't even know it was going to win Game of the Year, but I did want to finish Astrobot, because I told my Analytic Dreamz video Spotify audience that I was going to be the Call of Duty campaign, which I did end up beating that. Have multiple Marvel Rivals gameplay walkthroughs out there. And I started Astrobot back in October 29th. But of course, with my new place, my new setup, everything, things of that nature, this whole aspect now, I'm starting back up as far as the gameplay walkthroughs, right? So I started Astrobot and I played 3 days ago, and I also streamed it. But streaming is also just something I do to give extra accessibility. But for the most part, people watch on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. So basically, this is me playing Astrobot right here, which is, now currently the Game of the Year. So just a little tidbit, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But this is me playing the game. Wait, hold up. That's kind of an Inception. Look at that. Oh, I don't think I did it right. Did I do it right? Am I in front of the camera? Wait, hold up. Am I in front of it? Oh, my chair is in front of him. Okay, let me see. I was like, what type of Inception is this? I'm on twice. All right. Let me take this off right quick. See, I can see the. All right, so now this is the previous version of me. This is not currently me, but y'all probably already know that. Anyway, this is me playing the game of the year for 2024. Here we go, last one. Look how I'm getting into it. Oh, I was about to say, move your finger then. All right, show my hat still on? It is. I ain't gonna lie, this start hurting. The Santa Claus hat. This hat do be hurting. All right. So as you can see, it's just a fun interactive game, and I'm showing you with the controls what it's having me do. You know what I mean? Got to be very, very peculiar where you put places, where you put things. And I'm also showing like with the controller how you can move around the box and things of that nature. Make sure to inspect that right quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think the jigger watt's in the right place. All right. So anyway, because the premise of the game is basically fixing an old PS5. It's probably fixing an old PS5 because the PS4 people won't get a PS5. But that's besides the point. Oh, hold on. Let me make myself appear like a magician. No, I was playing. All right, so yeah. Astro Bot won Game of the Year. Well deserved. Definitely one of the more pivotal games of all time for the simple fact that PlayStation now has a Mario competitor. And overall, the Game Awards show, I would give it a solid 8 out of 10. I ain't gonna lie, them coming out the gate with Elden Ring and Witcher news being a Game Awards show, because for those who don't know, newsflash, a lot of these studios are very tight-lipped with what they're creating because they have their own platforms now, right? There's a reason why Nintendo Now exists. There's a reason why PlayStation Rewind, I think that's what it's called. I forget what it's called. There's a reason why the Xbox Showcase exists. Everybody realizes they have the ability to press go live themselves and get the same amount of audience. So for Jeff Keighley to pull this off for the Game Awards show, to get exclusive content for something that's not even the developer's own platform, right? Like CD Projekt Red, they have a way to go direct to. Actually, they just went direct to consumer in one of the live streams. CD Projekt Red went live. I don't know if I can find it. Dive into. Okay, so they put out the 12th episode of the podcast when they talked about their new Cyberpunk update, which a lot was in Cyberpunk 2077's update, which just reinforces the point that that's the amount of effort it takes to reinvigorate a franchise after horrendous launch, right? So anyways, so yeah, that's what they did. They went live. Well, technically they just put out a podcast, but y'all get the point, right? So these people are just going direct to platform or direct to consumer because they have the ability to stream themselves, right? They don't need the other conglomerates to put out their product when they can just do it themselves, which is why I'm giving the Game Awards an 8 out of 10, because I do believe they had a lot of unique content showcase for the entire Game Awards show. Like I said, once again, the standouts was the Witcher 4 trailer. You had the co-op version spin-off games of Elden Ring. You had Naughty Dog announcing Intergalactic, which is the Heretic Prophet, a dystopian space adventure starring Tati Gabrielle. And of course, the Squid Game characters coming into the Game Awards show just to announce their online party royale game, which is, not looking the great as far as graphics wise, but don't know why they went for that cartoony effect, but hey, that's what they went with. With that being said, yeah, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Astro Bot winning Game of the Year? And obviously looking at this list. Oh, hold on. I think I'm blocking the last game. Okay. Obviously looking at this. Actually, that's not going to help. Let me pull this back. There we go. Looking at the last game as far as Metaphor ReFantasio, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Black Myth Wukong, Balatro, Astrobot. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What video game do you think was most deserving of Game of the Year for 2024? Marvel Rivals and Path of Exile are battling it out for the most popular game currently, as far as most popular new game. Because, of course, the most popular game will forever be a Counter-Strike 2 or a shooting or sports game, right? But as far as recently released, Path of Exile 2 is currently the 4th most played game on Xbox. And as far as PlayStation, it's outside of the top 10. When it comes to Steam, it's the 4th most played game on that platform. But what's interesting about the dynamics between the consoles is that Marvel Rivals is the 7th most played game on PlayStation, but Path of Exile is nowhere to be found on this list. But when you come to Xbox, it's the 4th most played game on Xbox, but Marvel Rivals is nowhere to be found on that list. So just to show you a little bit of the dynamics on consoles as far as an overview perspective, as far as analytically, right? So as far as Path of Exile 2, if you don't know, it's basically a ambitious action RPG sequel from Grinding Gear Games, as the gameplay mechanics feature character customization, new skill gem systems, revamped combat, and enhanced multiplayer. And as far as 19 new ascendancy classes, shared world hubs with drop-in multiplayer, a new campaign, a completely new campaign, alongside the existing Path of Exile content. Now, when it comes to sequels, people, as far as the higher-ups, have started to realize that if you put out a sequel, guess what? People are going to watch it a little bit more, because right now, going with what's safe as far as getting your value for your dollar has made it to where a lot of movies, a lot of entertainment that has been sequels have benefited off of the previous path that was set by the original. I mean, just look at Inside Out 2, just look at Wicked 2, basically, that just came out. Look at a lot of these continuations of a franchise and them selling a crazy amount, to the point where now the higher ups are looking at it like, we don't want to take any chances, just make a sequel off of the original project, which Disney, in all intents and purposes, are making sequels to movies we never thought we would receive a sequel to, right? Huge side tangent, well, not huge, small tidbit as far as the side tangent. Zootopia 2 is something I never thought I would have seen as a sequel, and now we're getting it, right? Incredibles 2 is something I thought we would never get as a sequel, but now, in recent times, people are realizing that brings people out more, especially when it comes to spending money on your product. So as far as bringing it all the way back to Path of Exile 2, it being a sequel, having this substantial hold currently, with it having 198,000 concurrent players as far as on the Steam platform, and being the 4th most played game on Xbox. When did this game come out? When Path of let me see. Why am I scrolling like I'm 80 years old? Path of Exile 2 came out December 6th, 2024. So obviously it's a new game, but still had a lot of attraction over time, as it was really putting up numbers when it came to sales and unique encounters as far as for people playing the game. Because now, if you're selling a lot, people who are playing the game are talking about how it's a lot of different bosses, all of them are unique, and now the barrier to entry is lower because it's available on PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox X/S. You realize that a lot more people are going to be able to play the game, because that's not always the case. Sometimes it's exclusively on PlayStation, actually. Most times it's, all right, my fault. Most times the good games are exclusively on PlayStation. There, I said it. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to say it like that. I didn't even know I switched my camera, but hey, hopefully y'all enjoyed that. So with that being said, this particular game, I believe that the overall attraction of it and the reason why people are playing it so much is because of the different ways you can expound upon the original Path of Exile. It really takes your progress and the decisions you made into account as far as the sequel, because not all games do that. Some games will give you the illusion of choice and you stay or you end up at the same point that everybody else did, but it gave you the illusion of picking a different path, right? Path of Exile is completely the opposite. It actually showcases different pathways to go down. And now with Path of Exile 2 coming out, it's just building upon the original game's complex storyline, the complex skill tree. A lot of the game introduces new mechanics as far as active skill gems that modify gameplay based on link supports, as far as new multiplayer features allowing co-op party play in world events. And then, of course, when it comes to Path of Exile 2, just know that it's more of a combined game experience from a gameplay mechanics as far as allowing players to choose between campaigns, because it's a combined experience with Path of Exile, which you would think is a given with it being a sequel, but not every game gives you the ability to continue the way that Path of Exile does from your original save. Sometimes you play the original game and the next game they're like, hey, we ain't saving all that. Just tell us these 3 main decisions and we're going to carry on. Like, no, hold on. What about this decision? What about that decision? This decision? That's why Mass Effect will forever be my favorite game, because ultimately the decisions you make in that game really carries over to the third game. Like, one of the main characters you have on your squad towards one of the missions in Mass Effect 1, you make a huge decision between 2 characters, and guess what? That character is gone for the rest of the series. And that other character can continue story arcs all the way up to Mass Effect 3, right? So you kind of see what I'm saying as far as a continuation of the original story versus other games that give you the illusion of choice. So, and then of course, vice versa. I'm not trying to spoil it for anybody. So as far as the decision you made, if you would have chose the other person, that person would have had a whole character arc all the way through to Mass Effect 3, which is why it will always be my favorite game of all time. Anyways, I don't know how I got on a Mass Effect tangent. See, look at me. You know what I mean? We talk about Path of Exile. My fault. So back to Path of Exile. As far as the free-to-play model, that, as far as Marvel Rivals, is very peculiar because they came out around the same time and are both free-to-play models, right? And the foundation has been set to where it's an ethical microtransaction type of philosophy, similar to Marvel Rivals that is currently out. What do I mean by that? Basically, if developers put out a game and it's free to play, they don't lock everything behind a paywall as far as the most intriguing parts of the game, right? The things that's microtransactions is basically cosmetics and things that don't affect the overall gameplay. It affects the visual elements, right? And maybe some of the customization options, but it doesn't really affect some of the core foundational mechanics of the game. One of the examples I gave with Marvel Rivals is, imagine EA developing Marvel Rivals. Exactly. They would have locked Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, and especially Wolverine around behind at least a $10 paywall, at the very least. So as far as an ethical microtransaction type of model, that's what I mean by that. Releasing a game fully, and then the cosmetic side of things are now up for, purchase and things of that nature. So that's what a lot of people is showcasing. They say that the soundtrack features orchestral. I think it's orchestral. I'm just, R's be kicking me, and the, you know what, man, R's be whooping me. But anyways, the orchestral, y'all get to hear me struggle through this. Compositions recorded by the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra. And basically that was a highlight of the game. A lot of people talked about the soundtrack being phenomenal. What else? So the scale customization has said to be double as far as the previous games, and a lot of players are really enjoying Path of Exile 2. So that's the review roundup of the people playing the game. As far as the major corporations, as far as game reviewers, which is a tad bit different than people who actually play the game, because of course when you're a reviewer, you have no guides going in. There's no tips and tricks. There's nothing as far as Path of Exile 2. Like, obviously the developers can tell you, oh, go here for this, go here for that. But as far as getting a review out at a deadline, it takes the joy away from it than compared to a player genuinely interested in this game, putting 30 to 40 hours in and then giving you a review, right? That's why I give both sides of the spectrum. But with that being said, as far as the game reviewers, the game reviewers talking about this game, IGN gave this an 8 out of 10, saying they praised the redefined action and surprisingly fleshed out in-game even in its early access state. Eurogamer gave this 85 out of 100, basically saying that they highlighted the game's high production values and impressive package, no diddy, even in early access. And of course, a lot of other scores was literally 8 out of 10s, right? That was the lowest that they went. Highest being 9.5 out of 10, basically praising the game's difficulty, combat, art, and map design. So everybody seems to love it, being a general consensus from the major conglomerates, and then everybody seems to love it from the people currently playing the game that has it at 198,000 concurrent players on Steam, 4th most played game on Xbox, and as far as the Sony ponies out there, is nowhere to be found on the top 10. So it really shows you the differences of fan bases on each and every console. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that Path of Exile 2 is definitely being publicly, being critically acclaimed as far as for the year of 2024. So shout out to the developers Grinding Gear Games based in New Zealand, because y'all have undeniably made a hit. So with that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Path of Exile 2? Have you played Path of Exile 2? And if you haven't, will you be willing to give it a try? The year is 1980. And the sequence of events leading up to 1985 was drastic for the video game industry. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you the video game industry went from $3.2 billion with a B to $100 million due to the crash, right? Video game industry was in shambles. The reason I call Mario the greatest video game character ever created is because there was a specific title that was released titled Super Mario Bros. In 1985 on the Nintendo Entertainment System. By the end of that year, Nintendo sold 6.1 million units, largely driven by the success of Super Mario Bros. Went on to become one of the more successful video game franchises of all time, and ultimately turned around the entire video game industry for the simple fact that everybody seen that the video game industry could produce high quality, but also innovative, but more importantly, immersively enjoyable. Because if you don't know, Super Mario was the first to do a lot of things. I mean, when it comes to leveling up, when it comes to power-ups, when it comes to scrolling levels, all of this seems normal now, right? Marvel not Marvel, my fault. We was just talking about Marvel Rivals. Mario is the greatest video game character of all time for the development that happened via Nintendo that ended up influencing the gaming industry to the point where now we recognize that Super Mario Bros. Had sold over 40 million copies as far as back when it released in 1985 up to 1996, making it one of the best selling video games of all time. And it instilled the trust back into video games as far as from a consumer standpoint, because a lot of people lost hope that video games was just a lost cause, and if you play video games you was just lazy and never was going to amount to anything because you're wasting your time, because all of these are low quality products. But when Mario came out, it enlightened the public that video games can actually be mentally stimulating and also enjoyable as far as a problem solving aspect. Now, of course, today is not just about Mario, but I had to give a crash course as far as why I put so much respect on Mario's name, because if you don't know, Analytic Dreamz, oh, my fault, I pressed my drop. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because basically there's a reason why Mario is right next to Notorious B.I.G. on my banner that I created. Basically, I put together what I believe is the most impactful gaming characters of all time, and of course hip-hop musicians of all time. With that being said, Mario ultimately, in my opinion, is the most popular and the most influential video game character of all time. Now, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just want y'all to know how much respect I have for Mario as far as just revering a creation that ended up saving an entire video game industry. So anyways, let's get into the reason that we're even talking about Mario, right? Super Mario Party Jamboree was just released not too long ago, and essentially with this game coming out exclusively on the Nintendo Switch, because Lord knows if there's one mascot for a platform that's been carrying it, like the 2016 LeBron James for the Cavaliers, it's Mario for Nintendo. Nintendo, that's funny. Is that the female version? No, I'm just playing, my fault. For Nintendo. Now, of course, Zelda fans may get a little upset at that, and, you know, rightfully so. I do believe Zelda is the Robin to Mario's Batman as far as holding the Nintendo up to a certain stature as far as in the video game industry. But nonetheless, Mario is the Beyonce of the group when it comes to Nintendo's IP, and they will have the exclusive rights to Mario to the day that brand goes under, and hopefully that never happens, but you know, just putting it in perspective. So anyways, exclusively on the Nintendo Switch is where you can play this game, right? It's developed by Nintendo Cube, formerly ND Cube, known for Mario Party since 2012. And they didn't always used to work on Mario Party. They basically just recently started to work on Mario Party because I believe they picked it up so they picked it up in 2012 with Mario Party 9, because before that, actually, I don't know who developed it before, but anyways, Nintendo Cube picked it up in 2012 with the first one in the development being Mario Party 9. So with that being said, exclusively on the Nintendo Switch, so you already know when it comes to sales, they're going to be the top dogs, and rightfully so, as when Mario drops, everybody else moves out the way. As far as the units and weekly sales, when it first came out, it sold around 73,000. I mean, talk about having first week sales for a video game, right? That's why you should definitely follow, hit the bell icon to be notified when I put out content, because this keeps you up to date with the gaming and music industry, right? So as far as 73,000 first week sales for the Mario Party Jamboree, it did not stop there, because it had a 30% week over week sales surge, which isn't common in other entertainment fields, especially in music. Usually it goes down a little bit, especially over time. But for Super Mario Party Jamboree, it was the opposite. So as far as currently, this game is increasing because they've restocked it a lot as far as sales increasing on the Nintendo platform, because of course Mario has a plethora of other games that people are playing, as far as the Mario and Luigi Brothership, as far as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, as far as Minecraft, as far as Animal Crossing. There's a lot of games you could play on the Switch that's very just immensely popular and has its own cult-like fan base. Also, as far as Nintendo, when it comes to its combined weekly sales, a lot of people don't know that they also put up bigger numbers than a PlayStation or an Xbox, because the Nintendo Switch has been around for a while, and obviously people want the Nintendo Switch too, but why, when weekly it's selling at least 80,000 units as far as overall and the economy, right? So with that being said, the traditional Mario Party formula is here once again, and Jamboree is no different, as with over 110 mini games, turn-based gameplay, and unique board mechanics, basically introduce Jamboree buddies for strategic advantages, and that's the difference between this game and the other Mario parties. And also, there are new pro rules mode reducing reliance on luck, because I'm not gonna lie to you, as far as watching RDC World and the amount of Mickeyness that happens when Leland wins, I'm not gonna lie to you, luck seems to be the only way to win a Mario Party, because I was watching a playthrough of them playing Jamboree, literally, like the game we're covering right now, because they always play Mario Party. So it was actually the most up-to-date one. It was playing Jamboree. Dylan was up by like 3, 4, 5 stars, right? At the end, he had some type of role that he had to give like majority of his stars to Leland, and he ended up winning the entire game because that was the last round. It's stuff like that that makes you realize that this game, I'm not going to say it's entirely on luck, but I mean, goodness, if you win every mini game and at the end have to give all your stars to somebody else, I mean, what else do you call it, right? So as far as that, you know, this game supports up to 20 players in multiplayer, right? Or 8 players in okay, so supports multiplayer up to 20 players, which is titled Koopa. What in the world? A Koopa-thalon? A Koopa-thalon. I know they're trying to play off Marathon, but I ain't gonna lie to you, that's still hard to pronounce. Koopa-thalon. Anyways, or 8 players in cooperative Bowser Kaboom squad. And then, of course, the robust of characters is still here, as this game has 22 playable characters, the largest roster to date, with new additions like Ninja and Pauline. Of course, Pauline from Super Mario Odyssey. That was the one where I think that was the first time ever Mario had his hat able to do a plethora of different things as far as power-ups and things like that. Like his hat would like basically turned into a boomerang, like Captain America's shield. And it was a very unique addition, because who would have thought to update Mario to give his hat Captain America's shield like abilities, right? It's similar to when Spider-Man, an IP that's been around for forever, was given the addition of movable eyes. Obviously in the animated show, it animated the eyes, well, it animated the mask so you could see the expression, but in real life, well, in current day, you know, with the evolution and live action, adding it to the point where it's moving in live action and it still seems plausible, I think those are necessary innovations to keep this long-standing IP relevant, right? And not relevant in the sense that it's going to fall off. I mean, we're talking about Mario and Spider-Man, right? But still, in the sense that still upholding creativity to the highest level to always be adding to an already iconic character. So anyways, overall, a lot of people have been having a little criticism for this video game, especially compared to other Mario parties, but they do acknowledge that it's pretty much a solid game. I mean, it's kind of hard to mess up the Mario Party format, right? So that's why, in general, it's been the top selling game on Nintendo since it came out. As far as initially when it came out early this month to now, it's the top by far. So when it comes to other games, as far as Dragon Quest 3, Mario, if y'all want to know the top 5, basically Super Mario Party Jamboree is #1 selling game on the Nintendo Switch platform. Then you have Dragon Quest 3, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Minecraft, and then you guessed it, Mario again with Mario and Luigi Brothership. There's a reason why we put so much respect on Mario's name, because not only does he uphold just a video game perception, but he also upholds its, his original developers with Nintendo. So with that being said, it's really not too much else to get into because this game is already fantastic. So we're just gonna praise Mario a little bit more, right? Because how else can you break down a Mario Party game besides telling people that it's a lot of online players that can play at once, and there's multiple mini games throughout the turn-based gameplay with unique board mechanics, right? So with that out the way, going back to ultimately glazing Mario, no, just playing, no Diddy. Now, Super Mario 64 is another standout for Mario, because one of the things about Super Mario 64 is that it sold 11.9 million units worldwide. Why am I talking about that? For the simple fact that Mario went from impacting the video game industry and saving it literally back in the 1980s, right? With Super Mario Bros., which for those old enough to remember, it was a 2D game, right? So when it made the jump to 3D, obviously people would be a little skeptical because now this is not my Mario. What is this 3-dimensional type of realm that you have Mario in? I'm used to like the pixelated 2D format, right? Then the Super Mario 64 came out, just cementing again that they are just leaps and bounds ahead of the competition. You know how people, at this point, it's a little less because Mario comes out so repetitively. But as far as the anticipation built up for GTA 6, that's how Mario was back in the day. Because when Super Mario 64 came out, it was literally revolutionary for the 3D space, just like it was for the 2D power-ups and the things that it had as far as gameplay mechanics. So when 3D came out, and as far as the camera control and analog movement, back in that day, it was like nowadays is normal because everybody just then copied it, right? But back in that day, it was really innovative to the point where now you've innovated on a 2D front, saving the video game industry. You came out with a 3D model, innovating on camera control, analog movement, all type of just 3D elements that we've never seen before, going from 2D to 3D, the game soundtrack being straight classic. Of course, people remember the Bomb Battlefield song track off of the soundtrack being one of the more recognizable tracks ever in video game soundtrack history. So when I talk about Mario, it's not from a sense of biasness. It's from a objective standpoint, as far as literally saving the video game industry, as far as it crashing from 1983 to 1985, and then 1986 Super Mario came out, and then now people are getting back into video games because it reinstalled confidence that video games could be high quality, and obviously it set the stage of quality because it innovated on so many different levels. Like, do y'all not know how basic of mechanics that power-ups are now? Like, as far as having power-ups, as far as having just overall leveling up, it's just so much that the non-linear pathways that they set, as far as the game design, all of these seem simple now because it literally was innovated and founded by Super Mario Bros. Levels, power-ups, non-linear path, all of that was taken from Super Mario Bros. And all of that is thanks to Super Mario Bros. So, yeah, man, Mario is a GOAT, and I rest my case. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Super Mario Party Jamboree? And at the end of the day, have you ever played Super Mario? And if you haven't, would you be willing to give this latest Super Mario Party a try? Now, even though we're getting into basically a card game, which is a poker-themed roguelike, it's still available on PC, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox. And of course, It's available on iOS and Android. Now, as far as a card game receiving such critical acclaim, as far as to the point where it was nominated at the Game Awards for literally Game of the Year. Do y'all not know how insane a card game has to be for it to get nominated for Game of the Year? Like, this means that a bunch of people was vouching for it as far as this being one of the most pivotal games of all time. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I haven't played this at all. I mean, this looks like something, no disrespect, that you will see at the bingo club. Like, you go to bingo night and somebody, you know, Martha, she on the slot sheens on the back, and this is what I imagine it looks like, right? I don't really find any intrigue into these type of games. Now, that's just me personally. I'm just letting y'all know where I stand, right? You know, Martha and Dorothy over there having fun with this card game. Meanwhile, they over there on the other side playing bingo. That's why that's the picture, the setting I would think that these type of games would thrive in. But I am sorely mistaken, as all of the most positive reception in 2024 seems to put this at the top list as far as a nominee for Game of the Year. And when I looked into it, people were saying it's so addicting, but it's actively avoiding gambling mechanics because it's a strategy about, it's about strategy and deck building rather than betting. So it's like, at first I thought, oh, it has to be, you know, it's a card game, right? I'm thinking, oh, they must got this at the casino, right? This I go back to the old way of thinking. Maybe they just nostalgia, right? Maybe they used to bet back, you know, maybe Balatro was next to the blackjack back in the casino. So apparently this doesn't have any gambling at all. So overall, I'm just completely flabbergasted on how in the world a game like this could get so critically acclaimed to the point where not only is a nominee for Game of the Year, but it also won an award, and the award was Best Independent Game. Because if you don't know, when it comes to games like this and the profitability, I mean, 1 million in sales within 8 hours. And you're probably wondering to yourself, how in the world does that happen if this game is not based off betting? Like, what enjoyment do people find from this? This is my brain trying to figure out how people are just gravitating towards this game. No hate, just purely ignorant and curiosity combined, which is what we have now as far as my review and sales roundup. As after doing some research, I realized that I have to cover this game, because I'm not gonna lie to you, as far as having 250,000 units sold within the first 72 hours, as far as 1 million units sold within launch, 2 million in sales by August 2024, and then of course it won Best Independent Game and a nominee for Game of the Year. I mean, so many accolades. At some point, you just gotta say the famous Shaq quote, "I'm sorry, my brother, I was not familiar with your game," pun intended. So anyways, with this being a roguelike deck building game, basically a lot of people are falling in love with the gameplay mechanics, which basically is poker based roguelike deck building. So innovations for this game essentially is the Joker cards have 150 unique cards modifying scoring and adding special effects, right? Then the strategy focus with no gambling mechanics. So they don't focus on gambling at all, which is very honorable if you think of a card game. I mean, first thing you think of when you think of card games is betting, right? Every movie in the world, you go to a casino and they bet, and what's the first thing you see? Chips and cards, right? Obviously the slot machines and, you know, things of that nature. But for the most part, it's chips and cards. That's essentially what people view when you think of casino. So with this completely trying to avoid gambling, it's very honorable in my opinion. Designed for players with no prior poker knowledge. So you know how I made all the jokes about, you know, the Marthas of the world basically playing this game, and me as a young buck not knowing anything about it because I don't have that type of nostalgia. Well, apparently you don't have to have any previous knowledge, as the gameplay mechanics are very different in this, right? And a lot of the replayability basically comes from the vast Joker combinations and deck building strategies. So it's very much a thinking man's game, or a thinking human game, right? So with it coming to console, having immense success, with it being on mobile, having a lot of expansion on that front, you realize that having, along with that, no micro transactions. If this game is not just the ultimate saint of the video game industry, I don't know what is. Because of course, they've had crossovers with Stardew Valley. They've had crossovers with Potioncraft, Cyberpunk 2077, and Dave and Diver. So obviously they've had backing as far as, collaborative strategic efforts. But still, having no microtransactions, like as far as from the initial purchase, that's it. So they aren't really maximizing the amount of revenue that they could be generating. But on the other hand, from a consumer perspective, this is the ultimate W to just showcase that we want people to play our game for it being fun. We don't want people to play the game with the likes of, or with the hopes and they like spending hundreds and $200 on microtransactions, which is nothing wrong with that if the foundation is robust and you give us enough to where it makes sense to buy additional cosmetics or things of that nature. But Balatro is not doing it at all. So that's very interesting and honorable. Controversies as far as this game, because of course with a card game, it was temporarily pulled from platforms due to a messed up rating change to 18 plus. I don't know who was hating on the game, on what platform, but it was removed, but it was resolved quickly. So, as far as that, people was talking about the gambling type of mechanics that could get people into other card games that does involve gambling. But I'm not going to lie to you, with no microtransactions, with no ties to even trying to get you to put up money, I guess, as far as a competitive format, that's not Balatro's responsibility. Dave did everything in their power to showcase anti-gambling practices, to not have any microtransactions, to the point where if somebody takes this and creates their own version where you do put up money, or maybe the side bet discourse where you put up money and you're playing this game, then you can't really blame this particular video. You can't blame Balatro, because they practice everything in the world as an indie developer, mind you, to basically showcase how the straight and narrow can also lead to immense success. As a card game, even being nominated for Game of the Year, let alone winning Best Independent Game, is beyond insane. So, shout out to Balatro. As far as the developer, shout out to Local Thunk, basically an anonymous solo developer from Canada who created Balatro. So a lot of people don't know that Local Thunk developed Balatro, and he's literally from Canada. So a lot of people don't know that. He's anonymous, don't know why. But as far as being an indie developer, I wonder if they showed him at the Game Awards. I mean, I would have missed it because, he's not as publicly, accessible. So, but with that, being an independent developer, putting out this type of game that's received this amount of insane critical perception or critical acclaim, I mean, it's just, I'm just speechless, man. It's one of the first times I've ever seen a game, not understood it, researched, and then came out with, you know what? Ultimately, a lot of things as far as a consumer-friendly aspect is obvious in this game, to where this amount of high critical acclaim, just, trying to be a positive person, having a glass half full type of perspective hopefully other games try to follow this type of model with the hopes of getting garnering the same amount of critical acclaim, for the simple fact that Balatro did it with no microtransactions, with no gambling type of mechanics. Why can't we? Right? So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Balatro being a card game that was nominated for Game of the Year? What do you think about it? What do you think about it being available on every platform? I mean, consoles, PC, mobile, you name it. Whatever you have, you can look up Balatro on your local game store. So with that being said, will you be willing to give this a try? And if you have, what is your favorite aspect of Balatro? I said that I would take care of the mobile gaming community. And as far as the listeners who primarily play mobile here on Notorious Mass Effect, just know from now on, you are being taken care of, because I neglected the entire mobile fan base community by not covering the most played games, because of course this is Notorious Mass Effect. So how are you going to talk about the Notorious Mass Effect of the video game industry and not even get into the mobile aspect of the entire industry when it comes to evolving the video game format? Now, of course, for this specific segment, as you see right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, we are getting into what is currently the third most played mobile game in the world, as Pokemon Go, originally made as a mobile game, and I'm pretty sure it still is a mobile game, because as far as the platforms that is on, is basically iPhone and Android. And with Pokemon Go, of course, there's a lot of events that attract a lot of Pokemon fanatics into events that makes them come together and basically catch Pokemon together. It's really impactful as far as a community, but overall, it definitely showcases how Pokemon Go has accomplished something that many mobile games have tried to do, but of course failed, as this is one of the most popular mobile games of all time. Definitely coming off of the IP of Pokemon, but of course putting it in a mobile format, then they took it to a whole nother level. Now, when it comes to Pokemon Go, of course, its trajectory compared to the initial release date, because I believe Pokemon Go came out. Okay, so Pokemon Go came out officially July 6, 2016. So as far as where it is today in 2024, it's the third most played mobile game in the world. As far as the revenue built up over time, it's one of the highest grossing mobile games ever as far as in the first month, basically accumulating $206.5 million as far as its initial release back in July 2016, setting the all-time record for mobile game revenue in the first month, while also holding other multiple Guinness World Records. Just to put in perspective how big and how much of a mammoth it became to be in such a short amount of time. Because of course now everybody knows Pokemon Go, but back then we didn't know how this game would be received. We thought it would be a solid game, right? I don't think anybody in their wildest imagination would have thought that this would compete with actual classic console or hand console Pokemon games. So getting back into Pokemon Go, I wanted to talk about overall, what do people like about the game? What's the main intrigue of the game? Because of course it's been out since 2016. So you've had some time to learn about it. So I wanted to get more in depth as far as the analysis personally for me, right? So I wanted to get into, while the initial launch, because of the massive amount of people who signed up on the game or was playing the game, because of the initial launch being so successful, basically the servers was overloaded, right? All type of server issues, crashes, connectivity issues. And then of course they overcame that throughout time. But when it first came out, the overall player base was a lot for the servers to handle, which is the case for a lot of really popular games that basically blew all the projections out of the water. Because if you don't know, the network as far as connection for these video games cost a lot. I mean, there's a reason why Twitch comes out all the time to let y'all know how much these servers cost, because they don't want y'all to think that they're just printing money with all these different streamers and they're not having a humongous overhead, right? So as far as the servers is considered, that's probably one of the premier overheads for a popular game. But besides the fact, they overcame it. So with Pokemon Go, also another big obstacle for it to overcome, basically when it first launched, was the overall data collection. You know, I definitely pride myself on scouring the data and basically analyzing to break it down and give it in a very concise fashion for the people who's watching. So with that being said, the premise of it is the data collection by Pokemon Go led to a lot of privacy debates regarding regarding location data. So as far as that, it had to overcome that obstacle, because whenever you get so immensely popular to where everybody is literally turning on their location to play the game, because that's basically how you have to play it. Like I have a whole video up right now basically showcasing how the game looks as far as the app in today's day, right? You go around and essentially it's more of like an AR experience. It's definitely not VR, because it's not an entire different world. It's basically the same world you're in, but as far as with AR, there are certain things that they put in your real world experience that of course lead to the Pokemon IP, as far as Pokemon, as far as Pokeballs, the UI, but the setting that you're walking around in is literally the location that you're at. So it's not like, oh, I'm playing Pokemon Go and now I have to go into a whole different world to catch this Pokemon. Like literally you can find Pokemon in your own town, own region. It's just basically putting the Pokemon in certain places around your location. So that's why a lot of the privacy issues came out, because literally it uses the GPS to locate and catch so the players use GPS to locate and catch virtual Pokemon in real world locations. So as far as actually having those security issues, it definitely makes sense, because it's constantly tracking your movement for the overall optimization of the game, right? But people are not trying to hear that, especially when it comes to the overall experience with Pokemon Go. So another thing I was wanting to get into is, even though Pokemon has the likes of Pokemon Go, even though they have the classic handheld Pokemon games, the lawsuit that Nintendo sent Power World, as far as the actual developers of Power World, and I mean more specifically Pocket Pair, who, if you don't know, are the developers of Power World, right? That whole lawsuit fiasco, which happened back in October 22nd, 2024, well, as far as when I covered it, and Nintendo versus Pocket Pair really puts a damper on a lot of things like Pokemon Go, their classic handheld games, because of course, one of the things about Power World being considered is that they were innovative to a certain front as far as implementing a lot of different systems in place as far as the survival aspect that the overall Pokemon games did not have. But as far as the capturing mechanics of monsters, as far as a lot of the names and designs of what Power World had, you realize that the lawsuit definitely has some credence, but in general, it does take away, because Power World is up and coming, is obviously inspired by you. I would say it's not a complete ripoff. It's more of like what Marvel Rivals is to Overwatch right now. There's heavy inspiration from Overwatch when it comes to Marvel Rivals. But of course, there's heavy inspiration in a lot of things we do in life. Nothing is completely 100% unique, right? So as far as Nintendo suing Power World, it definitely took the overall public's perception in a negative turn. Because now they're looking at Nintendo like, and they're basically saying, instead of making your own survival-like game that's in the Pokemon world, you would rather sue Power World for what? Because Power World's not even as popular as it once was as far as when it initially came out. So that's why I wanted to throw in there, because as far as the tidbits of Pokemon, obviously it's such a gigantic IP that nobody ever believes Pokemon is going to fall off, especially with games like Pokemon Go being one of the more successful mobile games of all time. But then when you get to the fact that they're suing people like Power World, it leads you to believe that they are a little threatened about what they could become potentially, even though at this point people could confidently say that we don't think Power World is ever going to get to the level of Pokemon, which even that was a stretch when they initially launched, but the numbers when they initially launched was definitely milestone, all-time type of launch for a new game, right? So anyways, the reason why I even bring that up as far as Nintendo sending the lawsuit to Power World, because of course I cover music, as this is called Notorious Mass Effect, covering gaming, or covering music and gaming. So gave me a little throwback to when my favorite musician sued his label UMG. I was like, did Nintendo set the whole precedence, the whole blueprint into my music connoisseurs of the podcast out there? Steal the whole verse, bar for bar, from Nintendo as far as suing to get the upper hand. Did Drake copy Nintendo's whole flow? Food for thought. So anyways, after that random side tangent I just went on, let's get back to Pokemon Go. So with Pokemon and the AR integrations, of course, Pokemon appear in the real world using a device's camera, well, your device's camera, with an option for non-AR mode. And basically they have regular community days to keep people involved on the game and offer opportunities to catch rare Pokemon and participate in activities. So as far as the roster, I mean, has the Pokemon from all the generations, from Kanto to Paldea, I think that's how you say it. They regularly update the game, and you will hope so, with it being so immensely successful and uber successful. So they definitely update it every now and, well, they update it all the time. And as far as teams and leaders, you can choose from Mystic, Valor, or Instinct. So when I talk about sales, as far as it being one of the more successful mobile games of all time, and especially having so much revenue generated, I think the explosiveness of Pokemon Go, especially coming out in 2016 and holding its dominance to 2024, is just showcase, if you make a great game, people are going to like it, and people are going to follow along with the regular updates, with the regular events for Pokemon Go fans alike to get together and catch rare Pokemon. And when it comes to catching shinies, I think Pokemon Go has really cemented yet another reason why Pokemon overall is one of the most iconic brands of all time. So with that being said, I think there's something else I was wanting to get into with Pokemon Go. Actually, that may be it. Oh, okay. So as far as balance changes, they also wanted to have Nintendo introduce PvP changes to Pokemon as far as the mobile Go aspect. But that's basically it. I mean, mobile gaming is one of the more successful areas in video game history. So even when you think about handhelds, technically, I'm not going to say those are mobile games, but at this point in time, I mean, I would say an iPhone and what the Nintendo 3DS was back in the day, the Nintendo 3DS may be inferior to what we have nowadays as far as a cellular device. So Nintendo was really ahead of its time, continues to be ahead of its time, and Pokemon Go is just yet another huge achievement under the Pokemon IP to showcase how this brand is going nowhere as far as falling off, and it will forever last in the hearts of video gamers such as myself. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Pokemon Go? And if you've played Pokemon Go, what is your favorite part of the mobile game Pokemon Go?
All right, let's talk about TikTok. Taking that legal battle to the U.S. Supreme Court, the federal government has ordered the Chinese-owned app to shut down or be sold to an American company by January 19th, citing national security concerns.
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because ladies and gentlemen, it is finally here. After covering this topic extensively, with it starting really all the way back in November when TikTok and Billboard was teaming up to launch a top 50 songs chart, right? So ultimately, TikTok was building up a lot of leverage in the US economy to the point where the biggest music label in the world jumped out of the woodworks and was basically saying, hey, how about you pay us more to have our artists on your platform? Because we basically don't like the amount of leverage you have. TikTok was like, we don't have to pay y'all. We have everybody in the world. Guess what? UMG left, took all of his artists, Taylor Swift, Drake, Post Malone, all of them included, right? And then after Taylor Swift, being the biggest gangster in the industry, basically told UMG that she was going to pull what she did towards Scooter Braun if UMG didn't reinstate all those UMG acts on TikTok, coincidentally, that whole debacle was smoothed over and the UMG artist was able to come back to TikTok. Following that, and this is all on my podcast, so as far as TikTok Analytic Dreamz, it should pop up on whatever podcast platform you listen on. Following that, in March, TikTok now has beef, not with the biggest music label in the world, but now they have beef with the biggest government in the world, as US came out and was like, hey, we have a bill that could pass if you don't divest to US companies as far as the specific operations of TikTok in the United States. If you don't divest that in the algorithm to a US company, we have a bill that could potentially ban TikTok. This was when it was speculative. They was literally saying House passes bill that could ban TikTok, but it had a lot more loopholes to jump through, right? And then it basically got through all of the loopholes. And then TikTok is to the point where they realize the US is actually serious. They're not bluffing like UMG was. They've went through all the levels of getting this bill passed to the point where now TikTok is basically showing up to court to try everything possible to delay the shutdown that could potentially happen January 19th, 2025. So to put in a concise fashion, basically TikTok is going to be banned, right? Unless they divest to America, to an American buyer, or succeed in the US legal battle. Which one do y'all think is going to happen? Either they divest or they get banned. They're not winning this case. It's in the US. It's a case in the US. I know we talk about, oh, the justice system is going to provide justice. But the whole time, the people behind the scenes pull the strings. So the justice is what they say it is. We don't care that we have Instagram and Twitter doing the same thing. You specifically are going to divest to US or else. So basically, that's what TikTok said. So they're going to get banned unless they divest. I am predicting that if they don't divest, I believe it may be a hot take. I do believe United States do not want to take down TikTok. They like the way that the ecosystem has turned a lot of brains into zombies, right? The whole purpose of social media was really to connect with the outer world. Well, not outer world, but, you know, out of your region, things of that nature, to make it easier to connect with people. the social media now is everybody faking a lifestyle and having all type of detrimental mental health effects of too much consumption of social media, because they're looking at a life that's already fabricated, but now they're trying to implement that and fall into depression when they can't live up to that false picture of what people put on social media. Because if you don't know, if TikTok ends up getting banned, it's going to be a lot of repercussions from that, because currently they have 170 million US users, which means this will disrupt a lot of people's mental health. Now, of course, their mental health shouldn't be tied to social media in the first place, but hey, we are in 2024. You could easily, through conversation, tell whose mind has been corrupted by TikTok. There's a reason why there's things such as TikTok brain. And also, one of the main reasons that I'm proud that the podcast is successful, because I ain't gonna lie to you, as far as social media, I have not figured that out, as far as figuring out how to get people's short attention span to pay attention to social media clips. So as far as Notorious Mass Effect, I'm glad that everybody comes back week after week to tune in, because I'm not gonna lie, those social media platforms, I ain't figured it out yet. So as far as long form content, seems like I have something working for me. But as far as short form, obviously, you know, clips go viral here and there, but as far as consistently, I just think the frying of attention spans basically makes it impossible to keep people's attention for longer than like 10 seconds on a social media platform. Anyways, so with that being said, TikTok will remain usable for the duration of time until January 2025, right? And then the US came out, because I believe they said something to Apple, I believe, because the US came out. I don't think I have it on here, but I remember they told Apple and Google, I believe, so they told Apple and Google to prepare for TikTok's removal for the app stores, which is definitely that's like a villainous tactics. I'm not gonna lie to you. Who in the world comes out like, hey, you better be prepared to take that down? Like, my brother, I'm pretty sure they've seen the news. I'm pretty sure they're ready. So as far as the US saying that, I think is another one of their marketing tactics to let ByteDance know, like, hey, we are serious. We will take you completely off of United States soil if you do not divest into our US companies. Now, that does bring another interesting tidbit into the fray. So as far as the use of a VPN, I do believe certain content creators that majority make their income from that specific platform may go to those methods. That is something that I believe won't come to fruition, because I do believe either US is going to forcefully take it, or that sounds so crazy, or ByteDance is going to sell. I don't assume US really wants to take TikTok down. I believe they do want to see how in the world TikTok's algorithm is set up. So when push comes to shove, I wouldn't be surprised if they just run up in there and take it. So TikTok's algorithm is probably one of the more valuable marketing systems in the past 5 years. Because for musicians, you could have a track that came out in like 2017, 2019, and basically, if you blow up on TikTok, you might as well have dropped it in that day, right? Well, on that day, because now it has a brand new life from a track that's already been out and had no traction, but now TikTok picked it up organically, and now it's just having millions upon millions of listeners, because that's the type of impact TikTok has on a lot of independent musicians. Now, you would say that doesn't Instagram, YouTube, Twitter do the same thing? Technically it does, but as far as the powers that be having more manipulative hands on the algorithm, it's a little harder. And I wonder why that is. I wonder why TikTok's algorithm is more independent friendly as far as people blowing up than Instagram, Twitter, or Don't let me get started. So anyways, the algorithm is the main thing I believe the US wants. They don't care for TikTok. They care for the tool that the algorithm has been working on, because that's the most valuable asset for what they want as far as in the offer, or not even the offer, the potential ban to avoid that. Basically divest your algorithm to to basically a US buyer, right? So that's what TikTok is facing. The U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C. denied ByteDance's request for a pause on the law. No Diddy, leaving the company reliant on a potential Supreme Court intervention. Now, the main things is still the main thing. TikTok is going to be banned January 19th, 2025. Objectively speaking, the government is saying they will ban TikTok in U.S. app stores starting January 19th, 2025. Think of Flappy Bird, but on a whole, well, yeah, it's the same as Flappy Bird, just like a social media platform instead of a one-off viral game. So that's basically it. I mean, for the main thing that you should take away, I do believe that the U.S. wants to keep TikTok's algorithm. I do not believe they will let TikTok go to the wayside without figuring out how in the world did TikTok's algorithm work and how can we get it under our control. Because either they're going to shut it off completely or they're going to control it. And I'm willing to bet they would prefer to control it, whether it's by force or by them divesting into a U.S. company. So with that being said, TikTok has till January 19th, 2025. And in an alternative route, if the Supreme Court intervenes, that is the Hail Mary of Hail Marys as far as being able to intervene to gain TikTok a reprieve, right? So, yeah, man, TikTok's in a sticky situation. And I don't know if they can dance their way out of it. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about TikTok being threatened by the U.S. to potentially be banned by January 19th, 2025, unless ByteDance, which is the company that owns TikTok, sells the app to an American buyer? And ultimately, who do you think, or what do you think will happen, and what do you think is going to be the ultimate outcome to this whole entire fiasco? We have to figure out, as the gaming community, let's figure it out together. Titanfall, Hyperscape, Battleborn, Lawbreakers, y'all let me know what you think also should be added to that list. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's a sad day in history for another so-called Call of Duty killer. Now, of course, I love competition in the gaming space because I think it brings out the innovative features as far as to get the consumers on your side to showcase you provide the better game loop, which is why I believe we received one of the best Call of Duties in the past 5 to 6 years. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is one of the greatest Call of Duties of all time as far as a total package, right? So when we're getting into X Defiant, ultimately being one of the more popular downfalls as far as a Call of Duty killer, because initially it did reach 1 million players within 2.5 hours of launch. It did have 300,000 concurrent players within the first 48 hours. What happened? Literally featured characters from all the popular Ubisoft titles such as Splinter Cell, The Division, Watch Dogs. I've been asking for a Splinter Cell since the inception of this podcast. I love stealth games, and I say it all the time on my Analytic Dreamz video gameplay walkthrough on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. You know, shameless plug. But when I'm playing video games, stealth aspects were always intriguing to me simply because of me growing up, especially with my cousin, playing Splinter Cell to the point where you realize, hey, I think this type of style of gaming is one of my favorites as far as an actual gamer. So whenever I see stealth aspects in other video games, I always compare it to Splinter Cell, which brings me back to the point, why haven't we received the new Splinter Cell game? But that's okay, because that's for a whole nother segment. For today, we're talking about the downfall of XDefiant, unfortunately, as it was officially announced that all XDefiant servers will go offline June 2nd, 2025. Registration and downloads are no longer available. Purchases have been disabled. If you wanted to play the game, which we know you didn't, but if you wanted to play it, you still can't. Sad day in history. Now, this does not bring me joy because, like I said at the beginning of the segment, I enjoy competition, but these jokes have to fly because guess what? If you're going to call yourself a Call of Duty killer with supposedly ex Call of Duty developers working on this game, basically bragging about how they was holding them back or something like that, and then you come out with this game, shows a lot of promise, and now, not only does it show a lot of promise, but you just come out with the most blasphemous statements like, "Oh, we don't need skill-based matchmaking," or it makes it too arcadey, or it was a lot of different takes on how. Actually, let's just get into the crust of it, right? The reason why XDefiant failed is literally because after the launch, XDefiant didn't know what his player base wanted, and the whole player base was out here flying around like they was Superman. And no, that's not an ability in the game. They was just straight up cheating. So not only is the community disrespecting the developers disrespecting the community, you have, as far as a free-to-play game, you have XDefiant's whole financial model based on in-game purchases. If you have a free-to-play model, you have to entice people to want to purchase things in your game to support the longevity of it. But of course, the trash skins, there were no alternative options as far as making something look better, which you may have had to pay for. But at the same time, if it's a free-to-play game, there's no reason to not pay for it if you get it for free initially. And it's a great game. That's a very important right? So, of course, XDefiant did not generate enough revenue from microtransactions to be considered profitable. And of course, you have the intense competition in the FPS market as far as it being highly saturated when Black Ops first was revealed as far as Black Ops 6, because now you're dealing with one of the, well, they didn't know it at the time, but now they're dealing with one of the greatest Call of Duties of all time, and in the form of what they said they was about to kill, right? Obviously, I don't think they ever said that verbatim, but it was implied, always talking about how it was ex Call of Duty developers working on this game and how, oh, this is like creativity just let loose and they wasn't restricted by the Call of Duty rules or whatever. Also, the decision to shut down XDefiant was more of Ubisoft's broader strategy, because I don't know if y'all been paying attention. Ubisoft is on the ropes right now. As far as a boxer, they would be knocked out and the judge, the referee, is basically counting to 10. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, that referee is at least at 7. It's getting spooky to the point where I had to cover Ubisoft again in December 11th, 2024. Shameless plug. Just type in Ubisoft Analytics in the Ubisoft Analytic Dreamz with a Z. People forget the Z, but I guess, that's not how you're supposed to spell dreams. But of course, you see the title, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, Ubisoft. Anyways, on whatever podcast platform you listen on. And the segment of me talking about how Ubisoft shares fell 17% after it delayed one of its more premier Assassin's Creed games, which is Shadows, because they finally, this is how you know they're on the ropes. People been asking for Assassin's Creed Japan game forever, right? Tell me why it took until this year for them to announce it, showcase some gameplay, and guess what? They still delayed it because they are so scared that if this flops, that it will be inevitably over for Ubisoft. As Tencent, a significant shareholder, is literally contemplating taking Ubisoft private because of the financial downturns and unsuccessful game releases. I mean, you had Star Wars, for crying out loud. The only open world Star Wars game ever of all time. The only open world Star Wars game of all time. If somebody wants to play an open world Star Wars game, guess who owns it? Ubisoft. Guess what happened when Star Wars Outlaws came out? Nobody played it. How in the world does those two things correlate? So, honestly, Ubisoft just fumbled the ball. If you can't make the first open world Star Wars game popular, if you can't do that, and then your first ever Assassin's Creed game in Japan, which fans been clamoring for, you just been ignoring them. Like, hey, we'll do that at some point. But now, that some point is now, and you still can't get it right. Everybody is upset over the Shadows game, which, that's a whole nother discussion. But they are upset. So, as far as facing financial setbacks, it only makes sense that they basically end XDefi because of the pressure to cut financial liabilities. And at this point in time, being a free-to-play model with literally not enough revenue to even break even, it makes sense that you would have to pivot resources away from underperforming projects, and it's already not performing well. So now if you remove more resources to save money, it's going to be less that gets fixed in a game, and it's already broken. So at this point, Ubisoft is really in a whole world of trouble, which is bringing me back to my beginner point. But before that, let's just talk about how Ubisoft, at first they didn't want to just cut the game entirely, right? Back in August 2024, they started to cut off some developers of XDefi after they finished the game because, this gaming industry is very high turnover rate, which is why I've never wanted to be a game developer, but I super respect everybody who's in that field because I ain't gonna lie, it has to be a grind. Never know when your next paycheck or your next game or your next opportunity is going to come, right? So I really respect them as far as what they do. But let me tell you something. The gaming industry as a whole has laid off a total of 13,000 people. So as far as XDefi laying off 10 developers, we didn't really think too much of it. But then Ubisoft's San Francisco, Ubisoft's Osaka, and Ubisoft's Sydney teams all were closed. All of them. No longer here. They are finished. They were laid off. They are okay, y'all get the point, right? So basically, that resulted in 277 job cuts. So now you're looking at it from a perspective hold up, is Ubisoft in trouble? Which brings me into the fruition of the whole Tencent threatening to take over because y'all are blowing too much bread out here. Y'all are basically losing every single turn. Well, every single time we turn around, you lost money. You ever know that person that got paid and then the next week he talk about, man, I can't wait till my next paycheck. I'm down to my last 100. My brother, what'd you do with the other 2,500? What you just blowing money? All right, let me hold on to that. And now I'm your financial advisor. How about that? I'm going to manage your wealth because obviously you can't. That's basically what Tencent is telling Ubisoft essentially, because if you go private, basically that helps because with you going private, Bloomberg reported that your stock would rise, however you say it, by 31%. This is literally Bloomberg's report of Ubisoft. They said if Ubisoft went private, their stock would soar by over 31%. So yeah, I don't know why it's at its lowest point since 2013 as far as Ubisoft's current stock. all I gotta say is you had all the resources and IP in the world to have hits, and you ultimately fumbled. So with that, one could say that you had all the positive reception leading up to Star Wars Outlaws and to Assassin's Creed Shadows. And now both of those games unequivocally have let down gamers, specifically in the year of 2024. Because Shadows don't come out to like 2025. Y'all get the point. All right, so with that being said, it brings me back to my first point. And to round this off, I will say once again, Titanfall, Hyperscape, Battleborn, and Lawbreakers. I wonder what game is now added to that list. Sad day in history, man. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about XDefiant being shut down and being completely taken offline June 2nd, 2025? And what is your overall takeaway from this unfortunate debacle of not only XDefiant, but Ubisoft as a whole?
She says in her filing that she ran to a nearby gas station after the alleged attack and called her dad for a ride home. However, in an NBC News investigative report published December 13th, her father said he does not recall picking her up following the alleged incident. Furthermore, a celebrity the woman alleged to have spoken to at the party told NBC News that he was not in New York at the time. And while the inconsistencies does not necessarily mean the allegations are false, the woman said in a December 13th interview that she, quote, may have made a mistake in identifying.
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because basically we just got into how reporting on a story as soon as it comes out sometimes leaves you without important and very key facts as far as a lawsuit is considered. Because not only did Jay-Z, aka Sean Carter, also known as the greatest rapper ever, dead or alive, but that's besides the point. Not only was he sued by an anonymous woman, but also she claimed that Sean, as well as Jay-Z, sexually assaulted her at an MTV Video Music Awards after party in 2000. One of the main things I want to let the public know is that when covering this Jay-Z story, I wanted to have as many facts as possible. So I'm glad I waited to cover this story, because literally with the anonymous person that we still don't know who it is, right, coming out and saying she may have made mistakes in her claim, like you just heard at the beginning of the segment, that key detail was not there when she accused Jay-Z and Sean Diddy Combs of allegedly assaulting her when she was, sexually assaulting her when she was 13 years old. Now, of course, these type of lawsuits, especially in light of what Diddy has been going through with the actual objective evidence of him physically assaulting Cassie in the 2016 hotel footage that everybody's seen, is a little different, because now people are comparing that to every instance and every person that's coming out to accuse not only Diddy, but Jay-Z. I do believe that Cassie, when it comes to Diddy, has the most credence to her case, because they put out the evidence, the video evidence of him assaulting her. So now there's no he say, she say. We saw it. And now you have to face the repercussions of those actions all the way back in 2016. So when people are trying to put Jay-Z in the same light as Diddy, when Diddy, before the video came out, was in the same, basically, he was in the same light as Jay-Z currently, as far as us not knowing what's true and what's false. But when that video came out, we started to realize that we have an absolute monster on our hands, because we've already heard the behind the scenes. I mean, there's literally a video of Top Dog from TDE talking about how P. Diddy was slapping the taste out of Jermaine Cole's mouth, right? There's a whole video about that. Just look up Top Dog, TDE, J. Cole, and you'll probably find it on TikTok or something as far as a short. Essentially, when Kendrick put out Control, he was being checked at a party after, it released and stuff. They went out to party to feel the temperature, rapper stuff. Diddy knew Kendrick was there, walked up, talking to Kendrick. Obviously, size 7, didn't want any smoke because he's about 4'2", right? Jermaine, who's like 6 foot or something like that, stood up for his friend. He was like, hey, this is my homie, man. Leave him alone. And they already had previous beef, so then they started going to that. And the whole story that Top Dog says, is literally between the interaction between P. Diddy and J. Cole. So when P. Diddy was like, if you're going to do something about it, you might as well do something. And then that's when J. Cole got up to literally choke him. I was like, dang, J. Cole about that life, until you realize the following events was P. Diddy. And, to be fair, P. Diddy and his bodyguard stomping out Jermaine, to the point where they realized it was Jermaine because, it was a club. So, the lights were dark. The security came over not knowing it was Jay-Z's man. And once he saw his face, he realized they had to back off. So, but they didn't know that while they was putting hands, feet, and elbows on him because, of course, it was dark. So that's a whole thing. There's a lot of stories like that behind the scenes. Of course, the Kid Cudi car being blown up like a mission off of GTA by Sean Diddy Combs, allegedly, right? Because I don't want to have to ride bicycles my whole life. So allegedly, he blew up Kid Cudi's car because of his involvement with Cassie. So all these behind the scenes information has been spread throughout the media as far as P. Diddy really being the Joker of the hip hop industry. Is the reason why he literally dressed up as a Joker for one of the Halloweens, and to the point where Warner Bros. Reached out and was like, hey, my brother, dress up as Joker one more time and we're suing you. Diddy literally had a video. If you look up Diddy, Joker, cease and desist. Warner Bros. Themselves sent out a cease and desist to Diddy, letting him know, if you dress up as a Joker again, we're suing you. Why in the world would they do that? He's just playing a little dress up, right? Until you realize this man's the real life Joker. So there's a lot of things behind the scenes that's starting to come to light. And because Diddy's a billionaire that had his ties taken away as far as Diageo or Diego, whatever the ultimate liquor brand is, right? Basically, they looked at Diddy and they told him, hey, you want to sue us for Ciroc, which he ended up winning? We're cutting ties, and, good luck, my brother. And then coincidentally, all this stuff popped up, but it didn't help that he actually did a lot of it. So, allegedly. So, with that, people are comparing it to Jay-Z, when the behind the scenes of a Jay-Z image is basically that he got out of the game early as far as marrying Beyonce. Now, of course, there's some tidbits about Jay-Z that's been spread throughout the media, and all I'm going to say is Rihanna is one of the more successful people in life, ain't she? I wonder who saw that from the beginning, and how long ago was that? Food for thought. So anyways, as far as Jay-Z and allegations being out there, we've been known about certain things. But as far as this one, as far as being tied to Diddy and these type of acts, is more of a far-fetched, not really heard of type of action or type of pattern from Jay-Z. Now, do we know any of these celebrities? Of course not. But all of these uber successful people have marketing teams that talk behind the scenes, that spend day-to-day routinely helping out these celebrities, whether it's hair, whether it's flights, whether it's travel, coordinating events, coordinating strategic marketing strategies. A lot of people have their hands in the pot as far as an entire billionaires team that have certain tidbits behind the scenes, right? So not to say that obviously we know people off of that, but just letting you know how we get certain things behind the scenes before other people. So with that being said, basically, Jay-Z came out and said this girl capping, right? He ain't say it like that, but I ain't gonna lie to you. The response that he sent towards his lawsuit was like Lex Luthor and Joker wrote it. Like they basically sat down and wrote it together. That's how the lawsuit read, the response to the lawsuit read. Jay-Z literally came out and was basically talking about how I'm gonna show you how different I am. I'm like, hold up, is this Thanos? Why is he talking like this? This man talking like he about to take out the entire Avengers. He was like, you must not know my body. I'm from Mercy Queens or something like that, right? And he was like, actually, let me see if I can find this. Because this was one of the more villainous responses I've ever read. And he's supposed to be innocent, right? So let me see if I can find this response. Let me see. Jay-Z response. Here we go. Okay. All right, so Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Jay-Z releases a statement on allegations of sexual assault towards a 13-year-old with Diddy in 2000. Listen to how Jay-Z was speaking in this response. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna read this entire thing because that's how heinous this is. This is like, bro, if you're innocent, you should not be talking like this. But hey, Sean Carter, the greatest rapper that ever lived, dead or alive, so he probably thought, hey, I'm already nice with the pen. Why don't I write the response to the lawsuit? And here's what it reads. And it reads, hold up, make sure y'all can y'all see that? Oh man, I clicked out. Is that close enough? You know, I don't want to block y'all. Oh yeah, I can't get any closer. Sorry, it's Twitter. Actually, let me I can get closer to this, right? There we go. Yeah, y'all definitely can see that. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So, essentially, this man, Jay-Z, was not playing around. This man said, my lawyer received a blackmail attempt called a demand letter from a lawyer, quotation marks, mind you, named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. We're going to address that in a second. No, sir. It had the opposite effect, exclamation point. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very, all caps, public fashion. So no, I will not give you, in all caps, one red penny, two exclamation points. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Two exclamation points. Actually, we're going to start counting. How many is that? That's about 5 exclamation points. Total count of exclamation points is at 5. All right, we're keeping count from here on. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case. This lawyer, who I have done a little bit of research on, seems to have a pattern of these type of theatrics. 6 exclamation points. I have no idea how you have come to be such a deplorable human, Mr. Busby. Now there's a comma, so I'm going to take a break and we're going to look up deplorable right now because I have no idea what that means. Deplorable. Because in rap terms, I ain't going to lie to you. That sounds like expendable, and you know what they use that word for. Okay, so the definition of deplorable, deplorable, there we go. Deserving strong condemnation, shockingly bad in quality. All right, so that's the definition, right? Back to Jay-Z. I have no idea how you have become such a deplorable, I can't even say that, deplorable human, Mr. Busby. But I promise you, I have seen your kind many times over. I'm more than prepared to deal with your type. You claim to be a Marine? 7 exclamation points. Prefaced by a question mark. Marines are known for their valor. No, my fault. Marines are known for their valor. You have neither honor nor dignity. My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see depressed and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Children should not have to endure such at their young age. It is unfair to have to try to understand inexplicable degrees of malice meant to destroy families and human spirit. My heart in support goes out to true victims in the world who have to watch how their life story is dressed in costume for profitability by this ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. You have made a terrible error in judgment, thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm an alien. I'll just play. My fault. He didn't say that. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it out of the project of Brooklyn. We don't play these type of games. We have a very strict code. We have very strict codes and honor. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me. That, if not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, would be laughable. Why is that the end? Is that the end? Oh man, I was enjoying that. Well, dang, that's the end of the lawsuit. Oh no, we have more. Oh no, that's just another picture. Dang, I was enjoying that. I swear he had like an ending like we are not the same. Hold up, that can't be the right one. Let me find the right one. Because mind you, I read this, so I actually know how it ends. That's definitely not the end. I don't know why it doesn't have the full response, but it's all right. So, a little intermission. We're going to find the actual response with the full detail. I love how media, organizations cut off a lawsuit acting like we don't know the full one. All right, because I actually read the full thing, I have it right here. All right. Let me see right here. Okay, so that's not it. That's Busby's response. We don't want that one. I want the actual response. Where's the response? Okay, here we go. All right, you always can count on Rock Nation to have the official statement. You know, he definitely knew Rock Nation would have the official statement. So that's what happens when, you try to be a journalist in this game. You do your research before. So I definitely knew that was not the end. So I had to find the real response with the continuation. This is the real response, but it's the continuation. All right. Where was I at? My heart. Okay, the cheap suit. We hit that. My heartbreak. I would have to sit off. Okay, the children. Yeah, the cheap suit. Okay, yeah, I made it to. Wait, hold up. These responses are different. But what's up with these media corporations putting out fake news? All right, so in a cheap suit. Okay, let me see. Where's the cheap suit part? That'll make it easier. Okay, my heart and cheap suit. You have made it terrible. Okay, so it just didn't have the end. It literally just didn't have the end. That was my favorite line, and it messed me up because it didn't have the end. So anyways, obviously you could tell at the end, that man was not playing around. He internalized his full Joker / Thanos / Lex Luthor to end off this response, basically letting that person know, which is Tony Busby, that obviously preface once again, I'm gonna reread the last line. If not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, no, let me start from the last. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me. If not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, would be laughable. I look forward to showing you how different I am. End scene. All right, so that's basically it. So that man Jay-Z is a super villain. I don't know what type of villainous heart you have to write a response like that, and also potentially not be potentially be innocent. Like, the duality of a rapper, I ain't gonna lie to you. If Kendrick didn't show us one thing, is that you can technically have a good heart and still call a man a PDF and get away with it. So as far as Jay-Z getting accused of being a PDF and writing that type of statement, and the two not the two correlating, but as far as him being able to write that type of villainous statement in response and also be innocent, I ain't gonna lie, you gotta love the duality of a rapper. Cause that was some straight up Lex Luthor type beat. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So apparently, behind the scenes, people are saying Jennifer Lopez allegedly, I gotta keep saying that, allegedly, Jennifer Lopez is the unnamed witness, right? So at some point, she will be brought to the stand if this continues. Y'all probably didn't know that, but hey, now you know. So Jennifer Lopez is the alleged unnamed witness. I'm not breaking any news. Actually, I may be, but sources is I made it up, right? I made it up. I don't know, allegedly. I don't know how J-Lo would even be on top of my brain. You know what I mean? Definitely nobody told me this information. So anyways, yeah, so she's probably going to be allegedly the key witness. And as far as what happened with the accuser, Tony Busby responded and basically said that he's still going to represent the accuser and the other victims against Combs. And he continues to maintain his clients' multiple, plural, allegations are true, despite the inconsistencies that I played at the beginning of the segment, basically with her retracting her statement because she was like, oh, I may have made a mistake. And this is super relevant to the lawsuit, but was, coincidentally left out. But now she just made a mistake. So I don't want to choose sides, but what I will say is, does seem like Jay-Z and his highly acclaimed lawyer, Alex Spiro, is doing a great job, right? The only thing with that, these type of cases, especially for a black man, you give the higher-ups more than enough reason to cut you off, which is why I commend Roger Goodell from the NFL coming out in support of Jay-Z to let them know that our partnership with Jay-Z has only extended, or not extended, but it will not be affected by this lawsuit. Now, Hennessy, on the other hand, it has to be those liquor companies. It's crazy and how that works. But anyways, because if you don't know about the liquor company, that's literally why I think it started with Diddy. Because I've been covering Diddy for a minute as far as this whole fiasco of him spiraling out of control. Diddy basically sued Diageo. Yeah, Diageo. So the multiple times I always butchered his name, there's the actual spelling, so you can tell me how it's pronounced. I think it's Diageo. Also the owner of Ciroc, but that's a complete understatement. Diageo owns everything in the liquor business. So anyways, once he cut ties with that in August 30th, well, in August, right? I covered it around that time. Then, coincidentally, November 16th, Combs was accused in a lawsuit filed by singer Cassie. And not only that, and May 18th, 2024 was when the Diddy assaulting Cassie gets released by CNN. Something that happened in 2016 brought to light shortly after you sue such a mammoth of a company in Diageo. I wonder how that works. So anyways, with that being said, I do believe that Jay-Z will be all right. Hopefully he continues to face this with the seriousness that he have. You know, maybe take a little villainous tone out of his voice, you know, makes people assume that he's more of a maniac than a innocent man. But, you know, however he wants to write his responses to let the opposition know that he's really about their life, I guess, you know, he definitely got his point across. But at the end of the day, Jay-Z and Alex Spiro obviously remain steadfast as far as defending Jay-Z and his innocence with strong supposed evidence and timeline verification and photographic proof, right? But the accuser, surprisingly, has maintained their stance and say that they encourage other victims to speak up. Now, I ain't trying to laugh. I'm just like, why? I don't get it. Like, what about your case? So is it something you're leaving out, or you just like, oh, help me? Like, I don't understand the whole encourage other victims to speak up. Like, obviously, victims should speak up, but we don't even know if you're one of them yet. So I'm not trying to be insensitive. So I'm gonna leave it right there. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Jay-Z being accused of sexually assaulting a 16-year-old with Sean Diddy Combs back in 2000? Make sure I get this right. Yeah, back in the after party in 2000 of the MTV Video Music Awards, obviously, allegedly. And with that being said, what do you think will be the outcome of this very heinous situation? Getting into the overview of episode 144, which was titled, of course, PlayStation Dominates the Game Awards. Because, of course, for 2024, we already know that Astrobot was indeed deserving of Game of the Year. And especially for the year of 2024, it not being as stacked, I believe it just opened up the floodgates as far as limitless opportunities. We could have had a DLC win. We could have had Astrobot win. Obviously, a lot of people saying Metaphor ReFantazio should have won. Well, not should have, but could have won. So 2024, I'm not going to say was a weak year, but compared to others, I'm not going to lie to you. And I own a PlayStation. So as far as me saying this, you know it's not coming from a place of bias, because I do believe that this year was not as strong for gaming as far as the Game of the Year contenders compared to the past 3 to 4 years. Now, that's a completely different statement than if I was to say, oh, gaming was not good this year. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it wasn't as good as the past 2 to 3 years. So with that being said, once again, want to congratulate Astrobot for winning Game of the Year at the Game Awards show for 2024. So for this episode, obviously it was titled PlayStation Dominates the Game Awards, but we got into a plethora of other topics, obviously starting with music with Kendrick and SZA. Not only did they announce, hold up. So obviously you see the graphic right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But this is the graphic. Obviously the biggest standout was the Game Awards, and then of course Billboard Awards. I mean, those are the two main litmus scales, in my opinion, that showcases how pivotal certain content is in that specific space. And it just so happened that the boy ends up on top even when everybody's calling him a PDF. And it also is still a reoccurring pattern of PlayStation exclusives winning Game of the Year. So hopefully at some point Xbox catches up. But with that being said, let's get into the overview of 144, because we got into a lot of different topics throughout this episode. Will probably be one of my longer episodes, but of course, everybody who supports week after week, especially the hundreds of thousands that people downloading the podcast week after week after week, and especially seeing just the overall engagement, just makes me want to make sure every single time I give you an episode that I put a lot of effort into covering music and the gaming industry. So hopefully you got that out of this episode. But with that being said, We started with SZA and Kendrick, aka Size 7, aka White Tank Top. Basically, they're going on the stadium tour, right? I can't help myself. And then as far as the Christmas concert, is very heartwarming to see somebody who's crowned the king of hip hop currently doing things like showing up to his old label. Because if you don't know, he's off of Top Dog Entertainment. So contractually, he did not have to show up. This is Top Dog Entertainment. It's not PG Lane. And Kendrick still showed up. So showing up to a free concert in Watts, Los Angeles for a Christmas concert where they gave away toys to families in need. Definitely a pivotal move, and just cements the fact that Kendrick does seem like the greatest rapper to ever champion as far as from a moral high ground from the outside looking in. Obviously, we don't know these people, but as far as what the people have chosen as their savior, it's Kendrick. So with that being said, we got into Af from RDC World, Mr. Affiong Harris, the co-founder of RDC World, that of course primarily works behind the camera, directing, editing, and handling a lot of the visual effects when it comes to what RDC World puts out. And I've said multiple times that they are undeniably one of the greatest Black content creator groups ever created, maybe the greatest. And let me not put Black on it, because that's how they try to put us in a box. They are one of the greatest content creator groups of all time. And also my greatest inspiration as far as the content that I create. I really enjoy the way that they have fun with content while also giving you life advice at the same time. Because if you don't know, a lot of the best comedians, sometimes the cerebral aspect, I already said it. I already messed it up. The cerebral? I don't know. Is that a word? Hold up. We doing this live. Y'all gonna witness me struggle through this. Yeah, I mean, I don't really cut stuff off. I don't really, it's one take Drake over here. So, cerebral. There we go. Them R's be messing me up, boy. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, y'all had to struggle through that because I had to struggle through that. And I ain't cutting it out. So now what? Nah, I'm just playing. All right, so anyways, the cerebral part of content creation and especially the comedic element, I believe you have to be a student of life in general to be able to have these sort of comedic skits, these short form films, and it have a larger meaning as far as the initial skit, right? One prime example would probably be the Scientist short skit that RDC World had when they talked about global warming. And, I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty sure this is one of the hottest Christmases we've ever had. I mean, we might as well just go to the beach for Christmas in Kansas. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, they was on to something with that one, but obviously people been talking about it. But whenever you're cerebral enough, I'm going to keep using it. I'm going to keep doing it enough to talk about it in a comedic fashion. I think that, adds to your comedic element, which is why I think RDC overall is one of the greatest content creator groups of all time and my main inspiration for creating content. With that being said, Af, getting back to him, because this was the entire point of the segment, dropped a new track titled Walk It Down, which you could listen to is out now on all DSPs. You can listen to it as far as whatever platform you listen to music on. So Af from RDC World, Walk It Down. Well, his track titled Walk It Down is out now on all DSPs. And then, unfortunately, I had to get into Jermaine Cole. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he did something else that was newsworthy, so he's in the episode. Sad day in history. So anyways, this man, Jermaine, basically has a podcast, just stealing my whole flow, bar for bar. I feel like Soulja Boy right now, right? So he put it out in November 18th, 2024, and the last installment of the 10-episode podcast basically was December 12th, 2024. So it went from November 18th to December 12th in the year of 2024. Had a lot of gems in it. I'm not going to lie to you. From what I've garnered from it, it does seem worth the minimum price point of $10, as he has whole unreleased collaborative tracks with Kendrick Lamar on his podcast. If he wasn't in Hip Hop Timeout, I'm telling you, those unreleased tracks would have blew up. But it came and went because, of course, it brings joy to my heart that people come over to my side of realizing J. Cole's the most overrated rapper of all time. But definitely, this is a smart move. Letting people know the iconic nature of your rise to fame. But you're still not top 3, which makes you the most overrated of all time because people put you in the top 3, hopefully. Hopefully they're straightforward at this point. With that being said, then we got into the biggest portion of the episode, I believe, in covering the entire music industry analytically, and who better to corroborate my story as far as the analytics, as far as numbers, than Billboard. Billboard 2024 Music Awards happened, and it literally tells you the greatest effect on the masses that the music artist had, and ranks them from the top all the way to 5. Well, sometimes to 3. But anyways, so I used that as an opportunity to cover the entire music landscape. So this is essentially my recap analytically, my music industry recap of 2024, going over the Billboard numbers. Because if you don't know, that's the official charting site for everything when it comes to music consumption. So as far as covering that in its entirety, as far as the entire winners list, we cover Latin, we cover K-pop, we cover Christian, we cover rock, we cover hard rock. I don't know what's the difference between rock and hard rock, but hey, rock in the hard place is the same thing to me, right? So I'm ignorant out here, but we still cover that. Cover producers, songwriters. So we cover the entire music industry in one of my favorite award shows that's currently in place because of the objective nature of just analyzing the numbers. And that's basically the entire premise of this podcast, getting into the musicians, well, just getting into the music and the gaming side of things that affects the masses notoriously. Pun intended. So anyways, we covered the entire music industry of 2024. The highlight obviously being Taylor Swift taking home 10 awards, literally becoming the most decorated artist in Billboard history with 49 Billboard Music Awards. But guess who's second? Of course, Drake. So I had to talk about how Drake was also the top rap artist, the top, hold on, y'all see right here, right? Y'all see right here? Hold up. Y'all just play. All right, so y'all get what I'm saying. Top rap artist, the top rap male artist, the top rap album. Somebody lying. Y'all all are championing Kendrick. Whole time y'all out here streaming Drake. How he win top rap album and y'all saying that he a PDF. Now I could understand top rap artists because maybe they're listening to R&B a little bit more and that counts towards the rap. But as far as rap album, y'all listening to For All the Dogs, even though y'all think he a PDF, somebody lying. Somebody is lying. And it ain't me, because I've been saying I'm listening to Drake. But I do not think he's a PDF, because if he was, I would not listen to him. But I don't make false statements with no evidence like Size 7 and aka White Tank Top does. So anyways, covered the entire music industry. I was pretty proud about that segment. I think that's one of my better segments of all time, in my opinion, from an analytical standpoint. I do believe that's one of my better segments for the simple fact that I was able to literally give all of the reviews that I had throughout the year in one award show, because I covered almost every one of those artists on the list. So I was pretty proud about that, and harking back and shameless plugging all of my segments from when I covered those artists. Anyways, Marvel Rivals. We got into the gaming portion of the podcast, and what other game to start off with than the ultimate 6v6 shooter. Well, not shooter, but 6v6 hero game that basically is Overwatch for Marvel fans. As much as people don't like it, well, as much as the developers don't like the comparison to Overwatch, it is essentially Overwatch for Marvel fans. And guess what? I'm a Marvel fan. I don't play Overwatch. So now you got a whole new fan base that just wants to swing around as Spider-Man, throw their hammer as Thor, and turn into the Hulk as Bruce Banner, which it has everything in this game and a lot more. A very in-depth experience as far as the video game aspect, to the point where Marvel Rivals could be a nominee for the Game Award show for Game of the Year for 2025. That's how good this game is. Because if you remember, when Overwatch came out, it actually won. It ended up winning Game of the Year. Now, 2025 is about to be a stack year. We have Doom coming out. GTA 6 is not coming out. I don't know if I broke any news to somebody. I'm sorry. I should have prefaced that with you're going to be a little sad. But I keep hearing it's going to get pushed back because they want to make sure it's optimized when it comes out. So we have Doom. We have a lot of other games. I don't know. This is a bunch of games coming out 2025. I ain't gonna lie. 2025 is about to be super stacked. That's why I'm saying this year was a little light. It's a little light. I don't know why they was light because, imagine if GTA 6 did drop next year. Now everything's overshadowed. So I don't know why people just didn't drop this year. They knew for sure it wasn't coming out. But of course you got optimized games, and that's just not like a snap your fingers thing and it's done, or work overnight like a week and it's done. Like it takes months upon months to optimize these games. So anyways, why did I say that? Oh yeah, Marvel Rivals I could see being a nominee for Game of the Year for 2025. With that being said, then we got into the Game Awards show. Another one of my more proud segments because of me being able to harken back. 24 going on 80. What type of word is that? 24 going on 80. I kid you not. As we harken back to all the times I covered these games in the Game Awards show, and I love how I was able to make callbacks, talk about when I talked about it in the specific dates, give them the way to listen to it if they want to hear more about specific games, talk about me going more in detail. Just really a proud moment showcasing the work that I've done throughout the year of 2024 for the simple fact that every single game genre, just like the Billboard Music Awards, we went over every musical genre. For the Game Awards show, we're going over every game genre and talking about what impacted the masses notoriously as far as in the gaming industry. So having that along with the Billboard Awards in the same episode, not gonna lie to you, this is gonna be one of the longest episodes probably of all time. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't even put it together yet. I wouldn't be surprised if this comes out to like 8-10 hours. No cap. So, or else it is cap, if it ends up being shorter. But if it is, then hey, definitely felt like 8 or 10. So anyways, covered the Game Awards extensively. Obviously, you already know that Astrobot came out and just spanked everybody. Like spanked everybody and the mom. It really wasn't even close. They ended up winning the most awards with Final Fantasy. And I think Metaphor had the second most with 4 wins. But basically, actually, let me just look at mine. Basically, the Game Awards was simply a PlayStation Fest. Like the PlayStation was just running rampant with the W's, right? So as far as the Game Awards celebrating this 10th anniversary, seems like PlayStation is about to get to the point where they start celebrating their 10th exclusive game of the year. I mean, we have Astrobot, God of War, Ghost of Tsushima. I mean, man, can Xbox catch a break? I guess not. So anyways, shout out to Astrobot and also shout out to The Witcher 4. So that being said, let me see what else. Top for the most nominations. Okay, so yeah, Astrobot won Game of the Year and 3 other awards. So they won 4 in total. Other winners included Balatro and Metaphor Refantasio, securing 3 awards. So there we go. Objective. We try to be fact-based over here. No fake news allowed. So anyways, Astrobot with 4 awards total and the most as far as the Game Awards show. Metaphor Refantasio and Balatro came in second with 3 wins. So with that being said, we moved on into Path of Exile. That is definitely putting up a fight as far as the most hot new game in the market, as Marvel Rivals is putting up numbers, but also Path of Exile is also putting up numbers, because if you compare them as far as on Xbox and PlayStation and Steam, it's very interesting the positions on these games, because on Steam, Marvel Rivals is behind Path of Exile, with Path of Exile having 389,000 concurrent players, with Marvel Rivals having 292,000, right? Then you go to Xbox. On Xbox, basically, the PlayStation and Xbox top games is very drastically different. So, I was definitely stalling so I could pull up the list. Hopefully I can pull up the list. Oh, I wanted to do an animation for it, pulled it in. I mean, you gotta love it. So anyways, yeah, the top games for Xbox was well, no. As far as Path of Exile compared to Marvel Rivals, Path of Exile 2 was the 4th most played game on Xbox. And guess what? Marvel Rivals is nowhere on this list. And best believe me, it's out on all platforms, free to play. Just like Path of Exile is free to play as well. But when you go to PlayStation and you go to their top games, you realize that Marvel Rivals is the 7th most played game on PlayStation, but Balatro is nowhere to be found. So they're definitely battling it out as far as the most hot game currently as far as a newer release. So we also talked about how it's just overall just killing it when it comes to gameplay, mechanics, and the way that you can continue your path off of the original Path of Exile is really being highlighted, as some games give you the illusion of choice. Basically, for Path of Exile, they give you an actual choice as far as different options and how the game should continue. So a lot of people was enjoying the continuation from Path of Exile 2 straight into Path of Exile. Oh no, they was enjoying the Path of Exile transitioning into Path of Exile 2. So ultimately, it's up to you to decide which game you think is better. But as far as analytically, they're definitely battling it out as far as Marvel Rivals and Path of Exile as far as the hottest new game. So that being said, we transition into Mario Party Jamboree, because if it's one thing that Mario is gonna do, it's completely dominate the Nintendo field, as it has not 1, not 2, but 3 games in its top 10 as far as Nintendo. So Mario is just out here just killing every single metric you could find. As actually, it has 4 in the top 10. It has 3 in the top 5. Excuse me, my fault. I got Mario's body all the way messed up. Pause, no diddy. As Super Mario Party is by far and away the most played game on Switch. And of course, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the 3rd most played game on Switch. Mario and Luigi Brothership is the 5th most played game on Switch. And then Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, well, technically it's a Mario game. I ain't gonna cap it. Well, no, I can't do that. Super Smash Bros. Is goated for everybody who contributes. So technically only has 3 games in the top 10. So still a monumental accomplishment, and cements my point that he's just straight up just carrying Nintendo. I mean, goodness. Can somebody else get some love? Bro, over at Nintendo, it's either Mario or Zelda. Nobody else get love. If you're not Mario or Zelda, you're being treated like a stepchild, and you better like it. So anyways, yeah, man, shout out to Mario for just being the savior of gaming. I also got into like how he literally saved games, because sometimes I get into it, but that time I really like broke it down for people. So that was nice as far as getting into giving the flowers to the greatest video game character ever created, which is Mario. Then we transition into one of the big nominees for Game of the Year, Balatro, because I've already covered Metaphor ReFantasio, which if you type in Metaphor Analytic Dreamz, it should pop up on whatever podcast platform you listen on. So I've already covered that extensively, and that was the cover of the last episode. That is why for this episode I was gonna put Balatro as the cover. I ain't gonna lie to you, but guess what? We reward analytical / objectively objective winners out here. As far as objectively speaking, as far as the analytics speaking for itself, we award the ones who are the cream of the crop. So I had to put Astrobot on the cover. So with that being said, I did get into Balatro though. I did want to talk about the game at least once specifically. So I got into the overall units as far as the sales roundup. I got into the review roundup. I got into what it was, because some people may think it's a gambling game, but really it's just the ultimate poker-based roguelike deck building game. But it has no gambling mechanics. It's free to play, and also as far as the microtransactions, it basically goes in a route of emphasizing non-microtransaction type of additions, right? So it's very much a honorable game because it's a independent developer from I believe Canada making this. I forget where he actually. I think it was on here. Yeah, it's an independent developer. I forget where he's actually at, but yeah, the overall game is it's an independent Canadian developer, local thunk. And with that being an indie game, it's crazy how much organic word of mouth it garnered over time to get to a nominee for Game of the Year. Because also the sales are there. I mean, as far as the sales for this game, it still went crazy in the year of 2024, putting up some monumental numbers. So with that being said, then I transitioned into Pokemon Go, the mobile video game. So with that in specific, let me tell you something. As far as Pokemon having one of the greatest IPs of all time, obviously there's no debate. But when it comes to video game format, its dominance over monster capture type of gameplay mechanics has to be brought up in a broader scheme of things. Because if Nintendo's going to go out the way to sue Palworld, who in all intents and purposes was trying to innovate on Nintendo's system and just took a lot of heavy inspiration from Nintendo, but still added their own twist, like they said Pokemon with guns, right? If they're going to patent monster catching, which seemingly is, it's a broad patent, right? Capturing monsters with a ball is a broad patent in my opinion, but of course Pokemon can do it because it's Pokemon, and they're suing Palworld for those type of gameplay mechanics, and they're definitely going to explore how to go about this, as the implications is basically them taking Nintendo's intellectual property rights, and so this would definitely have an effect on future game design patents. But that's not what we talked about in this segment. I was just going on a side tangent. Basically, I just got into the mobile game. I told the mobile game community I was going to cover their video games that they play the most to give them the respect that they deserve. Because, of course, they are a pivotal part of this video game industry, and I need to start acting like it, right? So this was my second mobile game review, which I chose. The first one was Marvel Contest of Champions, and for this one is Pokemon Go, which Pokemon Go is currently the second most played mobile game in the world. So that being said, we transition into TikTok. Okay, so yeah, this is the beef portion of the podcast. This is my favorite part. All right. And also, people really enjoy this part of the podcast. But basically, when I get into just the beef section of the podcast, I don't know what it is, but people always say, I don't know why you end off with beef, but for some reason, it just helps the overall format. So I've continued to do that since then. So we started with TikTok versus the US government. Basically, don't have to spend too much time on this. I've covered TikTok extensively. Just type in TikTok Analytic Dreamz. Essentially, in this specific segment, we talked about the escalation? Is that the right word? I think so. Of the situation. Basically, U.S. standing on business, shout out to Drewski, as TikTok will indeed be banned from the app stores in the U.S. starting on January 19, 2025, unless ByteDance sells the app to an American buyer or succeeds in its legal challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the end game now, or else ByteDance is. So yeah, hopefully they figure out how to do that one, because I ain't gonna lie to you, US is not budging on their stance, and they will shut it down February 19th. Transitioning into Ubisoft's XDefiant, as another Call of Duty killer bites the dust. I mean, this is insane. Sometimes you look at the overall spectrum of Call of Duty killers and you realize they all end up in the same place. It's like Call of Duty just ends up sliding the block like there's nowhere to park, in taking out the competition one by one. Every time the competition seems to have a firm grasp in the FPS field, seemingly to be a competitor to Call of Duty, guess what? Now we have the Omni movement system. Now what you gonna say? One of the best movement systems in Call of Duty. Just forget Black Ops. One of the best movement systems in Call of Duty of all time just came because of competition. That's why I keep saying Microsoft needs to keep the console war competitive, because I'm telling you, the PlayStation will fall off as far as on the PlayStation side if they get the dominant side of the gamers as far as the overall player base. Because if they have like 80% of the player base, because for every Xbox that sells, there's 4 PlayStations that sell, or 4 PS5s. So that's the stat currently. So PlayStation is just whooping Microsoft when it comes to selling consoles. So now, when you're looking at it, and you realize that ultimately, if they get even, let's say 60, 70%, or maybe they're already there. I mean, 4-1. I mean, goodness, how long is it going to take for them to get 70 to 80% of the entire gamer fan base? And then what? They're going to mark up their prices, and where you're going to go? Imagine they stop being as receptive to crossplay. Imagine PlayStation's like, you know what? We don't feel like doing crossplay no more. And also, our next console is going to be like $1,200. Then what we going to do? So that's why I'm saying we do need a competitive marketplace for Xbox, because right now it's not looking the greatest. I mean, if Call of Duty can't save Xbox as far as its Xbox Game Pass getting exclusive, tidbits as far as Call of Duty, because, they literally bought Activision, which has the most popular game year after year. If that can't save it, I don't know what can. Anyways, it's a real conversation that needs to be had. But besides that, X-Defiant is ultimately a flop, just joins the list of Call of Duty killers that ended up not killing a soul. So with that being said, then we switched over back into the music land of things, the music side of things, as Mr. Sean Carter. Let me tell you something. Now, as far as Sean Carter potentially being innocent in this allegation that him and Sean, I gotta say allegedly again, because I'm not trying to die. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Allegedly sexually assaulted a 16-year-old at an MTV music after party in 2000. The way that he may possibly be innocent but wrote the most villainous response, and it has to go down as one of the more bipolar humans ever in history. Because if you're innocent, why are you writing statements like you're a Lex Luthor, Joker, and Thanos combined? This man writing statements like he can't wait to see him out in the streets. I'm like, my brother, you're the one that's accused of, no, I mean, sometimes it pays to just let the lawyer write the statements. But anyways, I do think that Jay-Z will end up coming out as innocent, because the accuser already said that she made some grave mistakes in her claims. So I'm like, time to start giving Sean Carter a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. Remind you that Sean Diddy Combs, the other Sean, was caught on camera 2016 assaulting Cassie on camera video. Y'all remember what happened before the video versus after. The perception changes when the actual evidence is upon us. So until we get that, I'm just going to believe that Jay-Z is innocent. So that's about it for the Notorious Mass Effect episode 144. And before I get into the title, of course, just to end this off, because it is the month of December, it is the last episode before we wrap up 2024. I just want to thank everybody who supports the podcast from the bottom of my heart. We surpassed 7 million total downloads. And let me tell you something. It is something that I do not take for granted, because overall, you could be listening to anything and you come back time and time again to listen to me break down the music and gaming industry. So for that, I say thank you. The support that I've received for this podcast makes it to where I want to upgrade the product, which is where this whole setup came in, as far as the lighting and the video and the camera. Vlogs are coming soon. Don't forget my Patreon. Sign up because we're doing the soft launch, right? Sign up to my Patreon. We're gonna start having behind the scenes content and things of that nature, because of course with the revenue generated from the podcast and the other ventures, I believe that we are at the point where expanding the podcast just makes all the sense in the world, simply because of y'all's weekly, monthly, and now yearly support. All right, with that out the way, with the ultimate ending of December, I have my Santa Claus hat on, because I'm about to be Santa Claus after I record this episode. Basically going to get presents, things of the nature. They asking for handouts, but I only got 2. All right, my fault. I got all type of Drake quotes. But anyways, so yeah, hopefully you enjoy your Christmas. When it comes to output of the podcast, obviously I'm still going to be posting, but when it comes to 2025, just know we have a lot in store and y'all ain't seen nothing yet. So that's about it for episode 144. That's titled PlayStation Dominates the Game Awards. And with that, I want to thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. And don't be afraid to send me a message, sending me an email, letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up on my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.